I think I did pretty good tonight. I have sent out the email links. It looks like I already saw Mia that was in the queue, trying to make sure we get my people back. I'll be quiet. Unfortunately, I cannot play any music over here. Things are a lot more strenuous on the YouTube side of things, but I'm waiting on all my guests to get here. I sent out the email link to everybody. I'm waiting on Sonya. I'm waiting on Mia. I'm waiting on you all. It's pretty hard to have this conversation alone. All right, all right, all right. It's Friday night. I do apologize to my new YouTube people that I didn't go live here last week. I was supposed to. I got caught up on my TikTok page and I didn't make it over here, but I am here tonight. Michelle Shell, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Shell, I have your personal. I'm able to send the link to you. Hold on. Copy the link. Let me show you how smart I am. I'm waiting on Sonya actually, but I'm going to send you the link as well so that you can come up whenever you want to. And I think the link stays the same. So once you have it, you should be able to go back to it. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Mia, I see you. Hold on, hold on. I'm trying to send this link out to Michelle as well. Email. Oh, I don't have your email. Wait. Delete. Good to see you, Mia. I saw you in the queue, so you have the link and it's ready. I'm trying to give Sonya the opportunity to come on over. I was having some issues with her email address though, so hopefully she'll just come over and I can just send it out again. I'm gonna send it to you as a text message, Michelle. Okay, I sent it to you. Sonya, what do I do? Sonya, Mia know exactly what to do. Mia, you gotta wait. I see your request, but we're trying to get Sonya in the box. Did you get the link? I emailed the link to you, Sonya. I was having problems with your actual email address. I had it at sonyathornton@gmail.com. Is that correct? Okay, Michelle. Yeah, I see you, Michelle. Okay, I gotta wait. We gotta get Sonya up. Everybody's doing it right. Yeah, everybody. Sonya, did you get it? Did you get the email link? If you have the email link, all you gotta do is tap it. It's like a little picture that says join or whatever, whatever. You tap it and it brings you right to me. Everybody else is doing it. I just need you to do it. If you got the email link, you hit the link and it brings in the screen splits and you become part of the panel. I've gotten the request from Mia and Michelle, so it's definitely working. You didn't get it. Okay, give me your email address again. Right, type it down again. Yes, Mia, you're definitely out the Crystal. I don't see Crystal yet though. Hold on. Okay, I'm waiting on you. Because I had sonyathornton@gmail.com. Is that not right? Because I had my daughter type them all in. She's gonna create an email listing so that it'll automatically go to you all every week. But when we typed in your name, some white woman, well, I can say white over here. Some white woman kept coming up, and it kept trying to put it as Sonya.Thornton. So I need to make sure. Please type in the email address again so that I have the correct email address, and I'll just send the link here. I hope it doesn't kick me out of the live. Uh, Copy link. Yeah, I have the link is ready for you. I just need the correct email address. Type it in again for me. All right, folks, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we have an exciting show. I thank you all. We have 13 people in the room. Listen, the good thing about YouTube is that you don't have to tap the screen all night. All you have to do is go up there and hit that like button one time for me, and that's good for the whole night. So you just tap the button. It'll send us out I can't get my words together. It'll get us out on that algorithm. Terrence, okay. TJ is ready. Everybody is ready, but you, Thornton. But hold on, TJ. We're trying to get Sonya up. I see you, TJ. All right, go up to the top and hit the thumbs up button for me, y'all, and make sure you hit that subscribe button so that it won't be so hard to find me the next time. I'm trying to get Sonya up. Sonya, what is your email address, friend? Everybody else is ready to come up. All right. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Sonya, I need that email address. Everybody else that has hit it, I'm trying to get you up here first. So what do I do? I need an email address, friend. All right, Mia. I don't know what's going on. Sonya can't seem to get it together. Come on. You can hit the button again, Mia. You can come on until Sonya get her life together. Because I don't have, you still haven't given me an email address. So hit the link again, son. You put, oh, Sonya, you got to type it out. I cannot see it unless you have to type everything. You can't use the dot. It has to be DOT, com. I can't see it. Mia. There we go. I can hear you just fine. Oh, you scared me. I was like, where's the face?
I was
That
in
felt
the dark.
demonic.
My bad. I was in the dark because I was
You
leaning
scared me a little bit there. All
I
right.
scared myself.
Don't you
'cause I
see?
was
Oh,
like,
look, and listen, everything is opposite on YouTube. So if you want to point in my direction, you have to point in the opposite direction. Try it out.
dude, what?
Look, if I point this way, I'm pointing to you correctly, right?
Yeah.
But that is not, see, correct. Now you're pointing to the wall. So you have to use your finger in the opposite direction. So this is opposite of what it that's wrong. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Now point in the opposite direction. Yes, now you're pointing to me. So that is one small thing you got to remember when you're pointing on YouTube. If you point, you have to point in the opposite direction of, where it is. It is absolutely backwards. So just a small thing because these people down in the comment section they tore me up the last 3 times because I went the whole night pointing at the wall instead of the person. So, Sonya, please type in the correct. You have to type in. Look, I'm gonna type in my email address the way it's. Oh, I can't type. I'm sorry. You have to type in your email address and spell out the word .com, or it won't show. Uh, this is the correct way. Thor, isn't that right? I got it right now, don't I, Thor? Okay. All right, Mia. We're gonna go ahead and since you were so anxious and ready, we are correct. This is correct. I should be pointing at her now, right? I mean, I'm pointing at the ceiling right now. Is this correct, people? Am I pointing at Mia? Oh, you just have a baby face, Lord. I keep forgetting you are a child. It says other hand. So this is correct now? Am I pointing at her now? How does it look to you, Mia? This is the wrong way. Okay, this is the correct way, right? Thank you. Okay, this is correct. You have to point in the opposite direction. Yeah. Michelle says no. Everybody's saying yes and no. You know what? I'm not gonna point at all. I'm just gonna do this. All right, Mia, we are ready to continue the conversation that we were having on this, and I'm glad to have you because you are a preacher's kid yourself. We're just not gonna. I'm just gonna point straight forward because we can't seem to get it right. You are a preacher kid yourself, so we're gonna expound on this conversation that we are having with regards to the young lady that was forced to apologize or coerced, however y'all want to put it, into apologizing to Sonya says she keep putting it in. Sonya, we can't see it. You have to spell out each word. See, she's probably putting the dot. You can't use periods. If it's Sonya.com, you got to say Sonya DOTCOM. That's the way you got to do it, or we don't see it. Yeah, it's a little different over here. Okay, so Mia, being that you are a preacher's kid, and apparently have had a couple of husbands. Oh, you definitely been married. You definitely been married. No, there is no ring, but you consummated the relationship, which means that you definitely got a husband or two out there.
Otherwise,
Mm-hmm. Yep. She got a
I'm
couple.
single as a free.
She
Okay.
definitely got a couple. So yeah, we're gonna continue the conversation. Um. And you're a preacher's kid. So how do you feel about the pastor? Was he completely wrong? Because you were on the fence even in the comment section. Okay.
This is what we're gonna do.
So are you saying it's not loving to correct somebody when they do something wrong? That's what parents
No,
do
it
to
is
children.
loving. It is definitely loving to correct somebody, but the way he did it and the way they went about it, it was just like
Okay. So are you not as a pastor? You're the leader of this church. You're the shepherd over your sheep. Is it not your job as the pastor of this church to correct your sheep when they've obviously gone off the wrong path? Okay, now that part I agree with. I absolutely agree with that part.
why. And here's saying that. What I'm saying is, I wish he did not have it live stream because now this girl's business is out there in the world, and the world is seeing. Looks like from a different perspective, it looks like she's getting all the blame while there's no.
I agree with that too. That part I really had took issue with because, like you say, the male that got her pregnant was not present. We don't know if he's a part of the church or not, even though everybody's saying that he's the drummer. But there's everything fell on this woman only because her sin is visible. We're not taking into the account the drunks, the cheaters, the liars, the fornicators, the adulterers. We're not taking into account any of those sins. The only ones we're taking into account are those that we can that can't be physically hidden. And I think that is where the church, and I mean the whole church, is wrong because as you stated, even on our I don't know which way to point, as you stated on the the TikTok, people are so quick to judge and condemn and throw stones at pregnant women or people that are in the alphabet community with no issues because it can be seen. You know what I mean? But you're not taking into account somebody that just chopped off somebody's head 2 days ago and came up in here or shot
That part.
somebody and took their life. You know what I mean? And it seems like in the church, all things are forgiven except for those anything that they consider sexually immoral. You know what I mean? That seems to be that sin somehow seems to be higher on the totem pole than anything else, which
And
makes no
see,
sense to me because biblically, all sins count the same. It doesn't matter what your sin is. And the point I want to make ultimately with each and every person that I bring up tonight is that, listen, all sins count the same in the eyesight of God. Anything that separates you from God, rather that be drinking every week, that's for you.
okay,
That
don't
was
do
for
me,
you.
sir.
Drinking
Okay,
to
you
the
didn't have to.
point
You didn't
that
have
you're
to do my
drunk,
business like that.
or
You didn't have
cheating
to.
on your spouse,
That
lying,
part.
fornicating, all those things separate you from God. So there's no sin that is bigger than the other, with the exception of being blasphemous towards God and the Holy Spirit. That's the only one that's above the only unforgivable one. So when you all, the church, decides that they want um, to shun people, they need to understand that all sins count the same. Again, if you're going to live stream this thing needs to be live streamed so that everybody in that church stands up and lets the world know what their sins are, because I'm pretty sure everybody on every pew is sinning. We all fight our flesh each and every day, and that's the problem that I had with the entire goings on of that apology, because I'm still confused as to who she was apologizing to. Jesus and God, neither of them were sitting in the pews. Those were people, sinners just like her. And I'm pretty sure a
But I
few of them
also
had
feel
children of
like,
their own out of wedlock.
and
All
see,
right, we
here's
got
the
some
other thing.
comments. Just a couple. Tell them to pay your bills. Let your daddy off the hook. Who is that for?
Probably
Petty.
Mia.
Mia, are you freezing? You are freezing.
Oh,
Mia,
I
what you
am.
eating this late at night?
Burrito tacos.
My God. We in the
I'm
middle of a
hungry.
conversation. You talking about thinking about food. What are you doing?
I'm eating. I'm talking to you and eating.
Lord have mercy.
Do I need to
But yeah,
come back in? Am I freezing?
you're it's just a little lagging, but your words are fine, so I'm okay with it. It's
Okay.
good. You just lag. It's on my side. You're just lagging just a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's
I'm eating
good.
some burrito tacos. I'm hungry, y'all. Okay. Leave me alone.
I just ate white beans and a Dr. Pepper. That sounds disgusting to me.
I'm showing my food.
I don't like Dr. Pepper and I don't like white beans. Disgusting. That don't look that great either. I like your paid for apartment. I wish I had parents to pay for me an apartment. Sonya, did you
They
ever
gonna
get
pay
it
too.
together? We have yet to see
I
that
don't even
email
see it.
address.
I don't know what happened.
I don't even
Cause I she did.
I don't see the email address yet. I don't even see it. Sonya, we need that
No.
email address. I told you it gets
But
complicated once you're in here.
I feel like at the end of the day,
hmm
God is loving. So it's like if He's willing to forgive her, because at the end of the day, yes, the baby was born out of wedlock. That's not the greatest sin of all.
Ooh,
And I
Lemur
feel
is
like,
at you. Yellowtail is at you, Mia. He said your husband should be paying for your apartment. She's not married. Well, technically she is married. Okay, one of our husbands. What? Where did you go, Mia? Mia dropped out. Okay, Sonya, we don't see the email address. You've got to be typing it in incorrectly. So, is it Sonya? I'm going to write it down and you just tell me if it's correct. What I had was Sonya Thornton at gmail.com. Is that correct? I'm going to write it down and show it to you. SON, I think it's YATHOR, Thornton. We're having technical difficulties. I apologize, people. We're trying to get my special guest up at Gmail. Is this correct? SonyaThornton@gmail.com. There goes Mia's back. Hold on, Mia. No, that is not correct. Okay, well, Sonya, that explains it all. I need the correct email address. We can't see it, which means you're typing it in incorrectly. What part of it is incorrect? Sonya, what am I missing? Try to space it out. What am I spacing out? Oh, okay, yeah. Try spacing out the email address and maybe that'll work. Because we don't on my side, I see every other comment you're putting up except your actual email address. This gets very look at in your TikTok I can't leave now. I told you this is a whole nother world. If I leave out of here, my live is going to shut down. This is why it is so important to have this stuff 100% correct. Michelle, while we're waiting on Sonya to get it together, just add 08 after my name. So it's Sonya 08 SONYA 08 THORTON Thornton @gmail.com. Is that correct? Please tell me that's correct. We're trying to get my guest up. Y'all have to bear with me. In the meantime, I need you guys to hit that like button up at the top. You only have to hit it one time. You don't have to tap all night. You just hit the heart, hit the thumbs up button one time for the night, and you're good. I see 3 people have done it. I need a couple more. You got to do it after Thornton. Okay, Sonya Thornton 08 @gmail.com. Okay, I'm about to send it out. I'm about to try to send it to you. Hold on. I hope it does not end my live. Hold on, Mia. Copy link. Please don't end my live. Hold on. Sonya Thornton 08 gmail.com. All right. I was hoping that it did not knock me out of here. It did not. Sonya, I just sent the link. Please tell me you got it. Once you get it, it's a nice little box that says join me. You just tap it and it brings. Oh, it's fine. Yes, Mia said she wasn't finished. Hold on, we're trying to get Sonya up so we can get this interview underway. You're welcome to come back as soon as she's done. And I don't see Crystal. Where's Crystal? I thought Crystal was here earlier though. Come on, Sonya. I don't really want to go. Do y'all remember that? That's a 702 song. She needs to get it together. Get it together. Come on, Sonya. Did I get yours? I sent you the email, sir. I got a subject I want to look for a live one day. Huh? I'm not sure what that means, Tamika. We're waiting on Sonya. She's supposed to be my interview of the night, but she's having technical difficulties. Come on, Sonya. In the name of Jesus. You didn't receive yours. Hold on, Tamika. How did you not receive it? Hold on. Oh, my daughter has all the email addresses now. I sent it to every address that I had. Drop it in the chat here. And I'll send it to you again. I apologize. I don't know why you didn't receive it, but I sent it to every one of them that I wrote down. Africa. Act real. Just drop it in the chat again. Drop it in the chat, and I'll send it. I'll send it right here, right now. Africa. My daughter has the email listing upstairs, so I can't leave now. Oh, Mia said she wouldn't finish. Okay, Mia, come on. We're trying. It's not there. I don't know what's going on with
I
these
don't know either, but
people.
somebody was trying to call me, and I was trying to decline. My phone was acting funny.
Sonya said that she still don't have the email. She doesn't have it.
Auntie, come on now.
Sonya Thornton 08 at gmail.com. I literally just sent it.
Excuse me.
Is that not the right email address? Sonya Thornton 08 at gmail.com.
I usually have my glasses on, but it's okay.
Hold on. Let me send this thing again.
Okay, anyway, back to me.
Hold on. Are you can you still hear me while I'm doing this?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. You can go ahead and continue.
Okay,
All
so
right,
back to me.
Sonya, I'm typing this thing right now. Sonya Thornton. Thor. Hold on. Spell Thornton for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Look in the
T
chat and
H.
spell it.
Okay, THORNTON.
I got that. 0808 at gmail dot at
Y'all, I'm
gmail.
hungry, so y'all gonna have to excuse me, okay?
Does liquor make you hungry?
Huh? Why you put my business out there?
I'm just asking. Okay, I have sent it yet again, Sonya. Check it. Y'all making me I feel remedial up in here now.
Okay, I'm back to so back to what I was saying so eloquently. I was interrupted by a phone call.
Okay.
Okay. What I was trying to say was no sin is greater than the other. And the Bible already teaches that.
Yes.
So God has already said treat others how you would want to be treated as your neighbor. So you would treat your neighbor as you would want them to treat you. I feel like the way the pastor went about it was just that was not love. I feel like that was just shameful on the church and shameful on them. Because why would you live stream it?
Yeah,
I
that
have
part I didn't understand. Now I attend church every Sunday, but when it comes down to live streaming, they live stream the actual word that's being brought forward, but they do
but
not
I feel
live
like that
stream
was
the
personal.
testimony.
I feel
Yeah.
like it was just very personal, and like I saw how uncomfortable she looked, so it's like you're so uncomfortable. But my thing
But
is
are you uncomfortable or do you feel convicted?
that part.
Because I mean now I'm being frank myself now. I got it, and every time I touch the link, nothing happens. That's because Mia is sitting in the drop down so we can attempt to bring her up.
Can
You
I
can
finish
drop
my
down.
thing real quick?
Say what?
Let me finish.
Hurry up! Sonya finally got the link, Lord. We've been waiting on her for half an hour.
Are you gonna let me back up after Crystal?
Yes, I'm gonna let you back up. Most
Okay.
definitely. Okay.
Come in, Auntie, because I don't know what she was doing.
I don't know what she do. Okay, Sonya, you can hit the box now. Hit it now. You should be able to come up. I don't know. Y'all gonna learn to make sure these email addresses are correct before we get here, so we won't be having these problems. Correct, Yellowtail. That's exactly how my church operates. We do not. We only. Okay, Sonya, I need you to go and hit the link now, friend. But yeah, the testimony service is not, it's never live streamed. They don't go live until praise and worship and the testimony service is over. So yeah, you don't get to see any of that. What you get is the pastor in front of the church delivering the word, which is the way I think it should be, because we, the church, or our congregation, we're supposed to be separate from the world to begin with. So what is the point of separating ourselves if we're going to put a camera in here and let you guys see all the goings on in this church? And besides that, a lot of these people are unchurched and just like miss. You know what I'm saying? Let me know when you send yours, Tamika. I don't have your email address, Tamika. You gotta type it down here because my daughter has all the email addresses upstairs. I can't leave, so type it down here and I'll write it. I'll send it just like I sent it to Sonya. Sonya, you're unaliving me now. Please hit the button. Okay, you live stream the singing and the sermon. Tamika, I don't see it. That means that you we'll try spacing it out. Just type in the words and space them out so that, because it's not appearing in the chat. That's why you haven't gotten it from me. That's why you haven't gotten it. Yeah, I don't see it in the chat. So just space out the words. Maybe that's why it's kicking it out. Sonya. I don't know what Sonya doing, Lord. Fix it. Fix it, Jesus. Fix it. Is caught up in Sonya explaining her name. Oh Lord. Uh, uh could you type it one more time, Tamika? Because I literally do not see it. I'm scrolling all the way up. I do not see it. Lord, there go Mia again. Mia, we know you know how to work it. Mia got it correct. I don't know. It's still not working. Oh my God. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna send this thing again. Sonya Thornton 08 at gmail.com. Okay, I have sent it out to you once again, Sonya. I don't know. Tamika, I do not see it. I'm reading every comment that comes in. Your email address is not in the comments. There is Sonya. Look at God. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Let me tell you something. Let
I
me tell you
told you,
something.
Sonya, that the
Let
YouTube
me
is
tell you
very
something.
different from
Let
TikTok.
me get let me get this out. No, sir. We will not go any further until I get this out.
Please get it
Let me
out.
tell you something.
Tell me.
Little brother, you know
Mhm.
I love you.
Uh-huh.
Because I would have said to hell with this by now, baby. I have never had so much problems with anything. And I'm not even technologically savvy.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you something. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go.
Now that you're done getting me together and we are finally connected, my special
Love
guest
you.
for tonight
I
has
love you.
finally
Just know that.
arrived, Miss Sonya herself. She has chosen not to be on camera, and we agreed to that, so you won't see her
Only
face,
because
which
I'm
is
in my hospital bed. I'm in my hospital bed and I don't want it on
oh yeah,
YouTube.
that's quite all right. That is quite all right. So understand that this is indeed a person and not AI or a robot. We're talking to a real person. So
Yes, I'm a person.
so this is my good TikTok friend, and she volunteered. I won't say volunteered. She was voluntold. I told her
Yeah,
she
you.
actually got me in this mess with this pastor, and so I said, because you drug me into this mess, you're gonna have to be my special guest of the night. I
I don't have a
actually
problem.
passed on this story several times. Because I knew it was going to be a layered topic. I knew it was going to have a lot of ups and downs and a lot of differences of opinions. And he said, "Now I'm pointing the wrong way again." Here we go. And now we're having. This is correct, right? Is this right?
Yes.
Okay, good, good. Okay. So I knew there was going to be a lot of differences of opinion, and even my opinion I knew it was going to be a little bit controversial. So that's why I did not want to actually tackle the subject at all. But Sonya reached out to me directly. I'm like, "Sonya, I already saw this and I don't want to do it." She goes, "Well, I still want your opinion on it." And
I
so
did.
when
Yes,
she
I did.
asked for my opinion, I was left with no choice but to put out the TikTok video, which is actually doing pretty well. And now we're here to have the conversation. I said what I was really hoping to have was, I'm a man, so I've never carried a child, so I cannot be publicly shamed in the way that this woman was for being with child. So I was really
Yes.
hoping that my special guest for the night would be a woman that's churched or of the church, and a woman that has had children or at least a child out of wedlock, so that we can add some real gravity to the situation. So it just so happens that God blessed me with Miss Sonya, my bastard friend, and that's a running joke all night. Please let me know if you're a bastard in the in the comment section as
Yeah,
well.
come on,
Just
bastards.
let me
We
know. Just
calling
say
all
I'm a
bastards.
bastard,
We calling
and
all
that and,
bastards
and
tonight.
it's no harm. I'm a bastard myself. My mom and dad did not get married until I was almost one. So biblically, I am a bastard. So this show is dedicated to all the bastard children out there. I do believe Miss Sonya is a bastard as well.
I
and
am.
and now I'm gonna actually be quiet, and I'm gonna allow her to open up and give us her story, and then it will ultimately bring us back to the story that we are discussing. So, Miss Sonia, welcome to the conversation. I do understand that you are, yes, both a bastard. You have a couple of bastard kids,
I do.
and you are of the church. So
And
you
I
fit this
am.
story perfectly, right?
Saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost.
Hallelujah, Holy Ghost filled
Bastard,
bastard.
bastard children can be filled too now. Here's
I'm
my
sorry. I'm just
story.
having fun with that word. Y'all gonna
Yes,
have to
we
excuse
are.
me.
We are. No
I
harm.
am just enjoying that
Um,
because I never use. That's a word I never use. So tonight I'm just
right,
wearing it out. You guys will never hear
right.
me say it again. All right, Miss Sonia, we are ready for you.
Here's my
I'm sorry, people. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Marquis. This is Conversations and Comments. This is pretty much the same thing that I was doing on TikTok, but on a more personal level, where I bring in people week to week, and we actually do just that. We have conversations and comments where we will take topics of the week that I've discussed. I've actually put the video on my YouTube page as well, which covers three topics, but tonight it looks like we won't get past the first topic because it's so layered. So if you want to know what I'm going to be talking about, just follow me on YouTube. All of the information is going to be there from week to week, and on Friday nights I'll come live. I hope to have a special guest each and every week. And by special, I mean someone that's special to me, somebody that wants to come up and have a real deal conversation. So we dive into the testimony. They give their stories. That we tie that into the topic, the big topic of the week, and then ultimately it's left up to my special guest and me to leave you guys with some words of wisdom, and then we wrap the show. That's pretty much how this thing is gonna go. With that, I'm gonna turn the microphone over, and let me get my mic because I'm in interview mode now. When I get to interview mode, anytime this comes up, I become an interviewer. So we are ready. Miss Sonia, welcome to the show. Again, my host. Again, my name is Marquis, and I am ready, very much ready to hear your story. Of your story with regards to having children out of wedlock, how that looked in your time with regards to the church, and how it was treated, and then we want to wrap around and talk about the how this particular young lady was treated as well. So I'll be quiet now. Go ahead.
First I want to say thank you for having me, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I did push for this story because it is near and dear
Mm-hmm.
to my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And just to give a little backstory, I was raised by, well, I'm gonna give the whole backstory.
Please do take your
First,
time.
first and foremost, I am disabled. I have cerebral palsy.
Okay.
I was raised by my grandmother, and the reason why she was so protective of me is because of that reason. Back in those times, they really didn't know how to handle children with cerebral palsy. So I was a kept child, so to speak. I stayed up under her 24/7, basically.
Okay, and
When
for
my
those,
friends were
I'm
doing
sorry to
things,
interrupt.
I
For those
wasn't.
viewers that are unfamiliar with cerebral palsy, can you get tell us what that looks like? Is that's a physical illness? Is it not?
Yes, there
Yes.
are different. There are different types.
Okay.
Mine happens to deal with my lower body,
Okay.
my lower extremities, where my legs are not. They aren't able to go straight.
Okay.
So and my feet are going outward.
Okay.
So and I was not able to walk until I had my first surgery at 8.
Oh
So
wow.
everything began for me at 8.
Okay.
So with
Okay.
that being said, I was a kept child. My
Okay.
friends were doing things, going places, having fun.
Hmm.
My grandmother passed away. When my grandmother passed away, these were the words that my aunt told me: "Go, have fun, live your life, do your thing. Keep your coattail down." Now,
Oh
only
yeah. Now you
older
got to break
people.
that down to the Gen
I,
Zs in the
I'm getting
comments.
ready to.
By that,
Only
that
older.
means keep your legs closed. Am I right?
That mean keep your legs closed. That
That's
mean
for the
don't
young
have
folks.
sex. That mean don't get pregnant. That
Mhm.
mean don't let no boy touch you. That
uh,
mean all that. But at the time, we didn't talk about sex in my house. We didn't
mm-hmm.
talk about sex. We didn't talk about having babies. We didn't talk
Mm-hmm.
about getting pregnant. We didn't talk about how you get pregnant. We didn't
Mm-hmm.
talk about if you get pregnant. It was, look, keep your coattail down. Me being young like I was, I didn't know what that meant. So when my aunt allowed me to be free at the age of 19, and here come the good part, Marquis, that I didn't get to tell you when I told the story the first time,
Mm-hmm.
because it was brought up in TikTok tonight. I get to tell that part. Okay, so at
Hold on, wait
19,
one more pause. Just for context, what decade are we talking about that you came of age?
um, um, this was in the, the,
Hey, Crystal.
I got pregnant in 88. I'm gonna put it like that. I was 19. I got
Okay, so
pregnant in 88.
you're '70s baby then.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
'70s, '80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Right.
came of age in the '80s.
Okay.
Okay, got you. Ooh,
Yes.
got
So,
you.
met this little boy, and he was a little boy, but to me, he wasn't a little boy. I was 19, he was 16.
Wait a
Fine little
minute.
thing. Hold on. See,
Wait
there's
a
layers to
minute.
me.
Oh,
There's
it's time
layers
to
to me,
judge now. Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
Sir, let me tell you, sir. This young man was fine. He was bow legged. Every
I
girl in
bet
the
he
world wanted a
was. He
bow
was a
legged man.
baby, fresh faced.
Every girl in he wasn't no baby to me. I didn't know no difference with in ages. Nobody
Hmm.
told me if you was 19 and you was with a 16-year-old, you could go to jail. Nobody was talking about that. Do you hear what I'm saying?
I understand
So this
absolutely,
little boy started
especially
coming.
people that are deep off in the church. Some parents to this day have that problem with not being real with
Will
their
not.
kids.
Will
We'll
not
get there
talk
though.
about it.
Go ahead.
Scared of it because nobody talked to them. And they don't know how to talk about it.
Yeah.
So I'm 19. He's 16. He coming to the house because we had a big yard, and all the boys used to come to our yard and play football because we had the house where everybody was welcome. If you didn't have a place to stay and your mama kicked you out,
Stop it
and
for
you needed a place to stay, grandma, you come to Amar at the house. You
okay.
hear me? That was the safe house. That was what was the safe house, and it
Mm-hmm.
was a safe house because nobody was doing that. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Nobody wasn't doing that. But
Mm-hmm.
I was doing it because I was footloose and fancy free, and I didn't know nothing about life. And hey, here's my chance to live my best life.
Okay.
So the little boy starts coming over. They outside playing football, and I'm sitting on the steps. I'm watching, and he the only one I'm watching. You see what I'm saying? Because he
Mm.
got bow legs and he just fine. Oh yeah. So he
Tricycle right there on
came
the
and started,
curb.
huh?
Tricycle right there on the curb.
Uh-huh.
I'm
So
talking
look,
about heels.
he yeah, yeah, he didn't know, and I didn't know either. So
uh,
here's the part you gonna like, Marquis.
uh-huh.
So we getting to know each other, and we talking, and mind you, we going to school together because of course I'm late because I didn't start school
Oh yeah,
with everybody
absolutely.
else. So I'm like 2 3 years behind everybody, right?
Hmm.
So I'm a senior in high school. He's probably in the what 10th or 11th grade or whatever, 16th, 10th, 11th
Oh,
grade.
my daughter's 16 and she's in the 10th grade. So yeah, that's about
Okay,
right.
yeah, yeah. So hey, we in high school. We could. He comes over to the house and wants to start visiting. My
Sofa
aunt
sitting, I
says no
like
problem.
that.
My aunt says no problem. He comes over and starts eating with us on Friday nights for the fish oh, we good. We playing games, and my aunt introduced me to quarters. God rest her soul. She didn't know no better. So
To
we playing
what?
quarters. Quarters.
Quarters?
I'm gonna tell you what that is. That's when you put a drink in a cup, right? Any drink that you're drinking, and you take the quarter and you flip the quarter on the table, and it has to land in the cup. And when it lands in the cup, you choose who drinks that alcohol. So
Who did that? Your aunt?
my aunt, yeah,
Your aunt is allowing you to drink alcohol at
I'm 19.
that's still
I'm
not
19.
grown? Was
I'm
that's
19.
still illegal, right?
Understand the time.
Mm.
Understand the time and understand what we're dealing with.
I hear you there, but I got six aunties on my dad's side, and
My
they would
look,
not.
my aunt believed this was what my aunt believed. My aunt believed I'd rather you do it at home so I can see what you're doing and know that you're okay than you be out there in them streets drinking and something happened to you. She was that kind of aunt. Okay, it
Do
was
you
not
do
hey.
you agree with that?
No, no, I don't. I don't.
Well, and I'm
I
only
don't.
asking because I know a lot of parents that believe in, and I'm just gonna call it stupidity.
I don't.
Where
To
they
this
say
day,
I'd rather you do it with me than in the streets. No, I'd rather you just not
yeah.
do it at all. Like
Yeah.
I'm 40, and to this day, and I'm not a drinker. But I've never drank in front of my mother. I don't smoke at all. I've never smoked in front of my mom. You can't even get me to say a curse word in front of my mom. It's just
Yeah.
to this day, I just no. It's just no. Going to the club with my mama, never gonna happen. You know what I mean? But I know people that club with
Yes.
their kids and drink and smoke and all that. Just I
Yes.
cannot do it. I don't. And I've been telling my daughter, she's 16, to look, as long as you live, the only day I will accept you drinking in front of me is gonna be a glass of champagne on your wedding day if you want to do that.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
When
sorry.
I
Back to you.
tell you, when I tell you, God allowed me to be the total opposite of what I grew up, with the exception of me getting pregnant out of wedlock. When I tell you everything is different in how I raise my kids,
Hmm.
because I said I will be a better mother than I did not have,
So
if
let
that
me
makes
ask
any
this: Did
sense.
your mom know that your aunt was allowing you to drink?
Let me tell you something. My mom, and I love her. God knows I love her.
Mm-hmm.
My mom was 10 minutes away from me, and I never saw her unless she was taking me to a doctor's appointment with my grandmother or taking me somewhere we needed to go with my grandmother. Other than that, I didn't see her, didn't spend time with her. The most time I spent with her growing up was when we got our house built, and we had to go over there because they were building my grandmother's house. So I spent
So who
six.
did you live with primarily?
I lived with my grandmother and my aunt.
With your mama that close away. Oh, I know that.
With
Oh, okay. We'll
with
get
my
there. We'll get there.
that's why
Hey, we
that's
got
why
some
I
people
say
in the chat. I need you guys to hit that thumbs up at the top. That is the same as tapping the screen on TikTok, except you only have to do it one time. So just hit that thumbs up, and it pushes us out on the FYP. Um, we're strong, but as strong, small, and mighty right now. But I need you guys to tap that button up there so we can get this page going and growing in the right direction. Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, Sonya.
so that's why I say I really needed to, and we're gonna go back to that. But that's why I
Mm-hmm.
say I really needed to catch your live with your mom
Mm-hmm.
because my life is deep. But
Yeah.
back to the where we are.
Okay.
So I didn't really want. my aunt to know that I was feeling feelings, catching feelings. So the
Wow.
young man would climb through the window. We do what we have to do. He climbed back out the window and go home. I do what I have to do, take care of myself as a young lady. And before you know it, I'm pregnant.
So was it a pretty quick pregnancy, or yeah, this went on for quite some time?
Oh, it was quick.
It was quick.
It was quick.
So
It
y'all,
was,
neither of you thought anything about condoms or anything like that.
what was a condom?
Obviously, you didn't know.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Let me tell you this part too. Okay,
Okay.
being that I'm disabled and would have cerebral palsy, nobody, nobody thought that I would have sex. Cause number one, how she gonna do it? Number two, who gonna want her? Period. How she gonna do it? And who's gonna want her? She's not gonna have feelings. And if she starts to have feelings, who gonna do it with her? How they gonna do it? How they gonna get it done?
That
You
is
see what I'm saying? That's the world I was living in.
that is really bad. Now this is a side
Horrible,
note.
horrible,
I had a fr-
horrible.
I had a friend that I worked with, and I know this is gonna sound really terrible, so y'all forgive me in advance, but it just immediately made me think. Or I won't call her name, but it starts with an M. It's a little blonde haired white girl. She had such a great personality, but she was severely disabled. She
Mhm,
couldn't walk at all. She was wheelchair bound,
mhm,
and I don't know what her particular ailment was, but she couldn't walk. Great personality, excellent worker. We worked in a call center together. She ended up with a reputation at our job. We called her the FOW, freak on wheels. When I
mhm,
tell you she
mhm,
was she was getting it done. Do you understand me? And we were in high school because I started working in high school. So we were, all of us, a lot of us were either pretending to be doing it and not doing it, or just being honest and saying, no, I've never done it. And she was one of the first ones to get it and get it down. She was getting down
mhm,
with any
mhm.
and everybody. So please do not think.
There is
I,
such a
I learned
misconception.
from that moment on not to ever judge a book from by its cover, because that one right there, her reputation
There,
was strong in that building.
there is such a misconception. I'm
It
trying to tell
was.
you.
It was.
So here I am. I'm pregnant. I'm scared. I tell my aunt I don't want the baby because I don't know what. Because
Yeah.
well, how am I gonna raise a baby?
Yeah.
I'm already disabled, walking
Yeah.
on a crutch,
Yeah.
using one crutch. So how am I gonna take care of a baby? She tells my uncle. My uncle comes from Texas and talks to me. I have the baby. The baby turns 3. The baby got 2 mamas. One mama too many. When I say that, I mean I would tell my child something. Somebody else would tell my child something different.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Oh no, not gonna happen."
Mm-hmm.
Moved out, got on my own. When I had her at the church I was at the time, nobody. I didn't hear not a whisper. When I say my name was not in the streets to where I could hear it, my name was not in the streets. Those people loved me, took my baby, had a baby shower for me, made sure that I had everything I needed for my baby.
Mm-hmm.
Till this day, that baby is 36. And if
Yeah.
that baby ever said to any of those church members, I need, they got her. There was no shame. They didn't put me to shame. Was I ashamed? Yes, I was ashamed.
Okay.
But my pastor never made me sit down. He never made me stop doing anything that God was calling me to do at the time.
Okay.
He told me, Sonya, what you did was wrong. But your baby is a blessing from God. And we are not going to punish you for doing no more than these other young girls out here doing. We're
That's
not
word.
punishing them. We're not going to punish you.
That's a
But we're going
word.
to talk to you. We're going to teach you. We're going to tell you what God say. And we're going to hope and pray that you don't do it again. But this came out of my pastor's mouth at the time. He said, look, you are a young lady with feelings. So we're going to hope and pray and teach you that you don't do it again. But I'm going to tell you this, everybody sins, everybody struggles with their flesh. So we're not finna down you. We're not finna make you feel bad because it's got other young ladies in this church too
Come on now.
that's pregnant and don't nobody know it but me.
Come on
But
now.
I've called them in the office, talked to them, told them to tell their mama. Boom, that's the first child over and done. I'm 25 now at this time. Meet my father, my son's father. Had him, had my son, my pastor at the time, because I had a different, same church, different pastor, because that pastor had passed away. So
Okay.
different pastor. The pastor and his wife were the first people to buy my son something, bring it to the church where everybody was, and present it to me at the church. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I
Now, if
do.
that's not
Hold on, we
grace,
got to back up though, Sonya. We missed a
huh?
couple of pieces between baby one and baby two. So you were
What's the couple of pieces?
16, 17 at baby one.
19, well,
19, I
20 at
apologize.
baby one. 20 at
Okay.
baby one.
So what became of baby daddy number one? Your first husband biblically.
My first biblical husband, he we stopped talking after 6 years. We stopped talking after 6 years. His mother, when I'm sorry, I forgot that part. When my baby was first born,
Okay.
and I think my aunt told her they were in the club together, and my aunt told his mama that I had a baby. This lady came to the house the next day, met me, took my baby, and has had my baby traveling with her out of town anytime she wanted her, kept her. I mean, she did what he didn't do. She did what he did. And when I tell you she did that thing, and to this day she's still doing that thing, she did that thing.
Oh, so you were
So,
okay with that?
okay, with what?
With her taking your baby out of town and whatnot?
I was,
I would have
I
lost
was.
it.
Let me tell you why I was. Let me tell you why I was. Let me tell you why I
I'm
was.
listening.
I was okay with it simply because I saw what kind of person she was. I had stayed at her house. I had spent time with her. I had been around her. And I was like, look, this is a grandmother. She's doing what my own mother will not do. So why should I deny my daughter the love of a grandmother just because my mother is not doing? And I'm glad I did
Okay.
because they have a relationship, Marquis, that is out of this world. And I know that if anything ever happened to me, my daughter is good.
Okay.
The same with my son. She treats my son the same way, even though that's not his grandmother. But you can't tell her that.
I like that. I do like that.
You can't tell her that. So with the second one, I was 20, 25. Dad was in the picture until he decided he didn't want to be in the picture.
So
So
was this an unplanned pregnancy as well?
yes, yes,
So
it
why?
was.
Yeah,
It
okay,
was.
now I do understand the first mistake, but by 25,
Hmm.
you aged up and got a little bit of wisdom up under you by then. So, what is your reason or rationale for not being more cautious the second time around?
I was cautious, but I wasn't cautious enough. And I'm
Okay,
going to say that because I didn't take the time to learn my body.
Okay.
and when my ovulation time was. I didn't take the time to study my body to know because I was gonna do it. Okay. I was gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that. But I didn't learn my body enough to know, even though I was taking birth control. And
Okay.
that's not 100. That's not
No, it's not.
100%. And he was wearing condoms. Not every time, but it was.
Okay.
But I didn't learn my body enough to know, okay, around this time, you need to chill. You don't need to
Okay.
be, you know. So that
Okay.
was that was my ignorance.
Okay.
That was
That's
me
fair.
being ignorant.
That's
I
fair.
didn't know to do that. Cause mind you, I'm still young, but I still don't have nobody to tell me nothing.
True.
I
Were you
still
in
don't
the
have
church
any.
at that time?
Hmm?
Were you?
But
You were
no,
still in the. You were
nobody,
still in the
nobody in
church
the.
though.
I was, but nobody in the church. Um, I didn't know to go to nobody in the church. If that
No,
makes
no,
any
that's not what I
sense,
mean. What I'm saying is, you had the first baby. You got over the shame associated with having this first baby out of wedlock.
right? Right?
Okay, so years have gone by. You've now
Right?
gotten into what seems to be a good relationship this time around. Why is it? Why didn't those triggers hit? Okay, I know how embarrassing this was the last time, and God knows I do not want to be in this situation the second time.
That was not even embarrassment. Was not even a thought. I was still hot under the tail. Truth.
You were just
Look,
trying to get to
I'm a be as,
it.
I'm gonna be as real as I can be. I was still a
Please.
hot, I was still a little hot something.
So
You know what I'm saying?
you weren't that didn't you didn't feel convicted at all.
I wasn't that into God.
Oh my
I wasn't.
God.
I wasn't that. I'm finna be.
Jesus was
I
not on
can.
the main line.
He wasn't on the main line yet. He wasn't on the main line yet.
Okay, well, okay
I was
now.
going to church doing
Look,
church stuff.
from one bastard to another. Let me go ahead and just look like they had her stand in front of the church. It's my time. Let me stand in front of the church and confess my sins. Okay.
Go ahead, Bastard.
So you all know me and my wife have been together since we were in seventh grade. So I will not lie and say that we were pure when we got married because we weren't. But what I will
What?
say,
Wait a
you
minute.
know,
Hold on. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up.
yes.
Back up. Back up, little brother.
Hmm.
Now you had me thinking this whole time
What?
that y'all were abstinent till marriage.
Uh,
I didn't say you said it. I'm just saying the way you represent.
and I do represent.
Listen though, the way you represent, which is awesome.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna tell you, me. I thought you abstained. I was like, this a dude here.
I tried.
This a dude. This the kind of dude I should have made at first.
I tried.
That's what I was saying. So
No,
thank
I'm
you, Marquis.
sorry. I'm
Thank you,
sorry,
Marquis.
church, but I did fornicate with my wife before we got married. I fornicated with her.
Go on, finish
But if you want
confessing.
to be technical, we
Just
could.
go on, finish. We're not being technical. We ain't no
Hey, wait a minute
technicalities.
now, Sonya. This biblical now. Y'all said that you're married to the person once you consummate the marriage. So, being that she was the first.
You know what?
Technically,
Every
biblically
time I
she was
say I
my
love
wife, and
you,
legally she's my wife.
every time I say I love you, you gonna know exactly what that means. I love you. When I say it like that, you gonna know what that means. Boy, stop.
But no, we did. Now we were now I was in college. It wasn't a very long time though, and
Okay,
I'll tell you why. First of all, I was petrified of becoming a teenage parent. So having sex before I was in college. I had a full time job, an apartment, and a car and insurance before I ever had sex the first time because I wanted
gotcha.
any event that I've created a baby, I wanted to be able to take care of the baby. So I was full grown, but I knew it was wrong, and we did it. But what I will say, we did not do it a lot because I was so convicted. I was so
Right.
I was so into church and into God that I would feel horrifying every time because we were in church and I was in church. I was at my family's church, and I started bringing her to church with me. So
Right.
to stand there or sit there in the pews with her, knowing last night, what we done last night, it never set well with me. So for
Yeah.
that reason, although we did fornicate, we again, we got married at 21, so it was a very brief period, and it was like, no, I cannot, I can't sit
Gotcha.
here and call myself a Christian knowing that
Right.
I'm doing this and I know it's wrong, even though I love this person and it feels wonderful at the time. I know that this is not the way God would have it, and I can't expect to be blessed knowing and unwillingly sinning in this way.
Yes.
So we did. Obviously, we got married. Of course, it doesn't take away the fact that we were fornicating, even though
Right.
biblically we were
Right.
husband and wife. Biblically,
Yeah. Yeah. I get
biblically.
it.
But I'm gonna erase the technicality and say yes, we fornicated. But yeah, and that's why I was asking the question. I'm sorry. That's why I'm asking the question in the way that I'm asking the question because
Right.
because the level of conviction that I felt just wouldn't allow for me to continue in that vein.
Well, I will say this. I will say this.
Hmm.
After my son, okay, when I tell you a true conviction came over me,
Okay.
when the Lord spoke to me and said, and this is what he said, and this is before I even knew about the scripture of the woman who had all the husbands.
Hmm.
God spoke to me and said, how am I going to bless you with what you're praying for? Because you're praying for a husband. How am I going to bless you with a husband when you sleeping with one?
Come on now.
And you know this ain't your husband.
Come on
You
now.
already know this is not your husband.
Come on now.
So he made me, and I say God did it because I know me. I know my body and I know flesh. He made me wait 11 years before my husband found me. So I was without anyone at any time sexually
For
for 11
11
years.
years.
Ele- I kid you not, 11 years.
Wow.
11 years. God said to me, I can't bless you with your husband while you're sleeping with one
Come
already
on now.
who's not yours. And let me tell you the confirmation of it. That Sunday when I went to church, guess what my pastor preached?
What did he preach?
The woman that had the five husbands, and God say, where they at? And ain't none of them yours. When I tell you I cried and went, I ran. When I say ran, I was on my cane and I ran to that altar.
Come
As
on now.
soon as my pastor got through, and I told him in his ear while I was up there, because I had the kind of pastor you don't tell him on the mic what you up there for.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
told him in his ear, I said, I've been sinning, I've been having sex, and the Lord said I can't have a husband while I'm sleeping with somebody else. And this is the prayer that he prayed over me. He prayed, Lord, touch her body, give her the willpower and the strength to abstain, because they finna really start coming, Lord. Give her the power to abstain until her husband finds her. And when I tell you, it wasn't a week later, trying to holler, I shut him down.
Wow.
Nope, you ain't my husband, you ain't my husband, and you ain't my husband. Because in my mind, I'm saying, because my pastor just told me, they finna start coming. So I heard the word of God, and then I heard and received what the man of God said. And that's the only reason I was able to abstain until my husband came,
Okay.
until God sent me to another church and presented me with my husband, who I ran from. I ran from ran to my cousin's car, locked the door, and turned my head because I didn't come to. First of all, I didn't come to the church for that. I came because I needed to be delivered from something else. And so this takes us to the second part of uh, the pastor taking the girl up to the altar and
Yes.
all this other stuff. Okay, so here's the thing with the pastor. When you are speaking the word of God, you
Mm-hmm.
have to keep it in context. And what this man did and the scripture he used
Mm-hmm.
was not in context with what
Mm-hmm.
was going on.
Mm-hmm.
This young lady did not sin against the church.
Come on now.
What she did was between her, God, and the young man she did it with.
Correct.
She didn't do anything
She did not
to
steal
the
any
body.
money out that collection plate.
She did not. She
No.
did not. She did not.
She didn't
In that
burn no
instance,
Bible in that church. She didn't break a
she
pew.
had no she had no business
Come on
going
now.
before the church.
Preach now.
Now here's my second confession. I'm gonna give you a reason as to why you should go before the church
Okay.
and ask the church to forgive you. The reason why God sent me to to the church that I'm going to was because I was doing something that was really against God and his people. When I say God and his people, I mean God and his people. I was lying, I was deceiving, I was misusing people, pretending to be someone I wasn't.
Oh wow.
And that was against God's people.
Okay.
So in that instance, my pastor brought me before the church to apologize to the church
Because
and
you
the
were
people in the church.
manipulating people in the church.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay. Come on,
Not
Crystal.
for financial gain or anything like that. And that's no excuse. But it was because I was lacking attention. And doing what I was doing was getting me attention. You
Wow.
feel what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say what I was doing because that ain't nobody business.
How you
Because
gonna you gonna walk us
because
to the water? Ain't gonna let
they
us
not
drink
ready
out
for
of
that. They not ready for that. They not
it.
ready for that. They when I tell
You
you
got
they
me up
I
here
will I will
confessing my sins.
look, I will share it. I will share with you on a phone call. And
That's
then if
fine.
you want to bring me back on the live to share it, I will.
That's fine.
But that ain't their business because they ain't ready.
That's right.
Because they wouldn't understand it.
Okay.
But I'll say this. That it was caused for me to be brought before the church. Now
Okay.
had this young lady did something against the church members, bring her before the church.
Gotcha.
Okay? But as far as her being pregnant and him saying to her, uh, and you ain't having no baby shower, and we not celebrating no pregnancy, and we don't reward sin, and this, that, and that. Let me tell you something.
Sonya, the
First
man
of all,
said you should be lucky that God did not take your
wait a
life.
minute. Let me deal with this part, and then we're gonna go to the next.
Oh, okay.
First of all, the baby shower situation. Okay, so
Where's
two
that in the
things.
Bible?
Wait a minute. Two things with that, Marquis. Two things with that. First of all, you're gonna bring this young lady before the church. Then you're gonna tell her, "We love you. We forgive you, but we ain't gonna help you.
Correct.
We love you, we forgive you, but we ain't gonna help you. We not gonna help you with this child that God has blessed you with. No matter how you got it, it's a blessing from God. So we're not gonna only punish you, but we're gonna punish your child. We're gonna punish your child, we're gonna punish your mama. We're gonna punish your mama because we're gonna leave everything on your mama to take care of this child.
Yep.
And we as the body of Christ that's supposed to be showing the love of Christ, we not gonna do nothing for you. Now I want to know where in the Bible. I want somebody to show me where Jesus denied the sinners that he walked amongst,
Come
that
on
he
now.
healed,
Come
that he
on now.
saved, that he helped.
Sonya, I do want to throw a curveball. This is totally off, well, not directly off subject, but
Okay,
because you said children are a blessing, regardless of how they get there. If that child was a product of SA, would you feel that same way?
I would,
Would you?
but I would say this though. I would say this though.
What about incest?
I would,
Mm.
and I was,
You
and the
better than
reason why.
me.
Let, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I said
No, ma'am. Them might be going back to
we
God.
we have to understand. We have to understand one thing. Okay, as tough as it is to realize and understand,
Mm-mm.
nothing in this world,
Mm-mm.
good or bad, happens without God's permission.
Oh, that's nice.
Nothing. He is the only one that has the power to impregnate seriously. He gives the man the tools to do it, but if he don't want it to be, he's not going to allow it to be. It's not these people's fault. It's not these children's fault. So I have to say, even though I don't like it, and as a young lady who was raped at 15,
Oh, sorry to hear
had
that.
I gotten pregnant, I think I would have had the baby if I would have had
See,
to have
and
it.
yeah, and I get myself in trouble with this. Now I love God, I'm Christian down, but that would be a very hard conversation in my house.
It
You know,
would.
it would be a very
It would.
that would be likely one of the few circumstances where I would, honestly be okay with not
Yes,
keeping. I'm sorry, and I
I,
know that's not biblical. I
I
know
get
that.
it.
Yeah,
But
I know that's,
yes,
but
sir.
that's against the will of God. But
Yes,
that's
sir.
that would be the one time I would seriously consider it, and actually might I would likely be okay with it if that were my child or my wife. Imagine my wife going out there right now and somebody taking it from her. She's carrying a product of that.
Yeah,
I
I get
Yeah,
it.
you know what
I
I'm
get it.
saying. I know
I
that
get it.
sounds
I
horrific, but
get it.
I'm just I have to be 100% honest.
Wholeheartedly, I get it.
Yeah,
But
it's
I
just
also had to take my time and I had to think about it, Marquis.
yeah.
Really, I had to think about it simply because with all that's going on with these changes that this orange man is going to try to make
Mm-hmm.
with women and their situations,
Say it
I had
again.
to stop and I had to stop and think about it because
Thank you,
these
Tamika.
children are going to do one or two things, whether it's a product of rape or not. These children are going to do two things. They're either going to save a life or either going to take a life. And
Mm-hmm.
when I say take a life, I mean some people may not be able to handle it. So God only knows what could happen. But these
Sonya?
children could also
Imagine
save a
your a
life.
12-year-old, 11 or 10, a 10-year
Hmm.
old.
I could use my child for that. You know,
That's, no,
I would
that's
hope.
no.
I would hope. I would hope that God could get us through it because I can't see myself. Um, if it's not life or death, okay. If it's not life or death, I can't see myself not allowing what God allowed to be to come in this world
Sonya, that's
because it has a purpose.
mm,
I, I think about what if, okay, I don't know my mom's, I'm just, I don't know my mom's situation. And
hmm.
it's the same with this young lady that we're talking
Sure,
about.
sure.
I don't know if, nobody knows if this was
That's also true.
voluntary fornication
Hmm.
or being that the young man is supposedly, allegedly 20 years old. You don't know if it's a forced situation. They are assuming in her church that she just, hide under the pants.
Yeah,
But what they don't know is
tap that
did
like
this
button,
older
folks.
person did this older person force himself on her?
Hmm.
Has he been grooming her to where she doesn't understand that it's not a relationship and it's rape?
Well, some of us, I mean, we don't even know how old this young lady is because
They say she's 15.
I saw 16s and I also saw a high school diploma. So where people are claiming that
Okay.
she is old as 19, almost 20.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's across the board right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. Yeah. But
But
even that,
regardless,
even in that, regardless, she ain't got no reason to be a apologizing to no church.
Absolutely. Now we
And
all
so,
can agree on that part. That
and we're
apologize.
gonna go
I
back
think
to
you
your
have
favorite
made the.
part.
Yeah, that was
We're gonna go back.
yeah.
We're gonna go back to your favorite part when the man said she better be glad the Lord ain't take her out.
Then take her out.
Hold on, brother man. Do you not understand? You better be glad the Lord ain't take you out for the sins that you committing.
Correct.
Cause you committing some.
Correct.
They just can't see yours.
They just can't see, and that's the
And
problem I have with the church. People
check
in
this out.
church, they love to call out the sins that are seen.
Hmm.
But it's the ones that you're able to put the veil over, the ones you're able to hide that people
Yes.
simply ignore.
Yes.
We're not
Yes.
talking about granddaddy that got this beautiful family that come up in the church every week, but he
Okay.
got a whole other family on the other side of town. How many times have we seen
Hello.
that? Or when
Hello.
he passed, the other
Hello.
children from the other family show up at the funeral.
How many times have we dismissed
Come on.
a man of God's sins
Come
because
on.
of who he is?
Come on now.
We may see it and ignore it.
Come on now.
But look, here's the thing. I may see what you're doing, but I ain't gonna judge you on it. But don't come judging me either. Because I don't have that right. I don't have that right. I'm not God. I'm not Jesus. I don't have a hell or a heaven to put you in. So I don't have that right. What you do is between you and the God that you serve. Because I understand that the call, whatever it is on your life, is the gift and the call is given without repentance. So God ain't gonna change his mind. So I ain't finna touch you on that. But look here, don't stand up there like you didn't just wake up and sin before you got to the house of God.
See,
Because even if you had a thought in your mind that was against what God says or thinks or feels, that's a sin. So don't come up there like you sinless. Because I can guarantee you, before your feet hit the floor and you brush your teeth, you sin some kind of way. You
but
had an
okay, but
ungodly
here's the
thought
things,
or
Sonya.
something.
I think that with regards, and this is why I would never want to be a minister or a pastor, because I feel like when you ascend to a position like that, you're expected to be an example for the community. And
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you should be held more accountable than the people that you're preaching to because you're supposed to be that example. So
Mm-hmm. It is
so
different.
so
Yes,
for
sir.
so for
I
me,
I agree.
yeah,
I agree.
so for me, I cannot turn a blind eye to the things that you do as a pastor. I'm not going to be able to turn a blind eye to you in the club or you drinking and smoking because you're supposed to be the pastor. So I don't know if you I don't no I don't know if I
No, I'm not gonna turn a blind eye to it.
well you said
But
you're
I'm
not
not gonna
gonna
put you.
judge. I'm about yes something
I'm
to
not.
judge. Yes, no
I
sir.
I am not going. When I say judge, I'm not gonna condemn you. They condemn that child,
They did.
and God says there is now, therefore now, no, right now. That means right now at that moment, no condemnation. And if God don't condemn her, they ain't got no business condemning her.
I agree with that.
The only thing that this child cannot be forgiven for is denying Christ.
That's it.
If she leave this earth and she denied Jesus Christ,
She gone.
hell bound. But everything else, she can be forgiven for.
Yeah.
And if Jesus forgives her, them people in that church, especially the mothers in that church,
Come
the
on.
mothers in that church need to go before the Lord like they be on that altar on Sunday mornings, crying and screaming and hollering, boo-hooing, talking about they ain't leaving till the Spirit come.
Uh huh.
They
Got that
need to be
light word
locked
in
up
there,
in the church.
folks.
They need to be locked up. They don't never need to leave out. Because for them not to go up there and hug that baby, that young lady, whatever, whoever she is, not hug her and love on her. Nobody knows what that child went home and did, said, or thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
And would that have been justified if she
Agreed.
had hurt herself? Would that have been okay with them?
Correct. Or gotten so stressed that she sent herself into preterm labor.
Yes.
Stress is the last thing you need when you're carrying
So
a
then
child.
you ending two lives.
Come on now. Come
Then
on now.
you ended two lives. You're accountable for two lives then.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
so
So
I think we're in perfect agreement on that part. I'm not, and again, I understand that churches operate in the way that they operate. So I'm not even mad at him for what he did. I'm mad at
I
how
have a
he
problem
did
with
it.
that. I have a problem with it. I have a serious problem with it. And the reason why I do is because even if you go to a building and this building has requirements
Mm,
and these people have set up requirements, even if you go to this place, these are not God made requirements. These are man made requirements. And for you to tell me that I have to follow man made requirements or else I'm condemned, I'm put out, I'm put to shame, any of this stuff that man comes up with, I have a problem with that. Now, if it's what God says and it is kept in context and it lines up with his word, that's different. But this pastor ain't lining up with what God say.
well,
So,
fornicating and making babies outside of wedlock is biblical.
but not the way he put it. Not the not
The only
not in the
thing that
context.
wasn't biblical was you can't have a baby shower. That part is when he went off script. But him saying, no, you making babies outside of wedlock is outside the will of God. That's biblical.
Well, let me tell you
Tell me something.
something.
I like when you be trying to check me then, Sonya. That's
No,
biblical.
no,
That was straight
I'm sorry.
biblical.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's biblical. No fornication. I mean, yes, that's biblical. I'm not saying that's not. But the way that he is using the word to bring out other points to make it okay for what he's saying, what he's doing, and what really got me, and this may be simple to somebody else, but as a former deaconess in a church,
Mm.
for him to tell that child, "Don't touch the table." Hello, huh? Don't touch
Yeah,
the
that
table.
was a little extreme. Y'all hit
Don't
that
touch
like
the
button up at the
table.
top, please.
Do you not know how many people go around the church and touch that table, whether it's intentional or unintentional? They sin it. What make them justified in touching the table?
Okay, I agree with you now. Him telling her not to touch the communion table was a
Don't
bit
touch. Don't
extreme.
touch.
That was
Don't touch
wrong.
that
I agree
table.
with that.
Don't put.
That was
Don't
wrong.
don't put that sin on that table. Because if you touch that table, we're gonna have young ladies fornicating all up in this church. Don't you
The
touch that table?
Jezebel spirit gonna jump out on her.
Hello, hello.
I agree, Sonya. I don't have a defense
And
for the
and
communion
and and,
table
and
for
people
comment
don't
either.
even understand the Jezebel spirit is not talking about a hoe. The Jezebel spirit is not talking about a harlot. The Jezebel spirit is talking about a disobedient spirit.
Hmm.
People got to keep it. People, they got to stop, and that is why people have a problem with the church
Mm.
because the word of God is being misused and misinterpreted, and that's why they got a problem. And that's why this mama, who should have been standing up there with her daughter, should have been standing right there with her daughter, holding her daughter.
Mama clearly said that
I
nobody
don't care
made
what
her get
mama
up
say.
there, and she did it. She went up there on her own recognizance.
Okay, understand this. That's a lie.
You
And
cannot say that it's a lie,
I'm gonna tell you
Sonya.
why it's a lie.
You
I'm gonna tell you
cannot
why it's a
say
lie.
that, Sonya.
I'm gonna tell you why it's a lie. Can I just tell you why
No,
it's a
you
lie?
cannot say it's a lie, Sonya. You're bearing false
Because
witness, and that's not
it's
that's against the
it's
word
a
of God
lie.
as well.
Okay, let me say, in my opinion, it's a lie, and I'm
Uh,
gonna tell you why. Because the pastor said, "Oh, we talked about it. She know what it is. So to me, that says we talked about it, and you gonna go before the church, and you gonna apologize to the church. So this
Now I
young lady,
did. Now I will say I did pause when he said that we, because my thing is, if you've already had this private conversation with this man, then there was
hello,
really no need for you to do this public apology.
hello,
I agree. Now,
hello,
Sonya, I will agree with you on that. You got me on that
because
one.
if y'all talked about it,
I,
then
you
to
got me
me,
there. Okay,
to
look,
me,
I can admit when somebody
when
got me.
when
You got
when
me that
people
time.
go in the office and talk to the pastor,
You
and the
got me
pastor
there.
say, "We
Now,
talked about
now
it,"
we swinging. These are the people I like to have conversations with. Go ahead. You got me
yeah,
on that one. I'm gonna let you have
I
that
I
point.
done
That was a good one.
I done talked to you. I
Hmm.
done told you how I feel about it, and this what we gonna do.
Yeah, yeah,
And I'm gonna
yeah.
tell you why I say that,
Hmm.
because my pastor, whom I love
Oh,
dearly, had a talk with me before I came back to the church. He had a talk
tap
with
that
me.
like button up at the top,
And
folks.
he said, "Sonya, we got to reconcile this thing. You know what I'm saying? We got to reconcile this thing.
I agree with
And
you, Barnes.
I want you to pray, and I want you to ask the Lord what it is He wants you to say, because I want you to go before the church and talk to the congregation, because it was done to the congregation.
Uh huh.
So that's why I feel like when you go in that office, your pastor gonna tell you what to do. Now, whether you do it or not, that's on you. But when you go in that office and you have a one-on-one with your pastor, he gonna tell you what to do. And I can tell you 9 times out of 10, he probably told that young lady and her mother, "Mama, she got to go before the church, and she got to make it right with the church."
Okay.
Cause I ain't hear him say nothing. This the kicker for me. I not one time did I hear him say, "You gotta get it right with the Lord."
That's the problem I really had with it. It was
He
everything
said, "You
was for
gotta
the people
deal with
sitting
the
in front of
sin,
him. I
and you
didn't hear
gotta
God
deal.
at
You can't
all.
wait. You can't wait. You gotta deal with the sin right then." But he
Yeah.
never said, "You gotta get it right with God."
Yeah, you're right about that.
Those words never came out of his mouth.
You're right. You're right.
I'm
Okay,
done.
well, let's fast forward a little bit. So the story has continued to evolve since I put out my video.
Okay.
Now one of the videos that I saw, they had several men to come into the church and run up on this pastor.
I
Um,
saw one.
with violent threats, and
Wow.
they basically had to be escorted off the premises, and they said they were going to shut his church down, and so forth and so on. Sonya, if you've seen the video, what are
I
your thoughts on that?
Now I did see a video soon after where a young man had someone with him, and he went into church, and I don't know if they were having Bible study or what,
Yeah,
and
we're talking about the
they
same
were
video
ending.
because he was like,
Okay, and they were ending
don't
whatever they
don't
were
don't
having.
touch me because I touch back, which basically means I will
Yes,
fight you.
yes,
Yeah, you
yes.
saw the same
And
video.
he said, we finna shut it
We're
down.
gonna shut
We
this
finna
down. We're
picket.
gonna
We finna have some
boycott all this
pickets.
kind of stuff.
Yes, we're gonna do all that.
Yeah.
Now, my thoughts on that is this, and Lord forgive me. I'm gonna ask the Lord to forgive me right now. But my thoughts
Tap
on
that
that
thumbs
is
up,
this:
folks.
bravo, bravo, because
Which
they
way I'm
may not
supposed
have
to do
handled it.
it?
They may not have handled it.
Hold on,
They
which
may
way
not
am
have
I
handled it.
supposed to side eye? Do I side eye in this
Listen now.
direction? Am I doing it right, folks?
Listen now. They may not have handled it right, but somebody had to say something, Marquis.
Sonya,
They may not have handled it right.
Sonya, could y'all please make sure I'm side eyeing her in the right direction? Because that's
And
you getting the
you
strong
side
side
eyed
eye
me
for
in the
that one.
right direction. You side
Sonya,
eyed me in the right
you're
direction.
commending this man, these people for running up on this pastor in his
I
church?
didn't hear
No,
them
ma'am.
threaten the man. I didn't hear them
They
threaten that man.
threatened this pastor.
I didn't hear them threaten that man.
I don't touch me because I touch back. Is that not a threat?
But somebody was touching him.
Oh my God, Sonya, stop it. We're gonna
No,
shut
the
your church
if you
down.
watch
We
if
about
you
to
watch the
boycott. You ain't gonna even
if you
have a
watch
church
if
when we
you
get
watch
through
the
with you. Those are
video
not threats.
if you watch
Y'all
the
threatened this man because y'all did not
I don't think
agree.
it's a threat to say you finna boycott.
Sonya, why
He
are you
finna pick it.
boycotting them? Why are you boycotting a person for delivering the word of God?
They not
You don't have to
boycotting
agree
him.
with it.
They
You
not.
do not have to
They
agree with
not.
the way that
They
this
not
man carry
boycotting
on
him
in his
because he
church.
delivered.
These nobody is being forced to stand or stay in this church. So I felt he was totally in the wrong for coming in there and running up on that man. That's that is
I
he's
think they are being forced
that
to
is a
stay in the
man of
church.
God, and this man is in his house, in the house of God. You walk, that's no
Yeah.
different than you coming in my living room telling me you don't like the way I raise my children, and I'll fight you
Okay,
about the way
Marquis.
about
Okay,
the way you
okay,
raise your kids. It's the same
okay,
thing.
Marquis. But I feel like this though, because if you watch the video, and maybe I'm watching it wrong,
Yeah, you are.
but the
You
no,
watching it with them fleshly
but
eyes.
the pastor had to move. The pastor had to move a young man because the young man was getting ready to touch on him. And I saw the pastor move a young man, and I think this young man had glasses on, had a coat on, and some glasses. Where the pastor was moving him, saying, come on, come on." Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch it,
Even
but
if
if
that's
I'm
the
not
case, if
mistaken,
somebody is running up on you, do you not have a right to defend
I
yourself?
think
Because
the
why
man
are
was
you
just
running
trying
up
to
on
ask
this man
questions.
in his
Was
church?
he running up on him, or was he trying to
Well,
ask
you should
questions?
not have run. You should. First of all, I don't even. I'm pretty sure half them people that's ready to protest don't even go to nobody church or even believe in the Bible. That's the problem I have with. That's the problem. You're only coming up in here hot because you saw a clip on Facebook.
Well,
Because when you boil it down to it, the man was not lying. Sin is sin. Fornicating and making babies is sin. All of that is true. The only thing
I
that was
understand.
wrong was you can't have a baby shower and her coming up in the, and having to apologize to your congregation. And even that is
I
debatable.
understand that, and that's the part that I agree with when he said, "Why would you do this child like this? Why would you tell this child she can't have no baby shower?"
I mean, but
That's the
but
part.
these are. I'm not, I mean, you can say that, but that's no different than when we had the preachers that stand up there and say y'all shouldn't believe in Santa Claus. Okay, that's how you
But
feel. I came right home and
they videoed
we
this.
still did Santa Claus till I didn't want to do it no more because you don't run that over here.
They videoed this and embarrassed this child worldwide.
Okay, the video has
Worldwide.
been taken down. Let's be real. I mean, it's on
They did.
TikTok now.
Okay, they took it down.
They did take it down
So,
off Facebook. That is true. They
so
took that
Marquis,
entire service
it's
down.
too late now, baby.
It
So
is
many
too
people have
late
seen
now.
it.
That is true.
The
That is
damage is done.
the damage is definitely done.
The damage is done.
But and there lies the problem. If you're gonna correct
Yes.
your sheep in that way, I don't even have a problem with you doing that. That is y'all religion. That is how y'all feel it needs to be handled. That has nothing to do with me. The only problem I have is when you invite the world, which is largely unchurched, into your church and then do that. You already know you're gonna get a reaction. It's not gonna be a good one. So the real true problem is that y'all live stream this thing when you shouldn't have. That should have
Yeah.
been a private
They should have
moment
cut.
with
They
you
should
and
have
your
cut it off at that
congregation.
point. They should have cut it off. Well, to
Hold
me,
on, let me talk to Judge Entertainment. Judge Entertainment, it's this ninja wearing a wig, sir. This is growing out of my scalp.
he need to get up. He
Why would
need to.
I, a grown man of 40 years old, have on a wig, sir? And
He
why
need to
are you
go.
here? If you're gonna be here and you're gonna troll, do me a huge favor and hit that button up, that tap that button up there, to thumb me up. Since you're having to interrupt a show with a real meaning. But no, sir, I don't wear wigs. Is your mammy wearing one? Because everybody in my house got hair.
What?
Everybody in my house got hair.
This is
We're
totally off
blessed with it. It
subject.
grows out of our scalp. Is your mammy bald headed? Is that what you
Why
upset
do they
about?
come for your hair?
I
Why do
don't
they
know.
do that?
What my hair
Do
got to
they
do with
not understand
anything?
what they do? They not understand what they finna get when they come for your hair?
Burnt up, burnt alive. Sir, subscribing to me ain't gonna make me feel no better about the way that I met you. I can't be bought. Because what you could have did was been a grown man and went to my page before you said in this live and attempted to insult me, and you would have realized that these locks have been growing out of my skull for I don't even know how many years now, since I was 27. Matter of fact, they was to my waist. I just cut them up this high because they was all the way to my waist. But no, sir, I don't have to wear a wig.
Why is he worried about your hair? Do he have it?
Do exactly. Do you have any hair, Judge?
Okay, let me get back right.
Are you
Okay.
bald? Are you suffering from alopecia?
Marquis, are you ready to bring somebody else up? Because I'm gonna get,
No, Sonya, I'm
I'm,
enjoying it.
I'm gonna get
I'm sorry.
myself,
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay,
get
I'm
myself in
sorry.
trouble. Well,
Hit
but
that
you know,
thumbs up
Crystal
button
has to
while you
come
in here
up.
trolling, Judge. I am not the person to come at. Listen, I don't disrespect people until they disrespect you. Disrespect me. I'm sorry, but I am a Gemini. I don't feel better till you feel worse. Where your bald headed mammy at?
I just think people want you to come out of character and they
but
be happy. After you come out of character, they leave you alone.
I am a
They,
not. I listen. I am a Christian, but that does not make me weak. And when you
that's right.
and
But I'm just
I do on to others as they do on to me. So if you're gonna be nice to me, I'm gonna be nice to you. If you're gonna be respectful to me, I'm gonna be respectful for you. But the moment you cross the line, I'm coming after you.
well, I can't fault you on that one because they always coming after you about your
They
hair. As
always
beautiful as it, they want it. They
they
want.
want
They want it.
just say it's nice and be through with it. Just
Just
it's
say, how
nice.
did
I
you?
know it.
Better than that, Marquise. Say, look, host, whatever they want to call you, sir. How did you get your hair to grow like that?
Correct.
What products did you use? How did you do it? I would love for my hair to be like
That's
that.
it.
But instead, they got to come up here and talk
With
about
the
it,
insult.
knowing they want it. They want it.
Kayla
People only
Vaughn
talk
is
about what they
responsible for
want.
everything you see.
People only
She
talk about what they want.
ignorant, just ignorant. No, sir. No, sir. I don't wear fake hair. Ain't nothing fake about me.
Wow.
Ugh. I'm sorry. See, that's how the interruption go. We were having a good time. Okay, I don't care. You are sorry. Sorry. Look, I'm about to hit you with that Ike Turner. Yeah, you sorry. Sorry, it's MF I ever met. I don't cook. I can't do that. Oh God, people are just ridiculous. Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Sonya. So
No, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. You handle your show. This is your show. I am a guest.
but I hate that you know what I'm saying. Just it's just unnecessary.
But
Why?
sometimes you have to do that
You have to
because
let people know
so
that
that
you are
they'll
not
know.
afraid of them. Mm-mm.
Sometimes you do because they ain't gonna stop.
Yeah.
Sometimes they ain't gonna stop. And
Look,
once you
mama.
show them not to play with you,
They
they'll
better
stop.
get it
They'll get
right.
it.
They better get it.
They'll
I'm
get it.
sorry, Miss B. These folks make me angry. Don't entertain that mess. Don't get a devil what he looking for tonight. Sometimes I get tired of being the bigger person. It is
Mhm.
hard being the bigger person.
It
Sometimes I
is.
want to
It
step
is.
down there with them.
It is so hard. That is one of the hardest things to do.
First of all, there's a no cussing rule in my box in my room, Judge Entertainment. One more cuss word, you will be blocked. Okay, where there's that you're gonna respect me. And it was nothing funny about what you said. You're just a lame. How old are you, Judge? Because first of all, why are you a grown man concerned about what's growing out of my scalp anyway? Are you interested? Because you're in the wrong room, sir. This is not the. I'm not part of the alphabet community. So if you're interested in me, you're barking up the wrong tree, sir. And I laugh at that. I always find questionable men that are concerned about what other men are doing. Do you like men? That's the funny part because I walk past men all the time, and I'm never concerned about what they doing, saying, how they feeling, and what they wearing, and what's growing out of their hair. Because guess what? I don't like them. But for you to come in here and you concerned about what's going, you want to tug on it. You want to tug on it.
Marquise,
I'm
let's get back
sorry.
on. Let's get back on. let's get back on, cause you
Can we get back
don't let
on? I'm sorry.
don't
I'm telling you, folks,
don't
but they
let
been
them people
ooh.
don't
Oh.
let that spirit do that.
No.
Don't let don't let that because that ain't nothing but a spirit just trying to. Don't
That
let that
ain't nothing
spirit
but a
do.
confused spirit. Judge is
Let that
confused.
spirit do what that spirit gonna do. Cause that spirit can't argue with itself. Now I
Golly, Judge,
you done said
go.
what you
I
had to
hope
say.
you
Look,
and your man are very happy. You
Marquis,
know, I hope
you
you
know
find a
what?
nice
Stop
young
it.
man. But
Stop
I'm
it.
not him.
Stop it. Stop it. Me,
He got the
where
light,
Crystal
boy.
at? Where's it's Crystal turn? Where Crystal?
Look, you want Crystal to come up now?
Cause I want you to behave. I
I'm
want you to behave.
sorry.
I want you to behave.
I'm just saying, leave me
I don't
alone.
want
I
you
don't bother
I don't want you
anybody.
entertaining
Don't bother
this
me.
person. I don't want you to entertain that spirit. I want let's get back on it and because it's Crystal turn. Crystal told me Crystal saying I ain't gonna never be quiet, so it's Crystal turn.
Crystal ready to come. Okay, okay. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Crystal ready for
I
it.
think we
In
I
all
think that's a great
seriousness.
place to land. So before I let you go, I do apologize, people. I try not to go out to people in the comments, but sometimes every now and then these little boys, the light boys, need to be told.
Well, understand this, Marquise. You don't
Yeah,
ever have to apologize to me because I've been on TikTok, so I know how it is. And sometimes it just transfers on over.
it
So
do.
you don't have to apologize to me. I ain't
I'm
part of the
sorry because
congregation. I'm not a part of the congregation. I
we were
ain't part of
having
that
such a
congregation.
great conversation. You know what
I
I'm
don't.
saying, and to
I
have people
know,
come in with that just to disrupt things, it
but
makes
it's
no
okay
sense.
because we're gonna end it on a positive note,
Yes,
and
but
then
yes,
and
Sonia, I do want you to, having had those experiences in churches, I do want to just say thank you because I like the fact that you have a positive take on it, where you
yeah,
did those exact same things, and the church loved you, and they embraced you, and they were there for you. So that is what we need to see more of instead, and that's the only thing I hate about social media as a whole. It's always the negativity that sells. You know what I mean?
yes,
The positive
yes,
stories never go. When we're out in the community doing good God's work and saving souls and feeding the homeless, none of that goes noticed. But the minute something goes wrong, that goes viral, and that becomes everybody's excuse as to this is why I don't go to church, and this is why preachers are
yes,
this and that, and so forth and so on.
yes,
So I want to take the opportunity to just say thank you for offering a take on it, or your own personal account that shows that the church, the real church, knows how to love on
yes,
their people, and we love you through the sin. What it is, we hate the
yes,
sin, we don't hate the sinner. And
yes.
what we
Perfect.
saw in that moment was the hate towards the sinner instead of the
Yes,
sin, and that is
yes,
where I feel like this pastor was 100% wrong.
yes.
Okay, so
Well, here's the
I'm gonna give
thing.
it to you now to land your plane, and then we're gonna let Miss
Yes,
Crystal up. I do thank you for this interview. This has been great.
I appreciate you having me.
Ooh.
And here's the thing: we have to remember, and this is very important to me.
Mhm.
We have to remember that in the church, we go to church with a church full of sinners.
Come on.
The church is a hospital, and
Correct.
Jesus said He came for the sick, not the well. So nobody in the church house is perfect. And when you go to the church, you go to hear the word so that it can heal whatever is in you that you need to get rid of. And I think if more people would look at it that way, we would be less judgmental. We would have more people coming to Christ instead of running from Christ. And I want to touch on something you said because I was going to end with that.
Hmm.
I think that the way that this is set up and the way that it went out gave people more of an excuse not to be in the house of God and not to give their lives to Christ. Because
Hmm.
the first thing they will say is, well, if that's how God is,
I don't want no part
I
of
don't
it.
want no part of that.
Hmm.
But instead of them saying, if that's how God is, I don't want no part of that, they say, well, if that's how Christians are, if that's how Christianity is, But it's not about Christians and Christianity. We are only able to do as much as this flesh will allow us to do. And we try every day to die to the flesh, to kill the things that we struggle with.
Yeah. Yeah.
People not only put pastors on a pedestal, but they put people that say that they are Christians, believers, or disciples. But you got to remember, Jesus never called us Christians.
Come on now.
He said, go make disciples of men, meaning men and women. Go make disciples. Go call them unto me. And I'll reconcile them back to my Father. Lift me up and I'll draw them to me. So
Mm-hmm.
we got it twisted. We put so much on Christians and how Christians are supposed to walk and how Christians are supposed to live and how Christians are supposed to be until it gives other people an
Mm-hmm.
excuse not to be. And God left no room for excuses when he died on the
Yeah.
cross.
Yeah.
All the excuses were taken away. So this pastor has no excuse. Even the young lady has no excuse. But she was dealt with wrongly.
I agree.
She was dealt with wrongly. There's no way about it. Yes, he did say what the word says about fornication.
That's
Yes,
true.
he did.
He did.
But it was used in a way to condemn her as well.
It was
And
weaponized.
there's nothing about God's word that condemns us. It only heals us, redeems us, and frees us. That's what it does. And that's what people need to be looking for. They don't need to be looking at people and their sins.
Mm-hmm.
They need to be looking to Jesus and see how God is working on the people that call themselves believers and Christians. We all are a work in progress. All
Absolutely.
of us. Even that man that stood up there, even that pastor is
Mhm.
a work in progress. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Miss B says, Sonya, thanks for being who you are. Say you saved someone's soul tonight. I really believe that. God bless you. That's a great.
Oh,
That was a
bless
great
you.
shout out in the comment
All
section.
glory to God. All glory to God. God bless you.
I hope we don't have these many issues getting you back up here the next time. My Lord, I
Oh,
fought for
look,
my life to get you in this box.
you got the right email. So anytime you want me. If I'm not coughing my lungs up and sick,
Yeah.
I got you.
That
I
is
have
so
no problem.
kind.
I
And
I
look,
told you.
this is the platform that you prefer. So we
I
finally
love
got
it
you
over
up
here.
here in it. So
I love it over here.
it's good. It is
I don't like
good.
it. I don't like it too much at that other place. Like you
Because
say.
it is a big difference though.
Yeah, it
It
is.
is fun, but it's very chaotic. Here we
Yes.
get to have grown folks conversations. You know what I
Yes.
mean? And I do. I like it here too. So
I
I'm
love
hoping
it.
we continue to grow and we get just as big over here as we are over there. But this is what I think I need to be doing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, we're
Yes.
all helping, we're all healing, and I'm opening up that space for everybody to bring their stories, mine included, and we help each other along the way. So that is what I want to do with this platform over here. So we're gonna see how it goes.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm
Well,
dropping you down in the comments.
bastard.
Oh, this she call. Y'all heard her call me a bastard. All right. Listen, bastard is the conversation of the night. If you are a bastard, please let me know that you're a bastard in the comment section. Again, it's not an insult, it's just a fact. Biblically, I am a bastard. I was born to my mother who had me before she was married. She married my father right before I turned one, but that doesn't make me any less of a bastard. I'm a proud bastard because this bastard turned out to be a pretty decent human being. I got up, I got married. 21, I started having kids. Neither of my children are bastards. And if it wasn't for me being a bastard, I wouldn't be the man of God that I am today. So I thank God. I did, brother bastard. That is Sonya in the comments cutting up now. She's a bastard as well. I love my bastard sister in Christ. All right, Crystal, it is on you. We are ready for you to tap that button and come on up here. I don't know if Mia's still in the building. Crystal, we ready for you. All you got to do is go back to your email, hit the link, and the screen will split, and you'll be here. But yeah, tonight's show is for the bastards. If you're a bastard, let me know, because I am. Oh, bastard child. How? Crystal, did you get the email? I sent you an email. All you got to do is go to the email. It's like a little pretty picture that says join the live. When you hit the box, hit the little hit the box, the link in the box. There you go. You got it. Crystal, I told you it's a little different over here.
It is. I didn't even know how to do it.
Yeah.
So I was.
It takes a little bit of work. Okay, now let's practice this thing. Point at me, Crystal. See, wrong. Point the other way. That is correct. That is correct.
Well, the way I'm looking. No, the way I'm looking.
I know.
Oh, so I gotta go this way.
You got to get it in your mind to point in the opposite direction.
That's crazy.
It is so crazy because now I'm pointing at you, right?
Yeah.
See, but actually you're sitting on the other side of my screen. I just have to pretend
Really?
like you're over here. Yes, it is the hardest thing and I keep doing it wrong. And people in the comments have been burning me up for like 3 weeks because I'm trying to get it right. But yeah, you just have to point
So
in the
I gotta go.
opposite
If I'm
direction.
pointing at you, I gotta go here.
Yeah,
But it's crazy. 'Cause I'm looking at you right here.
exactly. But if you point over there, you're pointing at the wall. All right, I got another bastard in the room.
Bastard, bastard, bastard.
Oh,
Oh,
bastard is
can
the
I get
word.
some of your
I'm
hair to
just
add?
enjoying it because I'm never gonna use this word again. So I'm
Can
just
I
having
get some of
fun
your
with
hair
it.
to add on some mine?
What's that?
Can I get some of your hair to add on some mine?
No, because then I would have to grow it out. You're able to go buy your hair. I got to wait on God to grow this.
I said I was joking. I said, can I get
I
some of your hair
know
to add?
I knew it. I knew it. All right, Crystal. Sonya has been swinging on this topic all night. I would love to know what you plan on adding to this conversation because she was at it.
She took everything.
So
Well,
so
no,
why
no,
are
I
you
have
here,
something.
bastard?
Hold on, my phone fell.
If you're not gonna further the conversation, bastard,
No, I
why
can
you here?
further. I was joking.
I do. Wait a minute. Is that liquor up at the top of your cabinet? No, that's Coca-Cola.
No, those are soda bottles
I
that
see it. And a
my
crock
grandfather
pot.
used to have, and I just collected them. Those are old soda bottles. My grandfather used to have a machine, so out of his machine, I kept those.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
I'm just being nosy.
those are the old,
I hate
old.
when people
Oh, I
just
forgot
sit
I'm
up
in my
and
kitchen.
watch the
Oh yeah.
background. I know that's terrible.
Oh, I don't care. I'm all right.
Okay,
So
we are ready for you to further this conversation.
so I agree with her on a lot of things.
You got any buts? What do you disagree with?
I didn't agree with the man coming into church.
Thank you. All right, now we ready to swing on some folks. I did not, Crystal. I'm gonna let you have it. Let me be quiet because it was a no for me. How dare you come in anybody's church and run up on them like that?
Exactly. A lot of
This is
people
not the streets. This is not a club. This is the
this is not
house
a
of God
party.
at the end of the day.
A lot of people agree on that. What if that would have went left?
Correct.
So no, I
I
didn't agree
mean,
on
to
that.
me, I equate that to when that white boy went up in that church and unalived all them people during that Bible study. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. The church should be a sacred place. That should be the one place where you
Exactly.
can go and not feel like you're going to be threatened, beat up, or your life taken. And for that man, for them people to walk up in that church just because y'all mad about a clip you saw on Facebook, I have serious issue with that one. Go ahead, Crystal. I don't want to take your don't
They
want to
could
take
have
it
had a
further.
conversation like we are right now.
Correct.
We agree to disagree. But
Correct.
for them to go up in the church, to me that was totally out of order. It could have went wrong. What if
Mm-hmm.
somebody would have had a pew pew, been
Correct.
that mad?
Correct.
But and then I don't agree because he put it out there to the world just because y'all think that was right. What did you thought? He wasn't thinking what was gonna happen. So
Hmm.
look what all happened, and then you want to take it down. If you agreed that it was right and you thought she was right and y'all was all right in your church, you should never took it down.
I agree with that. You should never back down. If you're gonna take a stance, that stance has got to remain. This is the house of God. These are our beliefs. This is how we worship, and this is how we handle situations. You either like it or block us. But what we will not do is back down on our word. I agree with you there, Crystal.
Yeah, because he
Okay,
took it
Crystal,
down.
you coming with it tonight? Come on with
Yeah,
it.
so to me, he took it down all because he didn't like what other people were saying. So you are agreeing with them. So that's why you took it down. If you believe in what you believe, I would have never took it down. This is what y'all believe in. This is our church. She got up here on her own and said what she said. If you don't like it, don't watch it.
Correct.
But for him to take it down, I don't. I look at him as a pastor like I don't know.
Yeah. To me, yeah, correct. Correct. All right, people, I need you guys to hit that thumbs up button as you're coming in the room. That really does help me get out in the algorithm. All you got to do is hit it one time. Unlike
Oh, I
TikTok,
just
where
say
you
I
have to
already
do
hit
this
you.
mess all night, all you got to do is tap it one time up at the top, and it does wonders. So thank you all in advance. All right, Miss Crystal, see, I knew you were gonna add some good stuff to this conversation, but no, I
Yeah, because when he took it down, I was like, he don't believe. He don't stand on what he believes.
yep, it
He
makes
doesn't
you
stand
look
on what he
weak.
believes. So
It
I didn't.
makes you look weak. Yeah.
Another thing, I do agree with Sonya when she said the mother should have been standing right by her side.
Mm.
And I really think the congregation should have got in line and hugged her and loved on her.
I agree with that. It should
I
have been a
do.
fellowship piece. If I ask for forgiveness, yeah, and y'all truly forgive me, that should have been all. That should have been there. I agree. The mama should have been there with her, and definitely everybody should have embraced her and embraced her in that moment. I agree with that.
Let her know everything's gonna be all
You're gonna be
right. You know,
fine.
this is your church. You apologize. They should be behind you, loving
Hmm.
on you. And then for him to say, "Oh, you can't." A baby shower is to celebrate a child. So you're telling her that she can't celebrate her child because it was made out of wedlock. I just don't agree on that. A
Okay,
baby
now
shower. She's young. So he's telling her that she can't celebrate her child.
I'm about to get myself in some trouble with this one. Now I already know, which is why I'm glad that I have women that are coming up as co-hosts, because maybe this is just the man in me and the father in me. I don't know, but I put myself in that situation. My daughter is in 10th grade. She's just turned 16.
Hmm.
If one of her little friends were to get pregnant tomorrow, I would not allow my daughter to go to the baby shower.
Okay, that's you. Yeah.
I just wouldn't. Nothing against the child. Now, if you want
They
to
could have
buy
had
your
little
friend,
small.
if you
They
want to
could have
buy
had
your,
small.
say what?
The mom, why he's telling them not to have one? The mom and her small family. Not to say you got to invite. He's telling her she can't have one at all. Well,
Yeah,
how?
that I oh, look, I'm pointing the wrong way. That I can't justify. But what I'm saying as a parent,
Mm,
I would be okay with. I would even go as far as buying the child a gift and let my daughter give the gift to her, at a later
at
date. But
school, yeah.
but no, you're not going to the celebration. Absolutely not. Because what I don't want, and that's kind of similar to, and like I said, it's a little bit similar to what the preacher is saying. I don't want you to get the idea in your head that this is cool and this is fashionable, and hey, maybe I should get me a baby too, because your mind is still very much impressionable at that age. You know what I mean? And the way that they do baby showers now, it's not like we sitting at a restaurant just opening a gift. These baby showers look like weddings now. You know what I mean? They're big and
Not saying she
elaborate.
get. Not saying she has to have one like that, but the mother could have had one just among her family.
Yeah.
Not saying she has to invite the church. Or he was saying,
He
and one
said
of
no.
y'all
He said
better
no to
not.
all of it. Yeah, now
One of
that I
y'all
that
better
I can
not.
agree with. But I do agree with if this is an underage child, 14, 15 years
Hold on, how
old,
old is she?
we don't know. We nobody knows exactly how old she
She looks
is.
really young.
We've gotten reports as low as the lowest I've seen is 16, and the highest I've seen is 20.
She looked.
So
She didn't look 20 to me.
I mean, you should have saw my wife at 20. She still looked like a baby.
Uh,
So,
yeah, I think I
matter of
did
fact,
too.
I
I
need to
think I
pull
looked
out our
16.
picture from right when we were engaged. We still very much look like kids. So I don't.
So yeah, she might have been 20.
Yeah,
I just got. I
it's
thought she.
possible.
I don't know. I thought she was like 17, 18.
Hola, Joel. Hey, make sure you hit that thumbs up button while you're in the room. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to conversations and comments. Um, but yeah, so I as a parent, I wouldn't allow my daughter to attend, and I know that that may be wrong. I won't
No,
even say
that's what you
wrong.
agree upon.
Yeah, it's a no. No, you're not going. No,
But you
I
said
don't
you
want.
would buy a gift.
That's why people. Okay, yes, that's why people think you're celebrating the sin because they are so eloquent and elaborate. Now, correct. Our way our the we had a movie premiere for our baby shower, and we had a 3-tier cake that looked better than the one we had at our wedding. That I'm not lying. That thing was bad. It was black tie. My wife had on a red ballroom gown.
At the baby
Everybody else.
shower?
Yeah, if you go back far enough in my TikToks, and that's close to the beginning, you'll see little small clips from it. It was the bomb. We had a step and repeat, a custom step and repeat. I mean, we did the doggone thing, and there were people that were coming in as it was when the caterers came in and the guests finally arrived because everybody's trying to figure out who wears a black tie to a baby shower, and they walked in and realized, oh no, this right here, it was people that were confused. They would walk past our event space and think it was a wedding. That's how elaborate it was. So I know how
Well,
that
I went to
thing
a baby
goes.
shower like that, so yeah, I understand. But
Yeah,
you were saying they be like that, but she could have something small, intimate with her family.
yeah, and that's fine. But I hold on. Yes, I think they misunderstand the celebration. Like I agree with that too, Sonya. But my point is, for little kids, like I said, because I consider that a child having a child.
But
My
we don't know her
child will
age
not.
yet. We don't know her age yet.
Yeah, but let's say she's 16.
Oh,
I wouldn't allow my 16-year-old to come to your baby to that baby shower.
so
She can
if
buy you a
if
gift, but she ain't coming to your baby shower. No.
so, what if your daughter was 20 in college and her friend got pregnant and
Yeah,
had a baby?
now yeah. Once my daughter is of age, listen. After my daughter graduates from high school, look, and this may sound crazy. If she wanted to throw her life away the day after she graduated from high school, I'm a okay with that because you're a grown woman.
And
You're
that's her
18
decision.
and you have a degree. You did everything you were supposed to do in this house. So right from that point forward, a lot of this is on you. You know what I mean? Of course, I'm going to be there to try to guide you. So no, I wouldn't have that problem, but underage
I see
from
what you're
now
saying.
until she graduates. Oh no, she ain't want none of y'all baby
Oh,
shower.
you just saying the age thing.
It's the age thing for me,
So
absolutely.
so after 18 is
Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, you can go to you can go to the little the baby daddy, the baby mama, baby showers if you want to. However, after you 18, that's fine. You know what I mean? But like I say, I just feel like as a parent, I'm obligated to protect you in all regards, all the way up until you go across that stage. And I think that I don't want to give the impression that this is okay. Again, people make mistakes or what have you, but we're not you're not going to this celebration because I would the last thing I want is for that to get in your mind is maybe this is something I want too. You know what I mean? So no, you're not going. That may sound
you're right.
crazy, but
No, like Sonya said in the comments, no, it doesn't. She said because you did your job.
okay.
So it doesn't sound crazy. So
Yeah,
now I kind of understand what you're saying now because
yeah.
so nowadays kids do look at other things and follow after other kids.
Yeah, the peer pressure is there, and like I say, their children are so impressionable. You know what I mean? And if you go to imagine how much fun she had at our baby shower. You know, she was 11. No, Faith was 13 when Bishop was born, so she was 12, almost 13 at the time, and she had so much fun. It was an awesome party for her. You know what I mean? We had a DJ, a dance floor. She was allowed to invite a couple of her little friends to sit at the table with her.
They
I
probably
mean,
was like, "Oh, this is live."
correct. This is it. You know what I mean? But it was great for her to celebrate in that way because hey, you're looking at your mother and your father. They are happily married, and this is the baby they made as a married couple. So the message is correct all the way
And
across
she
the
always
board.
remember that when she
Correct.
gets married and
Yeah.
have her baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you okay?
Oh,
Yeah, that's a great.
Tamika has asked a great question. Would I stop her from being friends with the girl? Ooh, now I will say I am so fortunate. Nobody at Faith School has gotten pregnant. That I know of. And she goes to an IB school. It's an international baccalaureate school, so it's the school for the elite learners.
Oh, my daughter
And
went to what that we have one here where I live. That's where my daughter graduated from.
yeah,
One
it's
of the higher
insane.
level schools.
The
Yep.
curriculum is so ridiculous. Like
Yes.
and mind you, their graduating class is small. Like the people that make it all the way to the end, because you get a special IB diploma when you graduate, from the IB school. And the graduating class the last graduating class was less than 70 people. You know what I mean? That's how hard it is to get to the
Get
end of
in.
that program.
So ours is called a Votech school.
Huh?
So they start their college. So here where I live, it's called a Votech school. You have to have a certain grade point average to get in. You have
Mm-hmm.
to do an essay. You can't
Yep.
never have got in trouble.
Yep,
It's
and you
like a
got
lot
to
of
have the
things.
recommendations of the teachers and the support of,
Yes.
of your previous school to go. Yes, yeah, it sounds very similar.
Yeah,
And the
both my
school
daughters
is like
went to those
45 minutes
schools.
from our house, so they actually there she's bused to this special school. So yeah, so and I think that's probably a lot of the reason why we haven't had any of them, because the kids are just so focused, career driven, and focused that they really don't have the time. I won't say they don't have the time, but
No, it's
uh,
true because the school my daughter went to, it's like the same thing. Y'all's called, I forgot you said it's called what?
international baccalaureate.
And ours is called a Votech school. It has never even been a fight there.
Yeah, exactly. None of those
Never.
things. None of those things. Yeah,
You
but
think it's crazy, but no, it
yeah,
just
but
never. They never had a fight.
yeah.
They don't have
So
time.
so we haven't had that experience. Now, Tamika, that is an excellent question, and I have to be 100% honest. I would not stop her from being friends with the girl. I would not do that. Now, mind you, I'm extraordinarily protective, so it's not a thing where her friends come and spend the night at our house, because we don't do none of that kind of stuff anyway. So all of her friends, we're pretty much friends with the parents as well. And even the little guy that calls himself liking her, ooh, that's another story for another day. She went on her first unofficial date.
Oh,
Yeah, and that's another live though. It's not. It's not. We can't call it a date because they're not actually dating. They just like each other. They
and they're
both like.
friends. They're
Yeah,
friends.
they like each other, and they felt it was time for the parents to meet each other, just in case they decide they want to be boyfriend and girlfriend. So it was my first time meeting the parents, and vice versa. So we'll talk about it at another time. But yeah, I would. I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, I wouldn't. The short answer is I wouldn't stop my baby from being friends with her, but I would have a lot more serious conversations with her.
Conversations.
Correct. With regards to, hey, these are the things that you're gonna that this kid is gonna be facing. These are the things that I don't want for you, and these are the ways that we're gonna do. These are the things and the ways that we're gonna prevent those things. I think the problem comes in, and again, I am a Christian. I love God. I do teach my daughter about abstinence, but what I will not do is pretend like kids are not going to do things. You know what I mean? So the only thing I ask my daughter, obviously, is to keep the lines of communication open with me. And if for whatever reason you decide that that is something that you want to do, please let us know, so that we can do whatever we can to prevent you from getting pregnant, or prevent you from, what I mean, we want to educate you on this thing. You know what I mean? Again, we're not saying, we're not just throwing condoms your way and saying go out there and have fun, but we're not going to pretend like you don't have feelings. And I think a lot of these teen pregnancies could have been prevented had these parents been more open and honest with their kids, and not just pretended like sex didn't exist. You know what I mean?
Like my mother.
Yeah, luckily for Faith, she hasn't expressed any real interest in that whatsoever. Praise God. But if and when it becomes a topic, I'm going to handle it. Real. You know what I mean? I can't. I
Right.
can't. obviously can't just lock you up and pretend like these things are not going to happen, but we're going to definitely do all we can to prepare you to make sure that you're protected in that way, and that you're just and you understand the seriousness that comes along with giving your body to somebody.
Yes.
That is the one thing I can definitely commend my mother-in-law on. When me and my wife decided to take that next step, and again we were fully grown, and I was in college at that time. Her mother knew, what I mean. That's just
Because they
how
was close,
open.
and she see, my mom was so strict. I couldn't go to her for that. We
Yeah,
were so into church. We went to every my grandfather was a bishop, so we had to go to Sunday school, Bible
yeah,
study. Everything they had, we had to go. We were young. My
yeah.
mom never set us down. So when I was pregnant, when I got pregnant, I was in a choir. I was no longer allowed to even sing in the choir at church. I
Wow.
lost friends because their parents thought that I was too fast. I was too grown. So, like you said, you would make that her decision. I had some friends, parents that didn't even want them near me
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because I was pregnant. So I was like a
A pariah.
yeah, and they thought they was if I touched them, they probably get pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that hurt me the most that my grandfather and them had a decision to say I couldn't sing in the choir no more because I was pregnant at that age. So
Wow.
I would have to sit like towards the back of the church because they didn't want everybody to see my stomach. And my mom would buy me bigger dresses, so a lot of people in church wouldn't know. But as I got big, they knew. But they wondered why she's not in the choir. But that was their decision to take me out the choir because I was 15 and pregnant. So that
Jesus.
hurt a lot. It did.
Yeah.
And I
See,
can't even
and
sing, but I
that's
love
that
doing it.
church hurt that oftentimes people deal with for years and years, and it sours them on church altogether because that experience that that was that horrific, or that
That's
I
how I
mean.
am.
Yeah.
I work on Sundays.
So you don't attend church services anymore.
Not my family's.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm looking for a home church now. But I
Yeah.
don't tell my families. I love them to death. I don't go
Yeah.
to their church though.
Golly.
I have visit, but I don't go there. I'm not a member. And my whole family is. Like I said, my grandfather's a bishop. All my uncles are deacons. Like I was born and raised, but I don't go to their church. I'm not a member. As my
Yeah.
mom is and all that. Like most of
Yeah.
the time. And
Yeah.
it's crazy because people are like, you don't go to your no, I don't. And I
Yeah.
went there forever. Until
Yeah.
I got out the house and whatever and I
Hey, sugar
decided
and spice.
not to go.
Welcome, Sugar and Spice. Hi, I need you to tap that thumbs up at the top of the screen. I promise you. We're here every single week. We have real deal grown folk conversation about any and everything. If you want to know what I'm going to be talking about, all you got to do is to follow the shorts and the videos. Every topic that I'm going to discuss live with my various guests will be covered in those videos. Tonight is no exception. We're talking about the pastor that decided to shame this young lady inside his church and make her apologize for getting pregnant without a husband. So that is the broader topic, but of course we're digging into some specifics, and at this point we have my good friend Miss Crystal who's sharing her own personal testimony with regards to how she was treated as an unwed mother who happened to get pregnant while in the church choir. They pulled you out the choir. That's so dirty.
Yeah, I couldn't sing in the choir no more. But I didn't have to get in front of the church and apologize. I just couldn't
So
sing in
after
the
you
choir.
had the baby, would you have been allowed to come back to the choir? Just while you're pregnant, you can't sing?
Yeah, because of my belly and my age, and my grandfather and them didn't think it was right for me to be in a choir at that age pregnant.
Interesting. Were you pregnant by somebody in the church?
No,
Oh, that would have been good.
nope, I wasn't.
No, I was gonna say, did they make him stop playing the drums?
Huh? Or the piano or the guitar? But no,
Right, right.
he didn't go to the church, but he had visited with me a couple times. They knew him.
They knew who he
He was my
was.
friend from school. Yeah, he had came to church with me and everything. But I wish my mother was that open with us, but she never was. My mom has 2 children, and me and my sister both have 5 children apiece, and she has 10 grandchildren. She never set us down and told us about nothing about sex. She never,
Hmm.
no, she never did.
Yeah,
We
and,
were
and
not
this is
allowed to have
another thing.
boyfriends.
This is another thing, Tamika. What I like about it now, we do. Our children are 13 years apart, and what I love about it, again, it does sound kind of crazy because she'll be graduating from high school, and her brother will be going to kindergarten. So we'll be with a child forever. But what I love about it is she gets to see the ups and the downs with regards to parenting a baby, and this is from your parents that are older now. There are times, and of course I don't put so much pressure on her because I want you to understand this is your brother, this is our child. But there are times that I'll make her get up and changes pull up and take them to potty and all this kind of stuff. There are times that, hey, could you go in and fix them something to eat, things like that. So you get to understand that this is not all about putting them on a pair of nice Jordans and a cute outfit and parading them around for.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get to hear them crying, you get to see them sick. You know what I mean? You get to see the full circle, the things that people don't talk about when it comes to having babies. So I think ultimately he'll serve as birth control
Mm. Like
because she gets to
like
see
I'm
what
not
it's
doing this
like
full
at
time.
home. It'll make her not want one for a good long while.
Like I'm not doing this full time.
Yep. So that's a great deterrent. I think Bishop is walking birth control at this point. But I agree with you, Crystal. I think that many mothers have done their mothers and fathers alike have done their daughters and sons a great disservice about not sitting down with them and actually having those conversations about the facts of life
And of course, my dad didn't because he probably wouldn't even feel comfortable.
Look, and again, here's the thing. I mean, obviously, I don't want to imagine my daughter, being intimate with anybody. But hey, I mean, I cannot pretend. If I want grandchildren one day, there's only one way to get them. So I mean,
Right.
I can't pretend like it's not going to happen. But what I want her to do, I want her to the conversations that we had. And we started very early. Now it wasn't full on sex conversation, but the conversations we had were very. They get bigger and broader,
That's
the,
what I
the
did with my
older she
children.
gets. Exactly. And this is the way I taught my daughter. I would again, I'm an R&B lover. So I would take different songs that were R&B written R&B songs that were well written, that were about love and marriage and heartache and all this kind of stuff. And I would and this is she was a little girl. I mean, like five,
That's why
6 years
she know
old.
all them songs.
Yeah,
I
but
be
I,
looking
would-
like
I, I
how
would
when
I
y'all be
would
doing
make her.
sometimes TikToks with old songs. I'm like, Faith know all the
She
songs.
know, yeah, she doesn't have to pretend she knows these songs,
I can
yeah.
tell.
But I would take the songs and I would make her listen to them, start to finish, 3 or 4 times, and she'd write a summary of what she heard in the song or what she thought the song was about. And of course, there would be themes that would go past her because she was still young. And I would take it and we would sit down and I would go over these lyrics. And that was my way of teaching her about love. Fairy tales, if you guys know Anita Baker's Fairy Tale. I won't sing it. But that was one of the first songs I can remember using because the song is about living life in paradise, Do, 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 do. No,
That is
fairy
the
tale.
awesome.
But
That's awesome.
yeah, but it's about a fairy tale, and so that's the way. In her 6-year-old mind, she's thinking about the prince, and because
Yeah.
the song is all about a prince, and y'all he taking you off in the sunset, and y'all living happily ever after. That's what the gist of the song is. But of course, the song twist, and it goes, nobody told me about cussing and screaming and crying and shouting and how this prince may abandon me. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that was my way. That was my way of teaching her about, yes, this is the goal. Everybody wants to be a princess and have a prince, but there are some things that are not so great in relationships. There are going to be times that you don't get along with the person like that, and that was the very first song one of the first songs that I began to teach her about relationships in. Another great one, Betty Wright, all of her stuff. We used all her
Mm-hmm. I love.
stuff. we used a lot of Betty Wright songs. But of course, I love her lyrically because she just breaks down relationships and those are some of the ways that I taught my daughter about relationships. And of course, now that she's much older, we're able to get into the real deal. But I would take songs like Tony Braxton songs and all those love songs and heartbreak and relationship songs, and those are the ways that I taught her about the ups and downs of relationships. So
That is awesome.
she is well versed on it. And it's so funny. Even and like I said, we're getting off subject now. Even when we were
I
sitting with
know, but that was all. That's awesome.
when we were sitting with the little guy, you could tell my daughter was like 2.5 miles ahead of this dude. It was like I'm sitting there with my arms folded. I'm like, why are we here?
You so good.
He's a nice fellow though. He's a really nice guy. He comes from a really good home. Me
That's
and the
good.
parents got along very well. But I'm looking at my daughter. It was,
And he
but
goes to the
it
same
was.
school, so he goes to a good school.
Oh yeah.
Right. Okay.
But the thing about it, what made me so proud of my daughter walked in and she is faith. You know what I mean? She's classy. She knows how to hold herself. You know what I mean? But when it's time for her to present and open that mouth and speak, it's like this is a little lady. And I mean, when I say she was able to look them parents in the eyes and express herself with that level of confidence that only comes when you have been raised by a strong
Exactly.
mama and a daddy that don't play. I mean, when I tell you, it was just, and after about the third or fourth sentence, I just folded my arms and sit back. I said, you better tear them up, baby. Tear them up.
I know that
Let them
part.
know that you ain't the one and you know who you are.
Exactly.
And I mean, just, I don't know how men are able to walk away from their kids, especially their daughters, when
I
you
can say,
when
especially
you
that
raise
daughter.
them and when you know you have done the doggone thing. And I mean, when I just sat back and just you got it. And just, you saw all 32 of my teeth when she started talking because I knew she was gonna wear them out. And there's all and it was respectful. Any question they asked her just like that.
On it.
Just like that, and we were talking like, and it was crazy because he's an only child, and you could tell he's very sheltered, very loved, but very much sheltered.
Uh-huh.
And there were times that I'm sitting across the table from him. I'm like, look, son, because I called him son. I said, if you call yourself liking my daughter and dating my daughter, you got to understand that you're gonna be dating everybody in this house.
House.
Everybody in my house gonna have to like you. And number one, my wife is pretty easy, but on the wall, you got to come through if you want to be with my daughter. So you got to come correct. You know what I mean? And I said, now I don't know how y'all raised y'all son, but I raised my daughter to just tell it like it is. You know what I mean? And she's used to my demeanor, and if he's going to be around me, he's going to have to get used to it as well because the same thing I'm going to tell my daughter, the same thing I'm going to tell your son. I looked over at Faith across that table. I said, what do I tell you all the time? And she looked up, she started blushing. I said, yeah, keep them closed. And I looked over at the son and keep it zipped up. I had
I know
the
that's
first
right.
time ever seeing it. I looked over at the
And
parents. I
you
hope
said
y'all don't
that.
have no problem with it.
I know,
But I'm real with mine, so I'm
I
gonna
know
be
that's
real with
right.
yours. No, no, we're not gonna pretend. There's no
Right.
pretending here. I said, if you
It's
date my daughter, you
2025.
got to understand you're gonna be so for sin many a days before you ever walk out the house with mine. I'm gonna have to
Mhm.
know that much about you before you ever leave the house with mine. So you know what I mean? It was great. But when I tell you, when they went to asking her questions about herself, her aspirations, how she sees herself, even down to the point where she is on the fence, she was like, well, I haven't decided if I want a boyfriend just yet. You know what I mean? Because I want to be very sure of myself. I don't want to go from boy to boy. I want to make sure that we are heading in the same direction. When I say she sounded
I
like
know
it
that's
was,
right.
it was all I could do was just fold my arms. Get them, baby.
Get him, Faith.
It
Somebody
was
said.
so good. It was
Somebody said I
so
don't like him.
good. It was so good. Thor, who don't you like?
The boyfriend. You don't even know him.
I don't like him either, Thor. I don't like him either. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. But what I will say, he was very respectful and scared. I think I scared the life out of that
I would
boy.
say you might have scared them, Marquis.
I think you, because it was so funny. I looked over at him because we're getting close to the end of the dinner. Because it was his birthday actually. And they're
Hmm.
only a couple months apart. So we were at the dinner table. I look over at him. I say, "Well, son, what are your intentions? What do you want? Why are we here?" And the mom and dad are waiting for him to answer. He look up at me. I just want to treat her right.
He was stuttering.
Yeah, right. I was like, what does that even mean? I said, all her friends treat her right. She don't hang around people that don't treat her right. What are you talking about? Are you trying to be the
You probably
homie,
had
or
him
do you
nervous.
want to be the boyfriend? You need to. What are you trying to do? I mean, when I tell you that man was so scared, I didn't care.
You had the poor child nervous.
He need to be nervous. I want him to stay nervous because I want him to understand that mine is not
Yeah.
to be toyed with. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I said it to both of them. I was like, listen, I said it to the parents as well. I said, I teach my daughter each and every day that every person that enters your life and your space will do one of two things. They're going to elevate you or they're going to sink you. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all. There's no in between. So you have to be very careful about who you allow in your space, especially when it comes down to relationship. You know what I mean? I'm like, you're at the very first stages of this. You've never had a boyfriend. When I tell you managing a relationship and trying to build your life and your career aspirations, that takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. So you have to be certain and sure that this is the one, and this is what you both are heading in the right direction. So it was good. You know what I mean? And her mom, my wife wasn't present. My wife had already met the mom, but she'd never met the dad.
Oh,
And I
okay.
had I hadn't met either one of them. But my mother-in-law was back in the hospital, so she and my son went to the hospital immediately after church, and it was
Mm.
just me and Faith, and then
And the
him and
parents
his
and him.
family. It was
Okay.
it was so good. It was so
Faith was
good.
on point.
It was so good. It was so good. Okay, I'm sorry. I hate that I got off subject, but yeah,
No, that was good. That was great.
it
I
was
love
cool.
how you told me about the songs and how you had her write.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
great.
Oh yeah, we've had some. I can't think of all of them, but Fairy Tale definitely sits out for me because I can remember that one the very first time, and I don't even know what gave me the idea to use music to teach her about relationships, but I've
And
always
that's
done
why
it.
y'all love music now. I see. Yeah. That
Hmm.
makes sense.
Hmm.
That
But
makes
but but
sense.
it, I mean, but it really prepared her. You know what I mean for
Hmm.
for it, and like she's miles ahead of a lot of people. And like I said, my only fear is that it's going to be hard for her to find someone that measures up. And I know all dads say that, but when I
No, it
tell you,
is. She's
she
looking
is.
at you.
Yeah, she's up there. She's up there. I mean, and honestly, if
But
I
that's
were,
good.
yeah, if
She's not gonna never settle.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. She is no nonsense. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all this. This is totally not my business. So,
What?
so the little boy. Now I'd only been hearing his name for maybe about a month or so, on and off, and she kept talking to me about him, which is that was my trigger to say, okay, this is somebody that's important because a lot of her little friends, they come and go. You know what I mean? But this one kept popping up. So I'm like, she wants me to talk on the phone with him. She wants me to, see his face. So I'm like, okay, this must be somebody of substance. So so I'm sitting with the guy. I call it the interview phase, where I sit down and I grilled him. I grilled that little boy so bad, all the way down to the Ten Commandments. I wasn't playing with him. And this was just my first phone conversation with him. I get to Faith, and she's sitting, because they're on FaceTime, and I'm like, well, Faith, where did he come from? Because he just seemed to have popped up over the last month or two. She was like, oh, he's been blocked for 4 months.
For me. Doing not 2 days, not a day, not even three.
I said, you blocked him for 4 months. Why did you? And I look over at him. I'm like, son, how did you get blocked for 4 months?
What?
she she said that well, here's the thing, they were both going to the same school, the IB school, but then in the last couple of months he decided to go back to the school he's actually zoned for. So he's no longer at the school. But she said she blocked him because of course she's a cute girl, so there are always little boys that are trying to have conversations with. They're trying to be a boyfriend, whatever. So
Mm.
there are a few of them that call the house, and obviously she's just friends with them. But basically, he had gotten to the point where he liked her. Of course, he knew that she couldn't date, but he didn't want any other boys on the phone with her. And she goes, "Oh no, what I will not have is someone trying to control me and tell me what I can and
They
cannot."
cannot do.
So she blocked the boy for four
For 4 months
months.
though. Look, he was on punishment.
And so I'm laughing. I'm like, well, how did you get off block? He liked Faith so much that he had his mama to call from her cell phone and
So he
beg
can get
for.
through.
I
He
thought
wasn't
it
playing.
I thought it was so endearing. I'm like,
That was
oh,
so
that
cute.
is
He
so
wasn't playing.
childish, but I
He
like
like, you know
it.
what? He's like, you know what?
And the
Forget
only
that.
what made me like it is because I can remember when me and Faith, not me and Faith, me and Jennifer, her mama started dating. Her mama did not want her dating because we were real young. I was 12, she was 13, and her mama didn't want her to have a boyfriend. And so we
Oh, y'all
start.
was 12 and 13?
We're seventh grade. Yeah.
When y'all met?
Say, say what?
When y'all met, y'all was in 7th grade?
Yeah. Oh, this is the beautiful thing. We met
I
through
don't
a
know why I
mutual.
thought you said school.
No, we're in seventh grade. We're middle school. So we met through a mutual friend. The I went to school with the girl, and she lived in the same neighborhood with Jennifer. So we met.
Uh,
What was so cool? We sat and talked, and like I say, our relationship is truly built on friendship because we
that's the
sat on the.
best part.
Yeah,
I
we
love that.
we
I
talked on.
love that.
Yeah, we talked on the phone for 4 whole months before we ever saw each other in person. Now we'd seen, obviously, we didn't have smartphones at that time, so I mailed letters to her, and she mailed letters back, and we, exchanged pictures and things like that. But it took us 4 months to see each other, and then I rode my bike from my house to her neighborhood, and that's how we started, seeing each other. But basically, her mom found out that she had a boyfriend, and the mama was like, my daughter can't talk to boys. She can't have no boyfriend. Don't call my house no more." I said, "Okay, no
Okay.
problem." And so what I did, she went to school. The neighborhood she lived in was the school she was going to. So I know every day she was spending time with her grandmother because her mama had to come and get her from her grandma's house. So I didn't call the mama house no more. I just called the grandmama house. And that's how we
You was
continued to
determined.
converse. And then we finally got, because she finally caught me on the phone with her at the grandma house, and she was like, "Oh, it don't look like I'm gonna be able to get rid of you, so I guess I better meet you." And so she met me, and I was tiny. I was like 90, 95, 96 pounds. Me and her both at the time we were dating. She was taller than me, so her mom was afraid that I wasn't gonna even outgrow her. That's how little I was at the time. And she met me and realized that I wasn't a thug, and that was the thing because I lived in the project. So
Yeah.
yeah. So you get
So she
that.
was thinking something else.
Yeah, so you have she came from a decent household. They had a nice home, whatever. So she just thought I was just some little thug or whatever. But she realized, this guy's super smart. He carries
Hmm.
himself. He has a lot of mouth. Because she thought I was mouthy, but it's just I've always been able to express myself, and it was hard for her to accept that. And it's funny because that's the exact personality Faith has now, and so it's not disrespectful, but it's just very mature.
Yeah.
And so she saw me that time and fell in love with me immediately. She fell in love with me, and even the stepdaddy loved me too until my voice changed and I got taller.
It got a little look, it got a little deeper. Like
Yeah.
when my son voice changed overnight, I'm like,
When I was no longer able to hit them high notes, yeah, that's when he
yeah.
started to look at me a little different, and I guess it's because the hormones are kicking in now. But
Hmm.
yeah, we were preview bed pre I can't even say it pubescent at the time. So yeah, they both loved me until my voice changed. And then he was like, I don't know about him. Y'all need to watch him. Yeah, 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 yeah. You know how that goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's what I loved about the relationship. So I think Faith is doing her best to try to model herself after us, which I think is a great thing, but also, it's a hard pill to swallow because I know the likelihood of her having what we have is not very likely. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
I do like the fact that she is not in any rush to get a boyfriend. She said,
Right.
because when she chooses somebody, she wants it to be, a
Real.
lasting relationship. So he's
That's why
just
she
said,
said she has friends. A
yep,
friend.
yep,
I understand that because she
yep,
wants to be real. It's not wrong
yep,
with that.
yep. And
That's
he's
actually
on.
smart.
Yep, he is sitting on the fence waiting on her, and she's like, I gotta be certain, and I love it. I mean, I just
I do
love
too.
it.
Go
I love
Nisi.
it.
I love it.
I love it. When I tell you that little boy, I'm like, Lord, what is wrong with this dude? I just want to treat her right. What does that even mean?
He had to think of something because he probably was so nervous he couldn't really see. You know how you nervous, you young.
he could
You can't really
not
say
pull it.
what you want to
He
say
could
because
not pull
you're
it
so nervous.
together.
It's not going to come out.
It was not. It was not working at all. So I'm gonna give him another shot. But that first impression was not a swell one. I'm like, fella, we're gonna have to pull this thing together. But
Maybe
yeah,
next time he'll have something ready for you.
I hope so. He need to go home and practice because I was swinging at him. But yeah, Lord, how did we get down this road? I have no idea.
I forgot. You was talking about me in church at the
Oh,
choir, and then
we,
we
we were
started talking
talking
about,
about church and
and then we went
preparing
back
your
to
children
in
for
marriage
real
and
life.
in real
Yeah.
life, and that's how we got on it.
Yeah, like I said, we love God. Again, I teach my daughter abstinence, but we cannot pretend. You know what I mean? That you don't have feelings and desires, and I think that's where a lot of us church people get off wrong at. You know what I mean? You got to deal with the real. You know what I mean? That's why it is important to have two like-minded parents with
Yes,
good
I was going to
values
read
and
it.
morals. Absolutely, Sonya. What
I
I
don't have
love
my
about
glasses
it
on.
is it's good cop, bad cop. Because Jennifer liked the little boy immediately, and of course I'm coming in bad cop. You got to prove yourself to me. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that's on. If you prove yourself to me, we're gonna be good. But I'm gonna take you through the ringer. I'm gonna
Oh,
do
he didn't
everything I
look.
can to run you off, and if
He
you
don't know,
survive.
but he know now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, it was cool. It was really really cool. So, but yeah, that's where I think we get off wrong at. Like I mean, this young lady, who knows if if anybody's ever sat down and had those conversations with her. I can say.
Exactly.
Even
Like I
with my
said, I didn't
own
have them.
mom, there have been times me and my mom have sat down and had conversations. Of course, she was 15 when she had me, but she talked about how her mother never talked to her
I
about
told
the
my
facts of
kids the
life.
same thing. My
Yeah.
daughter told me the other day, "Mom, I'm so glad you have a granddaughter because my oldest daughter have a daughter
Okay.
because I'm not having any." And I'm like, "What? Yeah, I don't think it's for me." So
Mm.
she told me, I'm like, "Maybe you'll change your mind when you find your husband." She was like, "Nah, I don't think so."
Yeah.
So she's telling me at 24 she's not gonna have any children. But I said, "You might change your mind when you find that right man, that right, what I'm saying."
Yeah.
She only
Yeah.
had 3 boyfriends in her life, so she's like telling me that she's not having no kids and she's just not. I'm like,
And how old
okay.
is she now?
She's 24. She just came up from the army, so she
24.
told me that she's not having any kids. But I think she's just saying that now because she broke up with her boyfriend.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I said, I just told her it's something you going through, and she's telling me no, I'm not. So I'm just letting you know I'm glad you do have a granddaughter because
Yeah.
I'm not having any.
Yeah.
But I don't. I sort of like I said, you might meet that right man, and you just never know. You are young. You are only 24 years old.
Yeah.
You don't know what God has in store for you. But we'll see. We'll
Okay,
see.
Crystal. Now you have 5
5.
children. I just thought about that.
Yup.
Give me the ages
I
of
put
them
it in the
5 kids
comments.
again.
Oh, that's on TikTok. My oldest is 34, 34, 33, 32,
Oh God.
or 24 or 21.
Ooh, so
Only
you
one left
had
is here.
back to
Only one
back to
left here is a
back at
21 year
first,
old.
and then you slowed down for a while.
The only one left here is a 21-year-old.
5 children, and you never
Yeah.
been married.
No. My oldest three, yeah, I was going to marry my oldest three kids' father. He died. I mean,
Oh, so the first three are by the same man.
yeah, and the second
Okay.
two was by the same.
So wait a minute now. Hold up now. Oh no, now it's time for me to pull you up to the altar. Well,
I know.
how did you get three babies and he didn't marry you with three babies?
He
I
passed
know
away.
he
We
passed, but
was.
I'm talking about between baby number one and baby number two and
I
baby number two
know.
and baby number
We
three.
was we was working on it. We was still young. We was working on it.
What is young? Okay, you had the first at 15.
Well, we was supposed to get married when we turned 19, and
Uh-huh.
we didn't.
Why not?
I, we was planning it. We was planning it. That was my best friend. We was planning it,
Now
and I guess
I
we waited
look,
too long. We waited too long because then he ended up passing away. We waited too long.
how old was he when he passed?
My kids were 8, 9, and 10. So we were 25.
26.
I was 25, 26, and he was, well, he's a 3 year older than me. He was like 29. I
So
know.
y'all were together 10 whole years. In 10 years, that man could marry you in 10 years.
That's what mom kept saying. I know.
Crystal, now come on. Now hold on now. Hold on now,
Well,
Crystal.
well, he cheated. We broke up. He cheated, and then we got
Did he
back
have a
together.
did he have a baby when he cheated? Or he
No,
just
no, 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 no,
no other kids?
no. Well, he
Crystal,
did
how long were
cheat,
y'all
and
broken
the
up?
girl actually called me and told me, like, told me.
So how long were y'all engaged? No, look, how long was it?
We engaged
No, not the
because
engagement.
he engaged. He proposed when I was 19, so we just never got married.
How old were you when he cheated on you?
21.
And you had another baby after he cheated.
Mm-mm. We already had our kids. We had 3 kids.
So 21, you had already had all three kids by the time you were 21.
Yes.
But you stayed with him after he cheated.
No, no, no. We broke up for a while, but then we made up. We got back. We was
Okay, how old were you when y'all got back together?
23.
And then 2 years later, he passed.
When I was 25, he was 29. Yep.
Again, I asked Crystal. Now
It
I'm
was
all
not
for.
me. I was ready. I said we can go to the Justice of the Peace. I don't need a big wedding. We can have a big wedding later. I wanted to be married. My mother, of course, wanted me to be married. Everybody.
Oh, this is funny. Bless Angel coming in here swinging. Oh, so that's the answer. You didn't marry him because he cheated. Hold on. This is the
I didn't
part I
say
like.
that. I
Hold
didn't
on. Wait a
say
minute.
that.
It gets worse. Anyways, why you all in her business? Can I get in yours? Are you married, sir? Do you have kids, sir? Bless
Oh
Angel.
God.
So.
Oh God. He gave freedom. Let me get my popcorn. Let me get my popcorn.
Bless Angel, I am so happy that you asked that question. Before I answer
Oh.
that question, though, Bless Angel, could you do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button? Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to be here very long after I get through with you. But go ahead and hit that thumbs up button, please.
Hold
I
on.
greatly appreciate it.
Let me get my
I
lemonade.
am so happy
I
that
might
you
need a
would
glass of
ask
wine
me
for this
that
one.
because I want to be here to tell you, Bliss Angel. Yes, indeed, I am married. I will be married 20 years in December. I've been with my wife since the seventh grade. We have two children, neither of which were born out of wedlock. One is 16 and the other is 3. Do you have any other questions, blessed angels? Do you have children? Are you married? Yes, I like to spice things up whenever I enter a room. You're welcome. I'm not, no, you're not spicing up things. What you're doing is attempting to
No,
center
he didn't think he
yourself
was
in the
gonna say that. He
conversation.
didn't think he was gonna say that.
Bless Angel, do you have a baby mama or a baby daddy? Let's spice it up. Are you married? How old are you?
No, I like to stay around for a little bit. But new here, the situation still here.
Thank you, Sonya. Very funny. That's why it's important
Ooh,
to be here from the beginning, and some questions won't be asked. Correct. That was covered, asked and answered.
if that was the case, I could have said that myself. Why you my business?
Exactly. I just wanted to know if I can even take advice from you, or you would the be the one I'm going to take some advice from. So speak. I don't need your first of all, I don't need your permission to speak. Second of all, I don't advise you to take advice from you because you do not know me from a can of paint, nor do I know you. My life is my life. I live according to the scripture. I live biblically, and I'm a full-blooded Christian. So a lot of what I do, you most people are not going to agree with. But you're welcome to stick around. I thank you for hitting that button.
Oh, he
I am
said.
widowed. I have 10-year-old twins whose fathers passed away from cancer. So yes, I do like taking advice from people that know and have experience to give it. So I am all ears now, sir. Well, I got you.
So is that
I
an
got
apology?
you. It's hard for me to read because this is grammatically incorrect. Well, I got you attention. That's my point. The
I'm
word is your.
confused.
Your. Your attention. Moving right along.
So is that an apology?
I don't think that was an apology at all.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so
So no, I didn't. Well, back to her. I did not say that I didn't marry because he cheated. I said we broke up for 2 years. That's what
yeah,
I said.
yeah, people just come here and just
I
make up
never
stuff.
said that.
But here's the problem. Well, I was late to class. Give me a break. But that's not the way you should have entered the space
You should
plus
have started
and
listening more.
correct. Listen,
Because I never
we
said that.
address all comments that come through. We don't ignore people, but you don't have to come in here and center yourself in the conversation to be heard. Good night, Tamika. See you next week. I know this conversation has been going on a good condescending much. We listen and we don't judge. All right. The problem. Okay, so I understand the first baby, but how do you have
Okay.
3 babies without getting married? I would have a. Did your folks not have a problem with that,
Yeah,
Crystal?
you know they did. I just said I was raised up in a Pentecostal church. My grandfather is a bishop. All my uncles are thinkers. You know they did. I just said that.
But
They
why
had a
did you
big
keep
problem
doing
with
that
it.
then, Crystal?
I didn't mean to. I was using
You-
birth control. I got pregnant. I really
Three
did not mean
times,
to.
Crystal.
Yeah, I really did mean. I didn't mean to get
Good
pregnant.
night, Sonya.
I didn't mean to get pregnant. I really didn't. I don't regret none of my children, but I did not mean to get pregnant.
Look,
And they know
I'm not.
that I was young.
Hey, no, and I'm not saying it's a thing that you should regret. I'm just
But you're
saying,
just saying, like, after the second one, I should have. I've been hearing this. I've been hearing it and hearing it.
yeah. I
I
mean,
was
this
hearing
is
it.
the same
I was,
advice I would give my daughter.
yeah, my mom and
One
dad was,
is
you know, they was, like I said, they were pissed.
Thor. Thor said the angle of the dangle was addicting. The angle of the dangle was addicting, Lord
You
Jesus.
know what, Bythorn? Because now you,
Oh, Sonya, okay, I'm sorry, Sonya. I didn't know you were telling the young lady good night. Okay, I
and
apologize.
then you gotta remember, my mom didn't allow me to have company, and his
She,
mom would allow me.
Son, Thor said you was just enjoying yourself and it felt right, and you
Maybe
didn't
it
care.
did. His mom allowed me to stay the night and everything.
Oh no, none of that.
Yeah, I got pregnant in their house.
So
His
you got
mother
pregnant
allowed.
at them folks' house.
Yeah, not at mine.
Why was your folks allowing you to spend the night with boys?
No, I was staying there with the sister.
So you say
That's what they thought.
they didn't know she had a brother.
No, they know he's my boyfriend until I told them when I got pregnant.
That's ignorant. See, now my daughter, first of all, don't do sleepovers. Second of all, you definitely ain't sleeping over at nobody's house. They got a boy that you either dating or even old enough to date you. The answer is no to all that.
Well, I was sneaking around after school.
Crystal, what made you so promiscuous?
I
If
think for
that's
me
the word.
being molested at a young age, I think that's what it was.
Ooh, that was deep. I wasn't ready for that answer. Okay. Well, that makes
Well,
sense.
I've been
Now
through
that
all this. I've been through all this, so I used to cry when I talk about it. Now I can talk about it because I've been through therapy. I've been through a lot of things, so I think that's what it was.
now that is
Because
okay. Now that I can understand. I can accept that as a reason for being promiscuous. Absolutely. Now that makes, and I apologize. I'm
my
sorry. I'm
therapist
sorry.
told me that
Yeah.
because I was young. What did I know about having sex at 15 years old? But I know I think it was because of that because I was molested at a young age.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Wow.
yeah, that's what happened.
Was it a family member or a stranger?
It was a church member of the family.
And we talking about churches tonight, Lord. No, not the church, Lord.
Of the family.
A church member. Say that again.
A church member of the family. One of
What
my
do you mean
uncles.
a church
One of my
member of the
uncles.
family?
Well, he was a family. Well, you call it church family.
Oh, your church family. I got you. I
Yeah,
got you. Oh, that's so dirty.
yeah. One of my uncle's friends when I was younger.
Did you tell anybody?
Yeah, years later, I told
Did
my
he go to
mom.
jail for it?
They didn't do nothing.
And it was your uncle friend. What did your uncle do? Did he beat him up?
I think my uncle did, but I think he was just back then. I don't remember because I was young. I didn't see him in church no more, but nothing happened.
Did that sour you on church at all, or did you feel a different kind of way about church, knowing that it was a member of the church that did that to you?
I didn't really sour me on church. It's just that I didn't trust
Mm,
church people.
wow.
So I think that's what it was. Yeah, I didn't trust church people.
Have you gotten over that since, or do you still feel that way about church people?
I think I got over it. That's why I said I'm trying to find a church that I'm comfortable with
Wow.
and no judgment. But I wouldn't just go in church and testify and say what happened. But I'm just saying I don't go to my family church because I think all the years, everything I went through, I just don't go. I don't know. I just don't go.
Did this happen on more than one occasion?
4.
4 different occasions. Oh, oh my God. And you held that secret for years.
Yeah. A
And it
couple of
was
my friends
because
know. I'm even shocked that I'm telling you. I'm comfortable telling you here. But yeah, I held it. But they knew. But a lot of people don't know. Like my best friends know, and my family know, and now y'all know.
is that because were you threatened or were you just ashamed? Why do you think you didn't tell?
Well, he told me not to, and I was young, and I was scared. I guess I don't know, but I finally did. I did tell, but he had
This
already
is
did it. He had already did it 4 times. So
See, and this is I thank you for this because I'm pointing the wrong way. I thank you for that because these are the type of conversations that help other people. You know what I mean? This actually goes right back to the conversation that we were having earlier with regards to being open and having that open dialogue with your own children because
oh yeah, yeah. Me and my children are. I knew when every last one of my children had first time had
right.
sex. I was I was there. I went to the doctors. I was everything. I was good. I
Yeah.
will pat my back. None
Yeah.
of my kids had ever got pregnant except for my oldest daughter. She was 20 in college. She
Grown.
wasn't married,
Mm-hmm.
but she came to me and she wanted to get an abortion, but I told her no. We're gonna have this baby, and I will help you. And we got with his family. They they helped, but he's a deadbeat now. But whatever. But
I love the honesty.
yeah,
Well,
but
do you
my
think
other
that?
two daughters never. They just. I'm just glad they didn't walk in my. But yeah, my daughter was devastated. She was 20 years old in college, and but we was close enough for her to come to me, and I said, "You knew better." I took her to the doctors. I had her on birth control. She slipped up, but
Do you think had you had a more open relationship with your parents, do
of
you think
course,
you
my
you
mom
think
was so strict, so I couldn't talk to her about nothing.
and do you think that's that is why it took you so long to be able to tell what was going on?
Yeah, I think back then I thought I would get in trouble,
Mm-hmm.
or they might call me a fast ass, or because that's their favorite word.
Mm-hmm.
So excuse me. I think after years of therapy, my therapist even told me, like, after I told her about my mom, how strict she was, she told me that. She made me, I never thought about that. She made me think, well, she made me come to the realization that the reason why I didn't tell mother is because the way she was so strict,
The
the way
fear.
I couldn't go to her, I couldn't be open to her, I couldn't be open with mom for nothing.
The
It was
fear.
like, we couldn't do anything. So if I did come to her, I didn't know how she
How
would
she's gonna
take it.
react. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing about it. Like, look, I am all about respect. You know what I mean? You're going to respect me as your father, but I don't want respect
That
to be
fear.
confused with fear. Now, I do think a little healthy dose of fear is good.
Yeah, it
A
is
little
good,
bit.
but not when you fear say anything.
Yeah, but I don't want you to be so afraid that you cannot speak to me at all. And here's the wonderful thing about, and again, you all know that I'm an advocate for two parent households. That's the ideal, where the parents actually get along and care about each other. But I think that's what works best in these two parent household. Even when it's something that she may not necessarily want to tell me, not necessarily out of fear, but out of embarrassment. You have your mother that's in the next room. You can go right over to
Right.
your mother and tell her, and then me and your mama can have this conversation. And then, there are times where you just come directly to me because even with the little boy, Jennifer knew about him before I did. Jennifer has been the one taking her to she's a cheerleader, so her games. So she met him, because he
At the games.
yeah, at the game.
Hmm.
But she knew Jennifer knew his name. Jennifer had already met the mom, this, that, and the third. And when Faith felt it was important enough, or things were getting heading in a different direction, then it was okay. Well, I need to tell my daddy.
Dad.
Yeah, and I loved it because even at the table, it was echoed at the table. Where the parents were able to regurgitate the same conversations. Well, yeah, my son came to me and told me that he liked your daughter, but she's not allowed to date, da da da, until she turns 16. And I looked over at face. She was like, "See, Daddy." I was like, "Oh, okay." Oh, okay, we good, we good. I mean,
I
but
know that's
when
right.
I tell you, those moments just make me just swell with pride because it just
Yes.
means you respect me. You know what I mean? You respect what I say, you honor what I say, and above all else, you care about what I think of you. You know what I mean? So that to me, that means that to me is a great testament for the love and the care and the time and attention that I poured into this little girl her entire life. That she's able to, stand strong, and she truly cares about her daddy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Loving her and respecting her and being
And
proud
she's
of
not
her. That's the
afraid to
word I'm
come to
looking for.
you because you'll have that good open relationship. You have that good dialogue. You have that good communication
Yeah,
that she can come to you with that.
yeah,
That's
yeah. Like I
awesome.
said,
That's how I
and
am
like
with
I
my
said,
kids. I'm telling you. That's how I
yeah,
was.
and every now and now we don't have a whole lot of spats. Every now and again, it's kind of hard now that she's getting older because, like I say, her mouth is so much like mine. And every now and then, I do have to back her up. And hey, hold up now,
Hold up now,
you
yeah.
know what I mean. But it's never like cussing me out and then like that. It's just the tongue is just quick. So every
Yeah.
now and then, I have to remind her, hold up. I will take your teeth out your mouth. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Let's don't get it twisted.
But outside of that, when I could not
Well,
ask.
that comes with age too, being a teenager. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. But I could not ask for a better daughter because she's just an amazing young lady. I do hate it's so crazy because I'm looking at her now. I'm like, Lord, I turned 40. This kid is almost grown, and I can remember, the first
When
time
she
I
was
held her.
baby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can remember taking her to daycare. I can remember her singing to the top of her non-singing lungs in the back of my car in a car seat. It's not right, but it's all right.
Oh, did you
Oh, if you
video
guys go
those?
back far enough in my TikTok, you'll
Did
find
you?
that video as well.
Oh.
We were right. I had a Chrysler Sebring at the time. It was the convertible, and she's
Mm.
rocking out. So I have about this long. She got a ponytail on this side, a ponytail on this side. For whatever reason, I would fix her hair in the morning with the little barrettes. And for
Mhm.
whatever reason, one side of these barrettes is gonna be gone every time. And this was one of these days where the barrette was gone and the little hair was just hanging off to the side, just swinging. And she beating up against the ponytail. It's not right, but it's all right.
She had
I'm
personality
like, and
then.
I did, it was man. And when I tell you, and she was singing it like she was really going through some heartache. She's like, I gotta pay my own rent, pay
Well,
my
hold
light
up.
bill,
She had,
take care of my
she,
baby. You have got to find it. It is on my TikTok.
she
I
had
can't remember how
personality
far back
then.
it is, but if you go back far enough, you will see it. It was
I
it was
got
in
to look.
it was one of those where we honored Whitney, and
Uh,
I played the Whitney clip, and it was man. When I tell you, I do not understand for the life of me why that video did not go viral because she was like three. She was like 3.5 at the time in the back.
now that should have went viral.
It should have went by. She was tearing it up. And when I tell when she said, "Take my life bill, take care of my babies," wow, 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 I did have like they did still beat her head. It was. I cannot stop every time I think about it. Right? Because
I'm
I
laughing
mean, she fresh
because
out of daycare. I'm like, what is all this pain coming from?
she had
What
personality.
babies are you trying to take care of? You gotta find it. It is if I, yeah, I may go scroll back through and find it and just tag you in it because it was one of the big. I don't know
Well, I'm
why that video
picturing it.
didn't go
That's why
viral.
I'm laughing so hard.
It was
Because
so
her
good.
personality now has grown, so I can
And,
imagine when
and-
she
and
was
that's what it
younger.
was. It was we did a side by side. She was sitting in the bed the second time doing the song, and then I put her side by side when she was a little baby singing the same song. It's on my TikTok.
Oh,
I'll have to go back and
wow.
find it. It
Yeah, I
was
got to look
so
at it.
good, and like I said, it was funny and sad to me because it was like I remember both these little people.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I remember that little girl. You don't remember doing this, but I do, and you still know this song, and you're able to sing it. Now you
Thank
know
you.
it was. Yeah, I'm telling you, kids grow so fast. To the
Sure.
parents out
Tell me
there,
about it.
love on your babies and spend as much time as you can with
Yes.
them because they are grown and gone before you know it. Sonya saw it.
Oh, you saw it.
You gotta tag
I got
when
to
you
watch it,
when you come
Sonya.
past it again, Sonya. Please tag Crystal.
Tag me in it, please.
It is
Because I
so
want to
good.
laugh.
It is. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. It's been since we've been in this house, so the video can't. The video's not that old, but yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. But yeah, she's just an amazing kid. Y'all know. I
I
you,
have
you want to
amazing
get me
children, too.
you
I do
want to
have a
get me
spoiled brat.
smiling. Let me talk about my babies because Lord Jesus, they're just amazing. That
That's
boy,
what
I don't
I
know.
like talking about. Because I will say, I have amazing children. They all, have their different personalities. And I just had this spoiled brat. My youngest, but we're getting through everything.
The last one, yeah, the last
Hmm.
one's always be because Bishop, I will say, is rotten. Like the stuff he gets away with, fake
But my
could
son is
man.
grown now, and I got to get him out of it.
I agree with
Bishop's
that
a
part.
baby.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We
It's a
talking about two
difference.
different things now.
I missed that age, but yeah, he's not that age anymore. But
Yeah.
we had conversations, and like I said earlier, um, somebody was saying, "Oh, I would have gave him his money back, whatever." But that's my son. So when he came to me, he had the money. Of course, I'm not gonna turn his phone off.
Crystal, you got.
So
Yeah, I mean, but you're gonna have to.
No, he
Okay, I
has
can't
a
tell you how to raise your
he
kids,
had, no,
but
no,
what
he
I'm
has
saying
agreement.
is you're gonna have
He
to.
has agreement. We did a written agreement like it was a contract.
So what's gonna happen when he breaks that agreement?
He has to take his phone. He has to go get his own phone. Period.
The moment he breaks that agreement and
I'm
misses the
no,
phone.
I'm serious
You said you were serious last
because
week.
he wasn't paying me. I said all you gotta do is pay your phone bill. All you gotta do is pay your phone bill. He was acting like he was so broke. He had to do this and do that, and he had the money the whole time. So we have agreement. We have agreement. You look like my daughter. My oldest daughter do that. You lying? No, I'm serious. My oldest daughter do that.
The problem is, I
No, I'm
mean,
serious because I don't want to make him a bum.
that is the thing. Oh, and I won't say a bum, but I don't want what I don't want to see is another mama's boy, because oftentimes when those guys are so pampered by their mamas, when they go to
Mm-mm,
finding spouses, that's exactly what they do. They look
mm-mm.
for somebody to treat them just like their mama, and then they're unable, they're ill-equipped to lead the home. You know what I mean? And that just becomes very problematic. So it's, as much as you love your
Maybe he was.
child, your
The
son, you
Dora
just
said
want
maybe he
him.
was saving it. Maybe he was.
Maybe he
Cause he
was
gave
saving
me
it.
$300 and I was shocked. That was way more than his phone bill in a couple of months. What is it? $68. He gave me $300. So what was I supposed to say? No. So like you said, maybe he was saving it. I don't know.
Correct. Sonya says he found the money because he felt like you were serious. Correct. But you got to
Oh,
remain
cause I snapped. Cause I don't
correct.
know. It takes a lot for me to snap. So yeah, cause I snapped. I snapped. It takes a lot for me to snap. I was just done.
Yeah. But that's my thing. I just, you know what I'm saying. We're trying to raise our boys to be able to lead households.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want another. It's we got too
Cause my
many.
son is 32,
Yeah.
and him and his girlfriend they got their own place. They whatever they engaged, they get married,
Yeah.
but they don't have any children yet. But he's nowhere near like my. I don't know. Like my son said, that was me. My phone would have been off. They all the kids always say that. My phone, you would have took my phone. They always say that.
Yeah. And it's the truth. Now, I mean,
You was strict on me. You wouldn't let me do this.
see,
You
but
wouldn't
you
let
were
me do that.
younger with those kids, so that actually makes sense. Okay,
Yes.
for those of you that are coming in, because I see you guys are coming in and coming out, please do me a favor and
Oh, I
hit
see
that
you too.
thumbs up as you're coming in the room. I greatly
Hold on.
appreciate it.
Hold on. I grab some. I'm
I'm
listening,
teaching my
Marquis.
little one finances now, and part of that is saving. Good job, Thor. You know you get nothing but a thumb up from me with regards to that parenting style, because you have a you got it down pat, brother.
Yes. Hold on. Here I come.
Hmm.
You are so right. Oh.
All right, we holding 10 strong in here tonight. I like that. We growing every week. 12. We moved it up to 12. Please tap that thumbs up while you're in the room. We are growing. We're heading towards the 6,000 mark with regards to subscribers, and I thank each and every one of you for liking what I do. I told you guys that I will be live here each and every Friday night where we will be discussing any and everything. So please come on in the room, enjoy yourself. Tap that like up at the top, that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, follow the content throughout the week so that you'll know that what we were talking about. I make a dedicated video for each and every topic that we discuss. Tonight is a very big topic, so I won't be able to cover the other ones that I had planned, and that's okay. We may revisit them at a different time. Far from it. I'm just teaching the things I wasn't taught, and that is the sign of a great parent. Or
Marquis.
yes.
Sorry. That lemonade. I'm gonna take that lemonade. I used to be. Sorry. So I know I'm crazy.
That's funny.
I did. I was barefoot down here. I ran.
That is
I said, I hope
funny.
you don't hang me up. But hold on, who's
Crystal,
that?
why is your phone so foggy?
Oh, that's what my son said. He said there's something wrong. Hold on.
You need to grab a napkin and wipe it off. You got napkins behind you. We can see it.
Oh,
It is very foggy.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's something on my phone. And then it's old. I need to get a new one.
Mm-mm. What? Okay, look at it. It's clear now. Ooh. Oh, we see all that beer on the counter. Talking about something you don't drink. Somebody be
That's
lying,
that's what's the name beer?
lying.
That is what's the name beer? Mina's.
Who?
That's what I was looking at. Mina, my roommate.
Oh, I didn't know you had a roommate.
Yeah, she lives here.
Who is
I
Mina?
drink wine. Oh, Mina's my roommate.
How long you've had a roommate?
Y'all heard in the background before because I was going to have her pray, but then somebody else prayed. She prays very well. She
How-
was sitting here listening the whole time. That's what I was looking at. Okay, Marquis, what you want to ask? Damn.
Oh God, it's so bad. I can never cover it up.
Yes, Mina smokes. Mina drink beer and she smokes weed. I don't smoke weed. And I don't drink beer. I drink wine. That is Mina's beer.
Why is Mina living with you?
Mina is my friend.
And Mina can't afford to live on her own?
Yeah, she stays here. She helps pay bills. Me, my son, and Mina.
How long has Mina been living?
Ah,
I'm
what?
too. I just couldn't. Oh,
She's my friend. That she was going through something before, and I let her come here.
okay. So she's going through some personal matters.
Yeah, she
Okay.
was. She good. She was. She good now.
Okay.
But
Well, how long has Mina been living there? And when does Mina plan on leaving?
I'm so glad she went upstairs. Um,
I'm sorry.
I have to ask her that. I don't know. She leaving
When
soon.
does Mina plan on leaving? Because I can't imagine. I'm so set in my ways. There is no way. Roommate. No. If wifey kicks the bucket, I'm gonna be here by myself, me and my children. Explain to me, when does she plan on leaving? Crystal, did you freeze? Crystal. Oh no. I was just getting to the good part. I don't have to let anything go, Sonya. That's Sonya in the comments telling me to let it go. I got. I think I better let it go. I can't. I'm like, well, like frozen. I can't let it. You frozen right now, Crystal. This is the first time I've ever had a freeze up on YouTube. All right, I'm going to drop you because it looks like you got dropped. Come back. Hit the. Why do I have to let it go, Sonya? I want to know. I just want to know. Telling me I gotta let it go. All right, that's why she froze. All right, folks. Uh, I think my other people have been waiting too long. They probably fell asleep waiting to keep waiting to come up in the queue. The box is empty for anybody want to come up. I did have a couple of other topics that we could have discussed, but it's been a long night. If y'all are ready to hang it up, we can. He said he on a need to know basis. I want to know, Bliss Angel. I ain't lying. I got to know it. That ain't your business. It's probably not. I want her to come back and explain to me why her friend's still living there. What's going on? Oh, it really wasn't my business. All right. Well, I guess I will run through my other topics before we go. Oh, Thor. you're more than welcome to come up. I hadn't heard from you in a couple of weeks because I do have some other topics that I did want to hit at real quick. If you guys are not tired, if y'all are tired and ready to go, y'all can let me know because I do have a tendency to talk for a very, very long time. This is my favorite thing to do is run my mouth. I love it. And I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can stay up a little while. Fix it, Jesus. Thor, do you want to come up? Did you get the invite? Because I got some other topics. I want to talk about that nurse present. Thor, did you get the invite? I want to know. We want Thor. Thor, let me check. If I want to Thor, I do want to know, you should be able to still use the same link from the previous show. I think it's the same link every time. Thor is going to check. We're gonna Sonya, I want to talk about the nurse that was breaking the baby's arms, or breaking the baby's, well, breaking their bones, I'll say it that way. And then I want to talk about the other topic that I covered on my page, the Kamala Harris situation with regards to the senator that didn't want to shake her hand, and how some of y'all are up here defending the foolishness. I want to talk about all that. We also never hit on the New Orleans tragedy. Did we talk about the New Orleans tragedy last week? Yeah. Okay, Sonya, you got time today. If y'all got a little time, we can hit those topics. I think we have spent enough time in the church. Let's have a little bit of fun. No, it won't let me use the old one. Okay, no problem, Thor. Give me your email address. Just drop the email address down here so you won't make my live end. If you guys don't know, Thor was my very first, I think he was my very first live guest over here. We had a really, really great conversation. Y'all go back and check out that one. All these lives are recorded and saved. So tomorrow, if you guys want to sit down and enjoy the show, I just let it go up. I don't go and edit it or fix it or dress it up. Excuse me. Dress it up at all. I just let it be just what it's gonna be. I like the organic conversation. I like for it to feel real. So for those reasons, I don't do any of the editing to the live stream at all. So it's just us. Okay, Thor, I need your email address, sir, so that I can email you the link. Type it in the chat, sir. We've been here for 200 minutes. I appreciate you all. When I tell y'all this is so much fun for me, I absolutely love to run my mouth. But yeah, we got to hit those two topics, and then I think I'll let y'all have a good night and a good weekend. There we go. Crystal is coming back. Crystal, hold on. I think Thor is trying to come up now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Crystal. Oh, wait a minute. No King of KC. I love it here. 913. Thor, you're gonna have to do better than that. King of KC913 at Gmail. Lord, he doing one word per. You tripping. Oh, thank you, Bless Angels. Yes, we have great conversations over here. I know me and your first interaction was not that great, but we really do. We try to be respectful of each and every one, but we do have a lot of fun. Hold on, Thor. I gotta write down all these words. Lord Jesus. King of KC 913 at Gmail. All right. All right, folks. I'm gonna go black for just a second while I'm sending this. I'll tell you my story about Mina. Okay, you're gonna have to hold it now. I gotta get I've already invited Thor up. They told me that it wasn't my business anyway, and I need to leave it alone. That's what they said. They said I was getting too far in your business. King of KC 913 at gmail dot com. Did I get it right? King of KC913 at Oh, I misspelled Gmail. Gmail.com. Send. All right, the link has been sent, and we are ready for my brother Crystal. My phone passed. Your phone died, Crystal. We listen and we don't judge. Of course not. We over here to have a good time. We just chatting it up. I have been here too. This is officially my longest YouTube live since I've been going live over the last few weeks. So that's great. I mean, I still got a long way to break some of those records that I had over on the other page, but we shall see. I love the way that you are thoughtful enough not to let your roommate hear you. Huh, that is nice. Okay, well, we got to know about that roommate though. Please leave it alone. Don't put that woman business out. Thor, we're waiting on you, sir. You're holding up the show. I thank you all. I'm living it over here on YouTube. I don't know about y'all, but I'm having the time of my life. I got to get me a better setup. Right now, y'all seeing my wall, and this is not that great. I want to be able to, I don't even know how to do the fake backgrounds in the back yet. I got a lot to learn on this app. It's a long story. I bet it is, and I want to hear all about it. But Sonya says to leave it alone. It's blank. I don't see the join button. What? Hold on. Oh, you know what? I may I may have not copied the link again. Hold on. Let me do it again. Copy link. That may be my fault. Hold on. And why is it not saving this? King of KC 913. King of KC 913 at gmail.com. King of KC 913 at gmail.com. Okay. I think I did it right that time. I've just emailed you again and I made sure to hit the copy link button. So let's see if it's ready for you. We got 8 people in the room. I appreciate you all for being here. Please make sure that you have tapped that thumbs up button at the top of your screen. I think it's at the top of your screen, to let the algorithm know that this is a great conversation and that you want to see more of it. If you haven't already, please go over and hit that subscribe button and become part of my YouTube family that is growing. We're approaching 6,000 subscribers, and I thank each and every one of you for your love and for your support. You have a nice background. I'm sitting here in the kitchen eating chips and dip. Laugh out loud. I think I want to sit in my living room when I get back home. I'm actually sitting in my director's chair. I have 2 of them. They actually came from the movie premiere. On the back of them is actually, they were customized. And they say they have the chess piece, that's the bishop piece, and one says bishop's. Well, the chess piece apostrophe is, so it's Bishop's mom and Bishop's dad. So I've had these since our movie premiere, and that's oftentimes what I'm sitting in. This is not my actual favorite room, but oh, here we go. Thor is in the building. Thor!
I had to back out the live, or I had to back out of YouTube, then click the link.
You kidding?
So I can't join while I'm on the YouTube video itself. So you have
Oh, okay. So you have to
close out.
leave the room.
Yeah, you have to leave. You have to leave the live. Click on the link, and then it'll go back. Like
See, we
then
learned it.
join. Yeah.
See, that's an educational piece for us. I learned something new today, so I'll be able to tell people. That's why, and that's probably why it wasn't working for my last guest that came up. All right. Before we move to my other, I got 3 topics tonight. We've been gun ho on one all night, so I'm gonna give you the opportunity to add whatever you want to add to that one, and then we're gonna move swiftly into the remaining two topics of the night, since people won't want to talk about those as well, and then we're gonna call it a night because I don't want to keep y'all up all night. Although it looks like you at work again.
I am.
Why are you hiding from the camera? What's up with this?
Because my phone's on the charger.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can respect that. Charging on up. All right. What are your thoughts on the church fiasco? Did you see that video?
I didn't see the video, but I've heard a lot about it.
Okay. What are your thoughts
And
on women having to come before the throne of God and apologize to the congregation for getting pregnant?
hey, as mouthy as people are these days, I'm surprised she even did it. Cause what the church house I used to go to, that's why I don't go to church anymore, first of all.
Okay.
But the church house I used to go to, oh Jesus Christ. You couldn't even get you couldn't get a woman to you couldn't tell a woman nothing. You couldn't tell nobody nothing.
So are you saying those black women, those disrespectful black women? Is that what you're saying, Thor?
I mean, I'm not saying that they were disrespectful and black, but no, like because there was some Mexican women,
Oh, I'm
some
just trying to dig a hole
Mexican
for
women
you.
and
You
stuff.
know that's what I do.
But mostly it was black women because it would be because like one of the deacons would be like, "Hey, quit running!" Like you ain't my daddy, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, he just said stop running. He just mopped the floor. Clearly, slip and fall. That's gonna be your butt.
Oh,
You
okay.
ain't my daddy. You don't tell me what to do. Uh, I'm surprised it wasn't one of those moments. But hey,
Mm,
it ain't my story to tell.
okay. And your thoughts around oh, let me ask this of you then, since they put me on the spot. I know your daughter is what, 13, is that right?
13.
Okay. If your daughter's homegirl was with child, would you allow your daughter to go to the baby shower?
Uh, Probably not.
And why not?
I said probably not. I don't know. It would have it. It all depends
And depends on
because
what. You got to explain that, sir. We can't just
I'm
leave it
I'm
in the
about to
air.
no, because
Planes
I
have
try
got
to
to
keep
land on this page, sir. Land that plane.
I try to I try to keep my daughter around kind of like minded people as her or whatnot. So if she sees wrong, I try and kind of teach her to go the other way, if
Mm,
that makes sense, or or to stay away from it at least.
okay. Which leads me to my next question. Would you allow her to remain friends if they've been friends? Is she allowed to remain friends with the girl because she's pregnant?
Probably not.
Ooh.
Mainly because if she if the friend is continuing now, it would be it's a circumstantial kind of thing because if it was a case of forcible pregnancy, kind of like rape or
Mm-hmm.
molestation or whatever the case is,
Mm-hmm.
I can understand that. But if she was willingly having sex and and got pregnant, no, because then that would cause peer pressure to my child, and I'm not gonna have that.
Mm. So what if it were a situation where she was being as my previous guest Crystal was, where she had situations where she was being touched as a child, and it just made her more promiscuous than the children around her. Would that would that change? Would that play a part in your decision?
Huh, if my child was touched or if the friend
No,
was
no. If
touched,
the now pregnant girl were touched earlier in life, and that's what caused her to be promiscuous, would that change your thought process around can they be friends or not?
um, Not necessarily. No, it wouldn't change my mind,
Mm.
but it would be. I like I said, I would need to meet this friend,
Okay.
and I would need to meet this friend to see where her head is at. First of all, because
Okay.
like I said, I'm not gonna have my daughter subject to any of that kind of stuff.
Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. And hold on. Here's a question from the comment section. Miss Sonya asked, "Do you think even after the pregnancy, your daughter could influence her to do better?"
I mean, I'm pretty sure if my daughter tried to influence her before the pregnancy, I don't think much would change after it, especially if she didn't listen the first time. So, um,
So the answer is no. You get pregnant, you can't be friends with my daughter. She can't come to your baby shower.
depends. Like the bet,
I'm waiting on the.
like I
I'm
said,
look.
I
I
would
need.
have to
Hey,
see the friend.
you need to land this plane one side or the other. Ain't no. We don't have a middle ground, sir.
I would definitely need to have a sit down with this friend.
Mm. Well, you better than me, Thor, because I've already stated plainly that my daughter's not coming to the baby shower. Now, with regards to being friends, if they were already friends, is this some little girl I've known, the majority of her life, then they probably can remain friends. But the baby shower is no, you're not going to that.
Because I think about it too this way. Um, she like kids nowadays they try to do anything they can to fit in or just to call somebody a friend. And because I tell my daughter all the time, your friends are not your friends if you're the one getting in trouble and they're not, because they're not going to be here, or they're not going to be here, getting this grilling from me like you
Mm.
are. So
Okay.
if you don't want to hear my mouth, or if you don't want to be without whatever it is that you're being without, then you need to stay away from these people.
Next question from the comment section. What if your daughter didn't know that her friend was having sex until after the fact?
Well, then it would still be her decision on if she want to be friends with that person or not.
So you would leave it up to
Because
your
it
daughter.
and like I was saying before, kids nowadays talk. So if they know something, or if they do something, they'll brag about it. Whether it's known or not, they brag about it a lot, because kids, like, I've heard about, kids getting into fights, and I'm not even at the school, or I'm not around the school. So it's like, okay, why, social media is a thing. Because there was, matter of fact, there was an instance where somebody was trying to fight somebody that my daughter was friends with,
Okay.
and I heard about it through social media. So what I did was I went up to the school, showed the principal the whatever the post was, and then I got my daughter out of that school, so my daughter won't be affiliated with that kind of stuff. So
Okay.
the principal got a hold of it and rectified the situation there. But what what happened was they had to fight after school. Like, I guess one of the little girls pulled up to the other little girl's house, and they fought from there.
Oh
And
my.
then the video still surfaced, and somehow it got to the principal again. So they pretty much had to fight anyway, but it was off school ground.
Hmm.
So things, things have a way of getting around.
Okay. Um. So with regards to the the what people are considering the public shaming. Did you do you take any? Do you find his actions as wrong or right? The pastor.
Um, I don't know. I kind of have mixed feelings with that one
That's what I
because
want to hear about. Tell me
on
where the
one
mix at.
on one hand, on one hand, I'm sort of kind of an advocate of bringing back shame, but there's a time and a place to do it,
Okay.
or there's steps behind it.
Okay.
So it's like, say, like, if let me see, or I'm gonna take her for example. the
Okay.
way the way he did it was terrible. Like, he could have, pulled her into little preacher's office or whatever, and be like, hey, I know you did this, I know you did this, I know you did this. Okay, it's wrong, yes, but make sure, there's always has to be a lesson behind it. Now,
True.
what she gained from that, besides embarrassment, I don't know. That's for her.
Okay.
But at least, have a one-on-one, sit her down, and it's not your place to judge.
Okay. I think that's fair. And your thoughts with regards, because there's a follow up where you had a group of guys that ran up in the church and were basically ready to fight the pastor. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, he said got the beat down in the name of Jesus.
The pastor?
Yeah,
You think so?
because like you said, I mean, I felt like the pastor did it from a judgmental standpoint, like he's the moral high ground, so to speak. So I feel
Shouldn't
like,
the pastor be the moral high ground?
no, that's not his position.
What do you mean? The pastor is supposed to be an exemplary Christian. Is he not?
He's supposed to be, but was he at that in that moment?
Well, look, I'm on the fence with that with regards to first and foremost, he would as long as he stayed biblical, I had no problems with him. And
Eh,
I mean, biblically speaking, he was telling the truth. Now, I did have a problem with him with the apology because I'm still confused as to who she was supposed to be apologizing to. Your apology
Right.
is owed to God and possibly your mama because that's who has to help you take care of this child. And now you're basically hitting the reset clock on this woman's life where she had no say so in the matter because she got to help you raise your baby, and she just got done raising, or still raising you for that matter. So those are the only apologies I thought that were valid. Now, with regards to running up on this preacher, the answer is no for me because
Hold on, she's what, 19?
we don't know. The rumors are anywhere between 16 and 19. The lowest I've seen is 16, but nobody's been able to actually confirm her age.
Because I heard she was 19,
I
and
did.
that was,
I heard she had graduated from high school and was 19, almost 20. That's what I heard. But again,
well, at that point she's an adult, so she shouldn't even need to apologize for anything if she's an adult.
mm,
That,
I
like,
mean,
and that's why I asked how old she was, because if she
but
was,
even as an adult, it's still a sin. You know what I mean? So you're still violating the rules of God and rules of God. So you, you would
I
have to
mean, cause
repent for that, right?
I mean, cause my thing is, okay, cause my thing is with this whole marriage situation, cause I don't believe in the state getting involved in marriage.
Oh my God!
I
Oh
don't,
my
because
God!
they be like,
You
oh,
are
by the
not one
power
of
invested in
those,
me and by
Lord.
the state
Please
of
tell me you. Oh
Connecticut or
my
whatever.
God! You're one of those. We spiritually married. You sound. That's exactly what
I
Brandy
mean,
tried with her
I mean,
lying
cause you got
tail.
okay, cause you got to think about it.
No,
You
I
got to
don't
think
have to
about it
think
this way.
about it, sir. That
Did
is
they did
crap.
they do that? Did they do that back in the biblical times? Like, exchange rings and be like, oh, by the power invested in me by the city of, or by the state of Babylon or whatever.
Are we going back to slavery times where we had no control of our bodies?
No, I'm not saying slavery. I'm talking about the biblical days. If we going biblical, I'm talking about the biblical days. They didn't stand in front of a church talking about by the power invested in me by, the city of Jerusalem or
And they also did,
Babylon
and
or
you know
something.
what else they didn't have? Body counts back in that day because women and men's women spreading their bodies from man to man would have caused some real harm to these families.
Yeah.
So when they took their biblical vows, which means consummating your marriage with your bodies, it was way more serious because your lineage was directly affected by it. So you couldn't just go out here and Netflix and chill the way that we do now. So I think it's a very unfair comparison to compare marriage in biblical times to marriage of today.
No, but I'm saying, but like I feel like now it's I feel like there are ways to get married without the state being involved. It like kind of like a heck, contractual marriages, like write up a contract like, hey, I'm, I blah 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 am married to such and such, blah blah blah. Both
Hold
sign it,
on.
get it
And
notarized.
Sonya said they did have weddings. Because weren't we giving like donkeys away along with the brides, things like that?
Huh?
Like you at one time you were getting donkeys and cattle along with the brides.
You talking about dowries?
If you want to call it, yeah, I guess that's the correct terminology for it. When she came with a mule and a cow. You know what I'm talking
I,
about.
I ain't giving away no dang cows now. I mean, I could feed her a burger or something, but
You know
I
what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead and try your best to make this sputtering plane land because it's not going anywhere with me, sir. Go ahead.
but yeah, I just feel
What
like
what
as
is the
long as as long
incentive?
as
There
the
is
two
no
people, as long as
incentive when you say we're gonna have a spiritual connection. That is nothing but I'm gonna be your boy. I'm your forever boyfriend or your live-in lover. And when I get tired of you, I can get rid of you.
but who's to say I'm gonna get tired of it?
I mean, but if you're not gonna get tired of it, where's the harm in signing the paper and making it legal?
I never said we weren't gonna sign papers. I'm just not gonna sign it through the state.
What does that even mean, sir? So y'all gonna type them up on Word and print them out yourself?
Pretty much.
That means nothing.
How come not? It's a contract between two people.
But it means nothing. What's gonna happen when you break it? Nothing. You can burn that little piece of paper that you wrote up yourself. It means nothing. There's no risk involved in a paper you made up yourself. I'm just
What I'm
asking.
saying is get the state involved.
You can call it whatever you want to. I don't recognize marriages that are not legal. I don't. I don't. Mm-mm. When y'all come up with y'all little spiritual ceremonies with no legality behind it, and those relationships mean nothing to me. No, there's no risk. No risk at all. That is your boyfriend and your girlfriend, your living lover, and if and when you get tired of them, y'all can walk away willy nilly. When you are married and you're bound legally. That's gonna make you work a little bit harder to try to make things work because you don't want to lose things. But when you have nothing to lose and no risk at all, yeah, you're more than likely to go out and make those mistakes because there are no consequences behind it.
So what I'm saying is there should be consequences behind it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, there should be consequences when you marry people. I'm risking, as a man, obviously you risk your finances, and as a woman, they risk their very life when they lay down to make these children with you. So why shouldn't it be legal? Every time they pop out one of your big head babies, they have walked to death's door. So why can't they benefit legally? Or why shouldn't they benefit legally? Men that have this argument are only concerned with money, and oftentimes they don't even have any. That's the funny part to me. Y'all be just as broke as the people y'all marrying, but y'all want the cows without having to take care of them. In essence, you want the milk without the cow.
Hmm.
Prove me wrong. Because why don't you want it legal? Making it legal look only it protects both parties involved because now you're both risking something. You risking your finances, she risking her body. Why can't it be legal? If you pass away, at least she collect a check for her children and for herself. With your paper you printed off on Word, she ain't getting nothing.
Unless you put it in there.
Oh God.
That's the purpose of a contract. If the contract is not fulfilled, then yeah, there should be consequences. Because
Why
that's all it
why
is.
can't you have a legal marriage, Thor? Or why don't you want a legal marriage, Thor?
I mean,
Because you want the ability to walk away when you feel like it.
but my thing is, like, I'm not me personally. I'm not gonna walk away. I know that
Okay,
for a fact.
besides the point, you want the ability to be able to walk away when you want to. If you do anything you don't like, you can walk away whenever you feel like it.
Oh, not being particular, no. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna have. I just don't want, like, in Texas, for example. If you get married in Texas, from what I heard, if you get married in Texas and you pretty much have to get permission to move to another state. Like, you and your wife have to get permission to move to another state or move outside of whatever county you live in. That's from what
Oh,
I heard.
okay,
So
I don't know that to be true, but even if it is, if we have children involved in this situation, that's probably not a bad idea for us to stay pretty close. So both these children have the benefit of both parents.
no, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying if you're married,
Mm-hmm.
like if you're married and you still married, say like if you like if me and my wife, for example, we were married in the state of Texas and we got tired of Texas and we wanted to move to, say, Nevada, we will have to get permission from Texas to move to Nevada.
I've never heard that, and I've had
That,
parents. My friend just moved from Alabama. Well, it wasn't from Texas, but they moved from Alabama to Texas, and I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have moved to Texas if that was a law. I don't know that to be true.
that hey,
Now I've
that's
heard
what
in
I heard.
divorces where one of the other parties are not able to pick up and take their children out the country because hey, this other party need to have access to the kids. I've seen that,
That
but
now
I've never.
that I know to be true because I have a friend who's a lawyer down there, and she was actually working a case where the um the mom wanted to move to Florida,
Mm-hmm.
and the dad didn't want the baby to move to
Mm-hmm.
Florida. So
That I know to be true.
yeah,
Yeah, but I've never heard of
they're
that
in
in
like
marriage.
a legal battle
Divorces
right
I've
now.
heard of it, but not in marriage. No.
But I mean that's just from what I heard. I'm don't quote me on it. I'm not saying that it's fact or not, but I'm just saying.
No. Yeah, I've heard of it in divorce, but not in marriage. So I'm gonna have to discount that because we don't know that to be true. Next
Okay, that's
point.
fine. We can
Next
discount it.
point.
You said next.
Next part. The next point. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on a valid point.
That was it.
So you're basing all of this on on something
I
you
just I just
suspect.
don't want I just don't want the state to I just don't want the state involved in my marriage. That's all.
So you don't want your children to benefit in your death.
I'm not saying they ain't gonna benefit. I
You're
just don't
not.
want the state.
You're. If you died tomorrow, your wife and your daughter would collect a check for you. Your daughter would
Yeah.
collect one until she's grown, and I can't remember how many years your wife will collect one automatically, simply because you're legally married. That's free money. We're not talking about your 401k, your pension, none of that. We talk about actual free money from the state that will benefit your wife and your child in your death just because you're legally married. So you would rather your family not get free money.
When they start this?
Hmm?
When did they start this?
That's been going on. When my father died, my mother collected a check for me, my sister, and herself. I think
Oh well,
until we were grown.
my cousin, and my auntie need to have a conversation then.
I don't know. I don't know how you don't know anything about that, but yeah, that's not. Yeah, they collect checks.
No, because my auntie was married to her husband for like how old is
Was
my
it a spiritual union like you keep
no no
talking
no she went to church. No, she got married she got married legally.
Yeah, you
And
get a check.
my cousin was what 16 when her dad passed.
Hmm.
And she
So she
didn't
would
get
have collected a check for at least 2 years.
she ain't collected nothing.
I don't know why. They may have not been
And that's
married,
why I
sir.
said we need to have a conversation.
Sounds like somebody lied about being married.
No, because I
Crystal is
was
in
there.
agreement. My uncle
No, I
passed
was
away,
there.
and my aunt collected Jack for all her children. Yeah, through Social Security. Correct. Matter of fact, my daddy had 8 children, or 7 that were still living. Every one of those children got a check, and their mamas too. So I'm not sure why you would be walking away from free money. That's something that I'm not gonna do.
Huh. Do the kids have to be minors?
Yes, the children have to be minors.
Okay, 16 is a minor. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. That's still yeah.
Oh,
16 is still a minor.
okay, so yeah, me and my cousin gonna have to have a conversation about this. Me, my cousin, and my auntie.
Oh Lord.
I'm just saying.
I
I'm
don't.
just saying.
Your auntie probably got all them chicks and just didn't tell you all about them. Everybody know about that chick. What are you talking about? That is not new. That has been going on since the dawn of time.
Cause I know nothing about it.
What, 35 years old? How do you not know that?
I was never married. Plus, one I was never married. Two, my dad just recently died in 2020.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have known nothing about it anyway.
Okay, I got you. You right, because you're
Now
not a
now
bastard like the rest of us. I forgot.
now
You know I had to
now I
circle
know
back to it.
now I know I had a friend of mine who both of her parents died and she collected checks from the state.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I didn't know like if one passed or whatever, you collect a check. I just thought both of them had to pass to collect a check.
No, either parent, you're gonna collect a check for. So that's something to think about, sir. Let's not throw away money that could be benefit your spouse and your child. I
I mean,
mean,
cause pretty much, I mean, even if that is the case, all I'm gonna do is just open up like more, um, more savings accounts or CDs or whatever you want to call it for my daughter. Anyway,
sir, you could dress it up however you want. Free money is free money.
no, I'm saying if I do, I'm gonna just have them save it because I already got a insurance policy on my I have an insurance policy on me for my child.
So do I.
in the
I
event that I do pass. But
absolutely. I think all parents should.
right,
I mean, they've been doing it forever. And that's oftentimes how a lot of this wealth is built up. So I'm an advocate for getting you a good solid policy that's able to benefit your children when you're not here. Absolutely. Okay, I think we are about done with that. With the marriage conversation, let's move on to the next topic. Did you hear about the nurse that has recently been arrested for breaking the bones of babies?
I did not hear about that.
Mm, you have not been on my TikTok page here lately. All these videos have been up.
Okay, the last one I've seen from your page was the
Yes, sir.
preacher one.
The who?
That was that was the last one I seen. I
Oh yeah,
haven't
you missed all the good stuff. I am, Sonya.
I try to
He was getting on my nerves, so yeah, I had to find something to do. All right.
like
Uh, let me explain this thing. So basically, there's a nurse out of Virginia. She's 26 years old, I believe. Her name was gosh, I had it wrote down. Hold on, Erin Strotman. Erin Elizabeth Ann Strotman is her name. She
mm,
is 26 years old. She worked in Virginia in a NICU, a neonatal intensive care unit. That is the unit for the little
yeah,
babies.
babies.
Right. This woman recently arrested for breaking the bones of three babies in the NICU. Okay, bad enough. What makes this story worse is that this white nurse broke the arms of, or well, not arms, broke the bones of four other babies in 2023. She was suspended during the investigation, got paid for the entire year long suspension. They gave her back her job, and then she did it to three other babies. The one thing that all seven babies had in common, they were
They were
all
black.
black babies.
And if I was every last single one of those parents, I would have lined up and smacked the taste out of all her mouth.
The
Cause
problem I have with this thing, and like I say, historically, black people have been mistreated with regards um to healthcare. We can go all the way
mhm,
back to the Tuskegee experiments. But I always say you have to be your biggest when we are hospitalized, especially our babies. We have to be vigilant, and we have got to be um, advocates. So by advocating, I mean you got to be at that hospital as often as you can be. Now, I've had family members that have spent a great deal of hospital time in serious care over the last couple of months, and I could tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was somebody there just about every day, 24 hours a day, and that person
mhm.
is now home doing much better. Can we say that person would have gotten the same level of care had them doctors and nurses not known that there was a family member always around them? I can't say that. So that is my gist on that. With regards to this lady, what gets me, especially on my page, they hate when I bring up race and racism. But how can I not talk about it when we have situations like this? What else can it be if you only targeted black babies? As bad as it is, I would have felt much better about the situation if the children were from all different cultures. Why were all the babies black? And what possessed you to injure children that were already fighting for their lives? Horrific. And this just happened. How did you get your job back? Had that been a black nurse, she never would have got a job back after the
She
first set of incidents.
she would
It
have been
was
under the
happening
prison.
so frequently that they had to stop accepting children into the NICU in November of this year. That's how often she was breaking these babies' bones. And she's just being arrested. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that I can't make sense of it. Like,
Insanity.
cause I can only say like that's why when my little one was born, I, yeah, I followed the nurses all the way to the room. I followed the nurses all the way back to my to to feed. Like everywhere my child went, I went right behind them
Hmm.
because I couldn't do it.
Insanity. Complete insanity. I found it to be one of the most deplorable stories that I've ever had to read and or cover, and I hope to never see another one like that. She and her supporters need to be in jail. Main question, how did she? Exactly. We don't know, Sonya. We have no idea. The black nurse would have lost her nursing license. Correct. You're absolutely right, Crystal. The black nurse never would have got her license. After the first set of babies got injured in that way, she never would have. She would never have come within 20 feet of a hospital. No way. Horrifying. Okay. I guess we're gonna spin off that topic since you have nothing else to add to it. Um, Kamala Harris and the senator's husband. Please tell me you saw that video. It's world news.
Uh, which the handshake video?
You got it correct. The
Because I know that
senator's
video being.
the senator's husband got it. Okay, first of all, have you have seen the video?
Hmm.
What are your thoughts? Because I did a video where I had to go in on one of my own people for their take on this. Did you think it was an intentional act? Did you think that
Yeah,
he was? Uh, oh, you do.
it was very much so intentional because his hand was empty when he handed the Bible to his wife. He handed the Bible to his wife. She extended her hand. He could have switched the cane to the other hand, shook her hand. He didn't want to shake her hand in the beginning. He didn't want to shake her hand from the start because you could see it all. It was written all over his face.
I'm gonna tell you what's even more funny. If you guys watch the extended clip, he didn't even want to stand next to her. In the
Mm-mm.
extended clip, that she looks at him, smiles, and goes, "I promise you, I don't bite." That's
Yeah,
how much hatred he had towards this woman from the
they
very start of the interaction.
they had to make him stand over there.
Correct. It was that bad. And then the creator that I went after decided to say that he's an elderly man. He had a cane in one hand, he had the Bible in the other, and he may have lost his balance if he would have let go of the cane. I'm like, everything you're saying is stupid because at one time he was holding the Bible with both his hands. His hands were not even on the cane, which lets me know that even though he may not be able to walk a fairly long distance, he's able to steady himself and hold himself up unassisted.
I'm convinced he
Besides,
don't even need a cane.
say that again.
As I'm convinced he don't even need a cane.
Correct. Who knows? And even after that, the wife takes the Bible from him and he puts his hands in his pocket.
Hmm.
In his pocket. Didn't even want to make eye contact with the woman. It was insanity. I was
And
like,
and like
y'all
that,
got
and
to
like I said, not only that, he literally like looked at her and then
yes,
put his hand in the pocket because
correct.
by that time he had already handed the Bible over, had the cane under his arm. It just
Insanity.
oh,
Insanity.
but if he would have lost his balance, he would have had his cane in his hand, but yet it
Correct.
was under his arm in his pocket.
Correct. Correct. Okay. Nowhere to go with that story either. We are in agreement on that. Okay. A couple of more. I don't know if I touched on the New Orleans tragedy or not. I feel like I may have, but I want to hit on it because I recently saw a video on Facebook of the carnage. Like there was a man walking from dead body to dead body, narrating. You could see brain matter on the ground. These you could see the bodies crushed, just full of. You saw it too, Sonya. It was
You talking about the one where the
where he ran over the crowd of people on Bourbon Street.
and the little girl got the little girl passed because the mom told her not to go,
Yeah,
and
that
she
was
went.
one
Okay,
of 14. Yeah, so I think
yeah,
the last death count was 14.
yeah. We talked about that part last week,
Okay, good.
but
Well, but this video
this
I didn't
part
see until like 2 days ago, and I obviously couldn't put it on TikTok because it was so graphic. But what disturbed me about it was these are people's family members. This man's
hmm
brain was on the ground, 6, 7 feet from his body, and you're walking around narrating it as if it's a reality TV show of sorts. I was deeply disturbed, and I'm like, is there anything that people will not do for a like, a click, or a view?
and this
Who?
ain't because I feel like since people there's a camera on in every hand, pretty much people feel like they need to document
Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Like some things don't need to be documented.
correct. Sonya saw the video. It was horrific. It was. It didn't even look real. It was so graphic and so disturbing to see just how these bodies were ripped apart and just everywhere. It was. I felt for the families because this is somebody's sister, somebody's brother, somebody's aunt. You know what I mean? And you're just walking around, just ooh, look at that! Oh my God, your brain on the ground. It was no, no thought for humanity, no sensitivity to this family. Just I want me a viral moment, and I'm gonna get it. I don't care if it's at the expense of all y'all dead bodies that's been mutilated. It was just I just found it deeply, deeply disturbing. So for
hmm
anybody that's out there, this is just my plea to you. All money is not good money, and there's certain things that you should not have to do for a viral moment, and to use dead bodies as a way to get yourself some attention is horrific. It's inhumane, and it needs to stop. So I just want to say that to anybody out there that's doing it. It needs to stop. Okay. Let's hit the. I don't know if we talked about this one last week either. The bus driver in Georgia that was unalived by the three patrons that did not want to pay the $2.50 bus fare.
I heard about it. I don't
Um,
know if
from
it was from you or from somebody else, but I heard about it.
from what I'm seeing or what's being now reported, I think these were juveniles.
What was the last part?
That I think they were juveniles. I don't even think they were adults. There were three of them. They got into the fight with the bus driver. The third person was the one that pew pewed him and
Yeah,
unalive.
he the one that got away.
Correct. Did they ever find him?
To my knowledge, no.
Yeah, the
I
last
haven't heard it.
last I
I
checked, he
haven't
was
heard
on
anything
the
else
run.
about it.
Yeah, it was the how $2. How can $2.50 be enough for you to take a life? It makes no sense.
Mm,
You didn't hear about Sonya did a video on it. It's on my page. It actually did really well on my page. I don't know how you missed that.
I mean, I mean, people. I mean, I hate to be like condescending or like I don't care because I do,
Hmm.
but it's kind of like I've I've heard about people. getting killed over less.
It
For
was.
example, the sandwich situation.
Oh, I was going. That was going to be my last one of the night. I did a video on that one as well.
Yeah, yeah, I seen the sandwich situation.
Yes,
Um,
this was in
the,
New York City. For those of you who do not know,
hmm
there was a post office worker, basically running into a shop, a deli, bodega in New York to get a sandwich. His mail bag was sitting outside. He goes in, gets into it with a 24-year-old woman, last name Cruz. They got into an argument. From what I'm reading, allegedly she spat at him and then knifed him in the back, the neck, the arms, and the torso. She poked him so many times that he was DOA when he got to the hospital. Didn't stand a chance. And yes, this is because the argument stemmed from who was supposed to get their order taken next
I
inside the
mean,
bodega. So yes, when you say people have been killed over less, you're not exaggerating at all, and that's a prime example of such. This man was 36 years old. He had children that he took to school every day, and he was taking care of his mama and working an honest job. And you took his life over a sandwich in a bodega. What is the world coming to?
I hate to say it, but that must be one good sandwich shop.
Too soon, Thor. Too soon.
I'm
Way too.
just
Way too soon.
no, but yeah, uh,
Horrible. Just I've been reporting nothing but terrible news since the year has started. I did three terrible stories last week. I did three terrible stories this week, and it's only week two. I've only been able to do my fun family content. I think I may have gotten one video, maybe two, that were fun videos. Everything else has been nothing but having to stick to these horrible stories that everybody wants to talk about. And I'm amazed at just how terrible a start of a year we've had, and this has just been a horrific one. I hope it does get better, but not looking so good right now. I watched the Supreme Court, well, not the actual hearing, but I watched the interviews that were done after, and it's not looking very well for TikTok.
I don't know. The From what I've heard, the Supreme Court already denied the appeal.
Have they no see now last I heard they'd heard the cases, but they said that they're leaning heavily towards denying it, but I didn't see an official ruling. Are you claiming this an official ruling now?
No, no, I'm just saying like that. That's from what I heard. I
Yeah,
heard. I
it's
pretty
not
much
looking
heard
good.
that they were heavily about to deny it.
Yeah, now that the rumor has it everybody is leaning into believing based on the way that the hearing went that it's probably not going to go well. And the saddest part is there's not even going to be a grace period. TikTok will basically cease operation immediately on the 19th for all the US. Um,
Hmm.
and
So
what's so
pretty much,
crazy about it, half of the US is on TikTok. One in two people have TikTok and are a user of TikTok. And it's just going to be gone just like that.
and it sucks because I I put it like this
Uh,
because I feel like this is just the U.S. trying to bully its way into like things that they can't control. Like they're like the spoiled child. You know,
hmm.
it's like, oh, can I have this? No, well, you're not welcome here.
Correct.
And it's like I mean, I don't know if because they do make money off of it and stuff like that. But I don't know if it's taxed in the U.S. or
It is.
taxed. It is. I mean,
Every
okay, so
creator
they
is
still
taxed. They
so they
make
still
money.
getting money off of it then, so it shouldn't matter. So
Yep.
if they get rid of TikTok, then what? Like you're how are you gonna supplement for that income?
I think
I
it's
mean,
going to be a knockoff. They're going to create their own knockoff version of it right here in the U.S., and we'll be back in 6 months with a new knockoff version of it. That's what I think.
um, from what I heard, they already got one. It's like called Lemonade or something like that.
No, Lemonade is akin to Pinterest. It's nothing like TikTok. Matter of fact, they're directly related and owned by TikTok. So it is my belief that when this app goes, Lemonade is going to go, and so is CapCut because they're all owned by TikTok.
Oh,
That's my personal belief. I think they're all going to go at the same time.
yeah, because
Which,
then again, too, ByteDance, the company that they're trying to buy or
mhm.
whatever. From what I've heard, ByteDance has ties to some other companies in the US. Like apparently there's a bank that owns some shares in ByteDance.
Hmm. That I
Like
don't.
there's a few companies in the US that own shares in ByteDance. And one of them is a bank. One of them is a US bank that owns some shares in ByteDance.
Hmm. Sonya, can you imagine this being someone and this is their only source of income? For a lot of people, this is their only source of income. They quit their actual jobs to be full time creators on TikTok. I remember when that one moved to Texas. Do y'all remember that? Remember that young lady? She had 3 kids and she said it was her dream to become a TikTok influencer. And she thought by
Mhm.
moving to Texas that that would help jumpstart her career as
Oh
an
yeah.
influencer. You remember her? She only
I remember.
had what 300-400 followers at the time.
Hmm.
It was a suicide mission. She got all the way to Texas and was broke within a week. It was terrible. Her kid,
Hmm.
they interviewed her on the news. She was basically in a shelter trying to get money to come back home. I'm like, what possessed you to move? And why do you think you need? I'm like, you could be an influencer everywhere. Nobody
Right.
knows where you live when you're on camera. You could say you're from anywhere.
Unless you
How could
tell
they
them.
know?
Unless you tell them.
Exactly. I thought it was the most insane thing. And even after that, and all the notoriety she got from it and backlash, she still didn't collect no real follow, no more followers than she would have gotten if she would have just continued to
Hmm.
create. It was horrific. But yes, Sonya, yeah, there are a lot of people that are going to be shaken up really, really bad. If and when this occurs again. I'm doing my best to start growing my YouTube page because not for income. It's cool to have a couple extra dollars here and there, but I just love the connection that I have with my people, and I just hate, that I built, nearly a quarter million people that love what I do, and they're going to hit a button and all those people are going to be gone. You know what I mean? So that is why I'm striving so hard to get this thing running, to get these shows moving in the way that they're moving, and I'm enjoying each and every one of them. And to get my content created on this side. The bad part is, here's a secret: I'm still using TikTok to create content that's here. And the bad part is, once they eliminate the app, I'm gonna have to find a whole new way to create and edit my content. So it's gonna be really terrible. It's gonna be really, really terrible. This is
Right.
outside of things. I don't. Have you guys watched the Luther Vandross documentary?
I have not yet.
It is so good. I'm actually doing a full review. I started working on it tonight. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. It'll probably be up to later tomorrow. Well, today is the next day. It'll be later on today. It's taking me a while to put it together. These longer videos take an extraordinary amount of time to put together if you want them to look like you've done something. So I'm going to put up my full review of the Luther Vandross documentary. We were intent. I hate that because someone probably pumped her up to move. Yeah, that was insane. Sonya, we were supposed to be talking about Luther Vandross. We were supposed to be talking about The Lost Children and Squid Games too. Please tell me you've watched at least one of those, Thor.
I'll try.
You
Like
try.
I've been swamped with between sports practice, work. massage, my little one shoveling snow all over the place. I've just been swamped. Like I haven't even finished the shows that I've been watching. Like my best friend was like, "Oh, you got to watch Rebel Ridge. You got to watch this. You got to watch." There was something on Grotesquerie on Hulu. I still got to watch that. Plus I still got to watch The Rookie. I watch Hell's Kitchen. Like I'm just swamped with shows right now and stuff. So, and I
All
haven't
right.
been able to watch it.
You got to add all three of those to your watch list. Sonya, did you watch Squid Game? You finished Squid Game too. Okay, so you watched them all. You have got to watch Luther Vandross, the documentary. It's on CNN. It was excellent. It was perfection with regards to a perfect balance of the professional life and the career. I don't know if you're a Luther Vandross fan or not, but even if you're not, you know enough of his music to appreciate what they did with this
Oh,
documentary. And
you know, am I a fan of Luther?
yeah,
Absolutely.
look, I don't want to guesstimate. Jamie Foxx was one of the executive producers in it. It was an excellent documentary. The Lost Children is a no, not Squid Game 2. Wait a minute. Uh, the Lost Children was an excellent documentary. It's true story. Oh, obviously it's a documentary about a family that flew to it was in Colombia, but their plane crashed in the jungle on the way. The mom, the pilot, and another male were instantly killed. And the only people to survive the crash were the four children in the jungle for 40 days. It is a documentary you do not want to miss. It's a story of survival, a story of faith, it's a story of people coming together from the military and from the indigenous religious community for the sake of attempting to save these four innocent kids. And the oldest, I think, was about 13. The youngest was only 11 months at the time. Excellent documentary. You gotta watch it. Squid Games 2, Sonya sounds looks like she's trying to trash me on Squid Games 2. Squid Game 1, did you ever watch the first season?
No,
Oh my god. Thor,
my daughter has though. Like she's been wanting me to watch it with her,
you are killing me.
and
You are killing
I
me,
know.
Thor. The first, now I will say, I got to be honest, the second season was not as good as the first season, but the first season, spectacular TV.
Oftentimes it never is.
It was so good. The first one was just, they should have just left it alone. I'm going to watch it because they got a part three coming out. I just got to see it to conclusion. But the first season is just unmatched.
Because I know uh, there's a brother son, whatever that movie is. Not movie, but it's a show on Netflix called Brother Son
Mm,
or whatnot. That's a good show too. Like
uh,
I just finished that one a couple weeks ago.
I got you. Okay, well, you didn't watch any of the films. I have thrown six additional topics at you. You know what? I'm going to send you back to the comment section because
Yeah,
I am very upset with you right now, Thor.
I've been busy.
Oh, that is
Like,
fine.
cause right,
Be- Before you come here next week, you better been and watched at least one of those three. So write them down. Squid Game, The Lost Children, and Luther, Never Too Much, the documentary. One of those three I need you to have seen before you come back here next week. If I see you next.
cause yeah, cause let me see. I got a basketball game tomorrow
My
and
daughter,
Sunday.
my daughter's
Huh?
a cheerleader. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, uh, and
So
then
the
oh
game lasts all day and all night.
well, I got a team A and a team B. So
Are
one
you the
game is at
coach?
12.
Are you the
Huh?
coach?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I coach youth sports.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so I got a game at 12 and then I got a game at 3.
Okay.
And that's
Mm.
both Saturday and Sunday. And then I have a sorority party to go to because of course, it's a massage thing. So
Mm. So you're gonna
yeah,
collect you another couple of wives while you're there, huh?
nah, nah. A friend of mine, a friend of mine, she wants me to. She wants to do a little massage party for her and her sorority sisters. So I gotta prepare for that.
Mm.
Ugh.
Okay, well, I'm sending you back to the comments. I thank you for being with me tonight. I want to know what this rotate button is, but I'm so afraid to hit it
Oh,
because
the rotate your phone.
rotate.
It's just
Oh,
to rotate
so
the
it
camera.
shows the outside.
Yeah.
Oh no, y'all don't want to see the wall and my baby toys everywhere. We good on that. I'm sorry, it was a hangnail. Leave me alone. All right. I thank you for being with me tonight. I'm gonna bring Sonya back up one more time so she can talk about this film before I go because I'm getting sleepy now. Sonya, can you come back up so we can review these films because Thor didn't watch any of them, so he was unable to help me. I gave that man 6 topics and 3 movies, and we were stuck. Can you come back, Sonya? Go back and hit leave out of here. Go and hit the button, come back so we can discuss these couple of films before I go to bed. And that's gonna be it, because I've given you guys a whole night. My nails grow very, very fast. I don't go to the shop. I clip these bad boys at the house. And Thor was talking crazy about marriage, so I had to do something so I wouldn't snap. Oh Lord. I thank you all for hanging out with me. I told y'all I could talk all night. That's pretty bad. There we go. Look at Sonya. Now that felt professional. You see how quick you got up there?
I went straight to it.
That's what I'm talking
I
about. We
went
learning. We
I went
learning.
straight to
Now
it
the
this
next
time.
time we ain't gotta wait 45 minutes for you to pop up.
No, you don't. Not at all.
It's a learning curve. It's a learning curve.
Yeah.
Sonya, I had to drop him down because he didn't watch any of the films, and I told y'all to watch them films before we came back up here next week. So I had to
Okay,
bring
but
you back.
in his defense, in
Mm-hmm.
his defense,
Mm-hmm.
he's a very busy man doing busy stuff.
And I'm not busy.
You're busy, but this is what you do.
What you mean? This
This
is
is
what I
you.
do.
You are supposed to be prepared, sir. You're supposed to be prepared.
Fine. Fine.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Where do you want to start? Because I loved all 3 of them. I can talk about all
Let's
3 of them.
let's start with my
Let's
least
start with the
like.
lowest and work our way up to the highest. How about that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
gonna have to
I
say
watched the
Squid
whole
Game
season
2
one.
is the lowest on the totem pole.
Squid.
But the first
Squid.
season, you got to admit, was
I
spectacular.
loved it. I loved it. I loved it.
Sonya, what was your favorite? What was your favorite game?
Let me tell you something. The very first one, red light, green light.
Red light, green light.
Don't nothing beat red light, green light. The
Because you did not know all those people were gonna die.
no, no, and then the cute part about, and I hate to say cute because people died, but the cute part about it was they had a little girl doing it, and she was demolishing people.
She was tearing them
They,
folks up. When them eyes go to zoom, it's over.
they had that little girl tearing the people up,
Tear them up.
and
It
then
was so okay. I'll agree with you. That was my
it was
favorite. My second favorite game of all of them was the glass bridge.
okay. Look, that glass bridge. Let me tell you, when I tell you I was shaking in my boots,
I, and that's the thing. It had your heart pumping. It really,
it
really did. I'm
did.
going back now and I'm rewatching season 1 right now. It is.
Look,
It
I'm
was.
not even into that kind of stuff. That's
Mm-mm,
how I know
it was
you
good,
picked a good one because I'm not even into that kind of stuff.
but it was
My
well
baby girl
written.
said, my
Yep.
baby girl said, "Mommy, remember when we tried to watch it before, and when it first came on, you said nope."
Yeah.
I would think they were into the first few
Yeah.
sentences, and I was like, "Nope, this ain't
Yeah.
for me."
Yeah.
But when it got to that glass part, Because you know what I was waiting on? This is what kept me watching that whole part. I wanted to know if that girl was gonna really kill that man because she
The
said,
evil man, the one she had slept
yes,
with.
yes. She
Oh
said,
yeah,
if you
and I
betray
was
me,
so happy that she took him
I'm
out, and
gonna
she
kill
took him
you.
out in such a beautiful way. He deserved
Oh
it
my
too.
God.
She told him
She
she was gonna get him
did.
back. She told
But
him.
I had no idea it was gonna be like that.
Oh, she took him out. She took him
I mean,
out.
she grabbed him and took him
Just
down.
held on to him.
All I could see was somebody look. All I could see was somebody bungee jumping,
That's what it looked like. Yep.
but they didn't come back up.
They didn't know they didn't bounce back.
I I loved it. Now
Glass
the
Bridge
worst
was
part of it to
it.
me was the end when the old man died.
When you
I didn't like
realize
that
it was
part.
him the
I
whole
didn't like it
time.
because I felt like he deceived him,
Oh,
and he really liked him, and he really trusted him,
yep.
and he deceived him. I didn't like that. That was
Yeah.
that to me. I was like, you dirty scoundrel.
I could not believe
You
that man was
dirty
player
scoundrel.
one the whole time. You sitting here in on this game the whole
The
time.
whole
That
time.
man risked his life multiple times for you, and you were never in any danger.
Never.
You knew you was gonna live if nobody else did. I thought that was so bad.
Knew you wouldn't. But down then,
Yep.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that. But as a whole, oh, I loved
See,
it.
but the thing about it, Sonya, and
But
that's
the
what I told,
brothers,
what I kept saying. You fell in love with every character. You loved the characters, or you
you
hated them.
did.
They
Oh
made
my,
you feel
you
something
did.
for every one of them characters.
Every one of
Everyone,
them.
you
Yes,
felt
sir.
something.
Every one of
I'm gonna tell you the one that broke
them.
my heart. Ali. When Ali died, I couldn't
Okay, tell me
believe
which
it.
one was that?
That man put them rocks
Because
around
I didn't
Ali
keep up
neck,
with.
and Ali was walking around there and did not realize that
Yes,
man had
yes,
stole all the
yes, yes.
marbles
Oh,
until it was too late.
let me tell you, I cried.
I did. I was teared up.
I cried like a
Ooh,
baby.
I
I cried
teared
like
up
a
when he took Ali
baby.
because Ali was just innocent
He
and
was so
he loved
innocent.
everybody. That man was
He
trying.
was so
He
innocent,
was so innocent.
and he trusted him with everything.
Trusted that man.
Everything in him, he trusted him. And
Trusted that man.
that little evil son of a gun.
Just got that
Oh
man
my God.
killed. Oh,
But you
that
know
was
what I
it.
didn't understand?
What's that?
You know what I missed though?
What's that?
I didn't understand what was in the bag. I didn't see him put the rocks in the bag.
Oh well, you didn't remember when he threw his coat down on the ground. He threw the coat down on the
Yeah.
ground to trick him, and he basically gathered those rocks that were up under that plant. And you saw now when they flashed back to it the second time, you saw all the rocks
Yes.
scattered about.
Yes.
So
You
yeah,
saw what he did. Yes.
yeah, but
I was so confused.
he
I was
tricked him.
confused. I was like, well, how did he not have his marbles? And when
Yep,
did he put the rocks in the bag?
yep.
But that just oh, the other part that got me too was the two girls.
That was it. When that girl just dropped that marble down and laid down her life for her friend just because she knew that girl
She
had
said,
more to
I don't
live
have
for. Oh my
nobody.
God. Yeah,
I was like,
I
oh, that
loved it.
gave
It
me
was so
chills.
noble. It was the most
It
noble thing.
was.
And then the last thing she said was thank you for playing with me. It was
Yes.
ooh.
I was like, wow,
Yeah.
I can't watch no more. I was like, I can't watch no more of this. But
It
then
was
you're like, but you gotta see it through.
it
You
was
gotta
so
see it
good.
through.
It was so
It
good.
was. It was. And I like when he came back and he gave the lady all that money
Oh yeah. Oh
for
yeah.
that little boy,
Oh
for that
yeah.
child.
Oh
I was
yeah.
like, wow,
Yeah.
I love that. I
Yeah,
love that.
now I will say the second season was not as good as it wasn't terrible, but it was not as good as the first season. I got to
I
admit to
didn't
that.
make it all the way through. I'm gonna tell you what I where I made it to.
Okay.
The part I made it to was the part where they were in that house or building or whatever it was, and the man was tied up in the bed, and He came and he rescued the man.
Oh, that's early. You haven't even made it to
Yeah.
no serious games yet.
No, no,
Oh, the
no, no,
games are now. You'll enjoy
no,
the games. Now the yeah
no,
you will
no.
enjoy the problem I had this time around. It was too
But I
many
made it to him going
characters.
back though. I made it to him going back, and it ended there for me because I fell asleep and I just never watched it again. I
Yeah,
made
you
it
got
to
to go
him
back
going
and
back
finish it though, because you
when he
know
got in the
they got a
limousine.
final part that's coming out in a few months. So you got
Yeah,
to finish it so you can be ready for
I'm
part
gonna
three.
try. I
It's
didn't like
not
the
that bad.
red.
It's not that bad. Like again, you just got to stop thinking about season one. If you don't put it next to season one, then you'll be fine. But if you put it
But
next
how
to
could you
season
not
one, you're
do
going to be mad.
that? How can you not do that?
I know it's hard. Well, it's kind of like Kill Bill. If you've ever watched Kill Bill 1 and 2,
Ye-
Kill,
yes,
okay,
yes.
Kill Bill 1 and 2 were two very different movies. You know what I
Two
mean?
very different
Same but they were very different. And that's the way you
people.
have to look at this. Well, 1 and 2, they're just two very different perspectives, and you have to respect them for where they are. I think season 3 is going to bring it full circle, but season 2 is kind of like that filler space. It's like that Kill Bill too. So it's not awful, but you just cannot sit it next to one. That's all.
Oh, okay, so I saw a little clip though. You know how you have the different parts of it. I
Hmm?
saw a little clip. Can you tell me if the young lady that joined, that went, that was sitting at the fireplace outside, and she burned the card, and she went, is that his daughter?
No, no, it's not.
Okay,
No, no,
okay.
no.
I'm good then,
Yeah, you'll
because
be
I wasn't
you.
gonna watch
Yeah,
it. I
you
wasn't.
gotta finish it. Like I enjoyed the games. Like I said, the games that I did enjoy the games. I didn't. Again, they were not as great as the first game, but they were good games. But
Mhm.
like I say, you just have to. You gotta just not. You gotta divorce yourself from season one, which is it's
I'm gonna
very
try.
hard to do. You just cannot compare the two. But it's a decent
You really can't.
continuation. And like I said, I think season 3 is going to be really good.
I think they should have just found a way to end it.
They should have left it alone.
Just,
They really
just
should have
let
left.
that be the only one.
Yeah, but
Just
I'm
let that be the
stuck
only
there,
one.
so I got to make it to the end now to see because it ended on a pretty high note with regards to where they are. And it makes me want to go back and figure out, how are we gonna get out of this? It's one of those
Okay,
cliffhangers.
well, I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna promise you we're gonna be talking about it again.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed season one, so that's really
I
good.
did.
Season one was the bomb. It
I
was. I
really did.
mean, it was some of the best writing, best character development, best television I have seen in a very long time. It was the bomb.
Yeah,
It was the
it
bomb.
was really good. It was. It really good
Oh,
was.
okay. Now it's a toss up between Luther Vandross and the Lost Kids. Which we
Okay, I'm gonna go with the Lost Kids because I gotta make you laugh.
okay, cool. We can end on a high note then. All right, Lost Kids. Was
Okay,
I
I
right
gotta
or
make
was
you
I
laugh.
right?
You were 100%.
That
But
thing
brother
is so
man, let me
good.
tell you something. Let me tell you. I was going to go into your inbox and let you have it because when it started, my TV wasn't right and I didn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was on their language and it had the captions up,
Oh, that's
right?
funny.
So look, I'm stopping the movie so I can read what it's saying because I can't understand what they're saying in the language they're saying it in. So I get I get 30 minutes into the movie and I hit something on my remote and then it started talking in regular language.
You watched 30 minutes of that not in English.
30, 30 minutes of stopping. 30 minutes.
So
So
did
I
you
was
go
gonna
back
let
and watch it all over again in English or you just kept going?
you on because I had read the
You had read it
captions.
all. Oh yeah,
I mean,
you were
I had
dedicated.
read I had stopped this. Do you understand? I stopped this movie, read the
50
captions, started the
times.
movie for, for 30 minutes.
Yep.
So I was gonna let you have it, brother. I was gonna look, I was gonna say, now he could have warned me
Mm-mm.
that I wasn't gonna be able to understand nothing these people were saying.
Mm-hmm.
He could have warned me. But I hit something on my TV and it got right, the remote, and it got
That's
right.
so
And
funny.
I'm very pleased. I am very, very pleased.
Sonya.
It is worth watching over and over and over
I
again.
can't. I can't. It was so heart wrenching. And again, I watched it blind, so I didn't know if the children survived or not. So I was sitting there on the edge of my seat the entire documentary because I just knew them kids were dead. I'm like, ain't no way they
Yeah,
made. There's no way they
yeah,
made.
that's what I was thinking.
Oh,
But when I thought about it, I was like, they had to have made it because where are their bodies?
mm.
Your bodies
I
aren't gonna
thought they
fly.
were just gonna find the bodies far off from the planes, where
Not
they
not
just
too
walked until
far
they
though.
starved to death or something. That's what I was thinking.
They had they had gone. I mean, but they were looking for them for a good little minute. So I knew they weren't dead because they hadn't found their bodies yet. And I
Mm-hmm.
didn't think the bodies would fly too far away from the plane.
Right.
If the suitcases and stuff hadn't flown far, I didn't feel like the bodies would fly too much
Yeah.
further. Because looked like the suitcases and all that stuff, which is a lot lighter weight than their bodies, would have been further than
Agreed.
this. So since that didn't happen, I was like, they have to be somewhere. Even if they dead, they gotta be somewhere.
Right. Right.
So after they searching for a certain amount of time, I was like, oh yeah, them kids made it.
I
I don't
thought
know where they at. I don't know what they look like,
I thought
but
they
they made it. Somebody made it,
I thought
you
they
know?
did.
So it was good. It was
So
good.
and did you get this? I love that it had that military aspect, and then you saw the indigenous people and their spirituality that played a big
I
part.
loved it. I
You,
loved it.
and they called it whatever they called it, but I'm like, okay, that's God. That is nothing
And
but God.
that's it.
That,
It don't care. It don't matter what language you
however
use.
you want to
It
put it,
don't
that's
matter what
God.
country.
Yeah,
It's still the same.
it's God.
Now the
And
only
what
part I
what got
didn't
me,
like,
Sonya, was when they when the we'll just call them the priests, when the priest had to mix up that brew and drink
yeah,
it and go into the dream state to try to find these kids,
yeah,
and he turned into a tiger, and the tiger went and found it, and he came out the dream and said, "We're gonna find these children by 3 o'clock the next day." I was floored. I'm like, that's
now
God.
the tiger
And
part,
then what really got me was that they tried to do it with the dad, and the jungle rejected him. God would not
that,
even allow him
that
to
was my
even
favorite part.
find his own kids.
That was my
And
favorite part.
then it wasn't until we got to the end of the film that we found out why God wouldn't even
Yeah,
let you find your babies.
that was my favorite part of the movie.
Oh,
When I tell you that was my favorite part, when
oh,
when the spirit rejected the daddy,
wouldn't take him. They
because
had to
then
take him out of the jungle completely. He had
yeah,
to leave that place.
yes, that let me know
The
something
jungle
ain't
wouldn't even
right.
accept him.
Something ain't right. Look like it would take the daddy because that's the daddy.
That's the
At
daddy.
least, at least the daddy of the last two.
Correct.
Maybe not the first two.
Correct.
And
But
I
we
can't
know that
see the
last one is.
yes. I
Wouldn't
can't
take
see the spirit not allowing him to find the baby.
mm-mm.
Why would you not allow him to find the baby? So they
Mm-mm.
let me know right there.
Some ain't
Something ain't
right.
right.
Some ain't
And
right.
then I heard you in my head. I heard you. Because I heard you say when we were on the live, you said there's a plot twist though.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay. I was like, okay, this must be it. Because I was looking for it and I was waiting for it. I
Yeah.
listen to everything you say and I pay attention. So I was
Yeah.
like, okay, where's the plot twist that he's talking about?
Yep.
Because so far, everything seems okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay that the military and the indigenous people don't get along.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. There's nothing new about that. There's nothing different. You're in my territory. You're on my land. You're disturbing my stuff. So of
Correct.
course I don't get along with you.
Correct.
You treated us a certain way forever. So of course I'm not gonna trust you. So that made sense. That made sense.
Mm-hmm.
And these are their children.
Correct.
So this is their community. So why would they want strangers coming in
Correct.
doing what they can, outdoing them? You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? You don't
Mm-hmm.
want nobody coming in your stuff and outdoing you. So
Mm-hmm.
all of that made sense. All of it made sense. But when the spirit denied brother man, I was like, no, there's something to this.
Some ain't right.
There's something to this.
Some ain't
And to
right.
find out what it was in the end broke my heart.
To find out that he was abusing the wife and the kids.
And the children.
You
The
were an
children that weren't his though. Not
you
his too. Just the
you
older girl.
you were an
And
abuser
yes.
in front of these cameras, pleading for the safe return of your of these kids, and you were an abuser,
But if you notice,
beating the mama and abusing the child.
that's
Heart
why he couldn't show any emotion though. That's why
and
he could not show any emotion.
the spirit in this jungle said, "No, you don't even deserve these kids. You will
Yes.
not get them. You
Yes.
won't get
You
them.
won't get you won't get them.
You're
You
not
won't
gonna
get
get
close
them."
to them or nothing. Yes, Crystal, you do need to watch it. It's a good watch, Crystal.
Crystal, you gotta
You
watch
need to
it.
watch
It's
it.
the bomb. It's the bomb.
Yes.
What got me
It will
was
have
the
you on your
survival
toes.
instinct that the oldest girl had for all of
Oh
them.
my gosh. You
Eating
talk
the
about
raw
great
fish,
survival.
they had to
Look,
eat the fish raw, and she
and
found a way to
it was
fish with her bare hands so they could eat and survive off raw
yeah,
fish.
and it wasn't called sushi.
No.
They didn't know it as sushi. So it
Mm-mm.
wasn't common. It wasn't common to them.
Mm-mm.
Like it's common to us over here.
Mm-mm. When I
So that
tell you, and what I loved about it was now what really broke my heart is when you saw the kids on the day of the rescue and how emaciated and
oh
how
my God.
oh,
How
but
you could tell the little boy almost didn't
he
make
was
it.
this close. He was this close, and I was so happy. But it filled my heart with joy to say, okay, there is a God, and
Yeah,
he gave these children back. You know what I'm saying? So, and he took care of them for 40 days. And you say you
yes.
can only think about Jesus, 40 days and 40 nights. You know what I
What
mean?
yeah,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that got me. But what I loved was we heard from the military, we heard from the indigenous people, but for them to finally allow this child's voice to
Wait,
come
before you
through
say that part,
and to
the
give
let's
her
let
account, it just
yeah,
really it brought everything together. You know what I mean? And
let's
then
go back
what
to the
got me
birthday
was when
cake.
she started talking about how she walked away. She walked away from her brothers and sisters,
Yes,
and then she had to turn back around.
because she thought she was gonna die, and she didn't want to see they. She didn't want them to see her.
Yeah.
But you know what other part got me?
What's
The
that?
birthday cake.
The
The
birthday when
birthday
they
cake.
celebrated their birthday.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God. It was like they just knew.
Yeah.
I know y'all still out there. I know you still alive.
Yeah.
And it had been what 30 something days by then?
Yeah. Yeah.
20,
Uh-huh. It was
20,
30. 'Cause I think it was
26
30,
days or
but it was
something.
past 30 before the military left.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Yep.
yes.
Yep.
That got me because I was like, oh, poor baby,
Oh baby.
poor
I thought
baby.
all was lost when that military left.
Yeah,
Oh, it was so good.
I hate that they pulled out. I hate that they pulled out
Me too.
because it made me feel like the indigenous people felt like they were giving up on them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I know
Like,
exactly what
okay,
you're saying.
y'all are supposed to be here to help. Y'all are supposed to be here to help. Why are y'all going? We hadn't found them yet.
Yep. Yep.
You know
Yep.
that doesn't do good for your heart.
Yep.
So I'm pretty sure there were people that were looking was like, okay, well, if the military giving up and they got all these resources that we don't have, we might as well give up.
You got it.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But it was wonderful hearing from that child.
It was
I
beautiful.
mean, it was
It
wonderful.
was beautiful.
And when
See,
she
Sonya,
said how
I am so happy. We went 3 for 3 with the exception of Squid Game too. So hey, that means you can trust when I tell you it's good, you got to know it's
you know,
good.
I
Cause I
really
don't
can.
recommend trash. I'm a
Let me
movie
tell you something.
snob. So if and you see how bad I tore up your last movie.
Well, yeah, and I'm gonna make you laugh with something. I'm gonna make you laugh with
All
something.
right.
One of my friends put on Facebook how good the movie was and Tyler Perry this, that, and that. It was my cousin to be exact.
Uh,
And she was like, Tyler Perry, this, that, and the other. And I really wanted to put in the comment, baby, I hate to break your heart, but guess what?
it was a fairy tale.
But I didn't do it. I didn't have the heart to tell her.
I would have. It's a fairy tale. It's all fake.
I didn't have a heart to tell her that that ain't a real story, baby.
Mm-mm.
From almost from the beginning to the end is a lie.
It was.
The only part that's true is when they were in the mailroom.
That's it.
Other than that, none of it was true.
Everything
Just
before
the
and after
mail,
that mail room was completely fabricated.
just the mail rooms, baby. And I just couldn't tell.
Don't tell her. Let her have it. Let her have
I'm gonna let her have it, maybe. But if she posts something else about it, I'm gonna have to. I can't let her deceive the people now.
it. All right. Last but not least, Luther
Oh,
Vandross.
there go the tears. Oh,
Never too much. Never too much.
there
We
go
have
the
got.
tears.
We've
Let
got
me
to.
see.
Was it not one of the best documentaries you've ever seen on a
It
musical
was.
icon? It was one of the best I've
It
ever seen.
was. It was.
It was.
It was. It
What
was.
was so perfect about it was that the film did an excellent job, and I think a lot of these films struggle. They struggle with Michael. They struggle with Whitney. I've yet to see a film to do what they did with Luther, where there's a perfect balance of his personal life and his professional accomplishments. They are all, every time I see documentaries on even Aretha, they're too heavy-handed on one side or the other. It's either too heavy in the personal or too heavy in the professional, and
I
it
agree.
makes for not a complete story or not a complete person. Luther
Yes.
Vandross, by the if you didn't know who Luther was at the start of that film, you knew who Luther was by the end. You knew him as a
Yes.
person, you knew him as a singer, you knew him as a producer, and you knew his ups, his downs, and his struggles.
Yes. Every facet of him
It was
was revealed in this documentary.
it was a
Every
masterpiece.
part of him.
It was
It
a
was. It was.
masterpiece. And
And
what I
whoever
loved about it the most was the fact that Luther Vandross told his story in his own voice.
in his own voice.
It was it was as if he sat down and made this thing himself. That's how good it was. It was
Yes.
I'm like, the archival footage fit in perfectly. Every interview clip they used to him fit in to push the story forward. You saw little Luther, big Luther, baby Luther, old Luther, stroke Luther, Luther
You
on his
saw
way out
them
of here. I
all.
mean, you saw it
You
all.
saw them all. I what I love, and I hate to say it,
Mm,
but every part of that movie, I'm gonna tell you what I love. I loved his weight battle, and I'm gonna tell you why.
mm,
Because you saw him in every part of his weight,
mm-hmm,
at every angle of his weight.
mm-hmm.
You saw him small in the beginning. You saw him a little bigger as he was growing up.
Yep.
You saw him small again. You saw him bigger because of what he was going through, what he was dealing with.
Uh-huh.
And then you saw him overcome again.
Yep.
You saw him overcome again. And then you saw every time there was a major, it wasn't just anything that caused it. Anytime there was something major going on in his life,
Yep.
that's when he put on the weight.
Little balloon.
And that's when you could see his greatest struggles.
Yep.
That's why I say I like the weight loss journey because it showed every part of him
I
and
agree.
it showed he was a real person.
Yeah.
He was more than just a singer.
Yeah.
He was more than just a singer. He
Yeah.
was more than just a producer.
Yeah. The
He
now
was a person.
the only clip, and I'm doing a review on it now. I'm working on it. My review will be out, like I said, later today. There
Okay.
was a clip that I felt like should have been included in there that wasn't, and that's the beginning of my review includes it. There's a video of Whitney back in had to be like 2000. It was the early 2000s. 2000. It was right when she lost her voice, so it was like
Okay.
2005, 2006, somewhere along in there, where, like I say, even her speaking voice was just about gone. And they were honoring Luther, and it was one of these interviews that she had after she lost her voice, and she was praising Luther, and they were talking about his weight, and you see Luther come in talking about You know, how he would like his suits to fit and this, that, and the third. And Whitney cuts in. She goes, Luther, that sounds good, but that man can't sing, you know. And it was one of those moments. She was like, "I'm telling him, I am concerned about your health, but you could be as big as a house. You have a voice like no other. So you envying these smaller guys for having these for being able to fit a suit in a certain way means nothing when they don't possess the talent
They
that you
can't see.
have.
Yeah.
It was, and to hear that from who I see as the greatest voice to ever sing. Y'all argue if you want to, but Whitney
Even
is number
even
one.
even Tony, even greater than Tony,
Yeah, yeah, voice.
even greater than your woman.
Yeah. I got to admit to that. Now I love me some Tony, but no, Whitney is the greatest voice to ever touch a microphone, in my opinion, ever, hands
Okay,
down. I love all
I,
the rest of them, but Whitney sits at the top of the list. But when it comes
I'm not
down to
gonna
male
argue.
singers,
We're gonna agree to disagree. I'm not gonna argue with
who you
you
gonna
on
say,
it.
Aretha?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
Who is
I'm not gonna say.
who is at the top of
I'm
your
not.
list then?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh, it's too late now.
We're
You
gonna.
already opened the
We're
door. You might
gonna.
as well
We're
walk
gonna,
through
we're
it.
gonna agree to
No, I need to hear it.
disagree because I think there are. Um, I don't know the word I want to use because if I say better, that might set off a fire alarm
Oh no, I'm gonna
somewhere.
fight then. Who is at the top of your list, Sonya? I'm gonna
To be
respect
honest,
you.
to be honest with you, I I see her face, but her name won't come to me.
So you
But
don't even know her name.
she's
She's a
she's
nobody.
a she's a singer from way back in the day, way back in the day. And her voice to me, she doesn't hit all those ranges and all that kind of stuff, but her voice is just smooth. Her voice is just comfortable, and I love that. I love a smooth, comfortable singer. That's what I like. You don't have to hit all those ranges. You don't have to do all that ooh ah and dicky dicky docky do. You don't have to do all that. Just sing. But I
But
can't.
Whitney could
And
do it.
I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna find her name because I see her. I'm gonna find her name. I'm gonna sit and meditate on it, and it's gonna come to me. And I'm gonna DM you. I'm
Okay.
gonna put it in your DM.
But Whitney could do it all. She can sing
She
real
could.
so
She
low
could.
and soft. But when she needs to go all the way up and high five God, she can do that
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
The
yeah.
national anthem,
And I
come
agree.
on now.
And
Who
I
can sing
agree.
the national anthem better than Whitney Houston? Not
Now
a
look,
person alive.
when you put it like that, I gotta agree with you on the national anthem.
Not a person
I can't,
alive.
I can't
Every
disagree with you.
time that song is sung, they compare it to Whitney. And Whitney sung
I
that song
can't
in
disagree with
1992.
you on. I can't disagree with you on that.
Nobody.
I
And
can't.
everybody has tried. And Mariah, I love Mariah. I think Mariah, I mean, she can't sing now. I mean, her voice is gone now. But
Yeah, it's
1990,
different.
I got a number one song every year of Mariah. That
Yeah,
girl can go. But
yeah. I agree.
even
I agree.
Mariah Carey hitting that whistle on that,
But
it
yeah,
did not touch Whitney.
yeah,
Nobody. Mm-mm. When you find
yeah.
somebody that can sing that national anthem better than Whitney, then we can have a conversation.
Well, we ain't gonna find nobody that can sing the national anthem with. We're not gonna
Nobody.
find it.
Nobody.
I'm not gonna look. Like I said, I'm not gonna argue with you. We're not.
Because you can't.
We are not, I can agree with you on that. We're not gonna find nobody.
Nobody.
But as far as other things, I love a smooth singer. Oh, she's not that old. I'm sorry. That's not the truth. She's not that old. You're not gonna agree, and I know it. But this young lady, I call her young lady because she's really not that old. I was thinking about her dad. Is why I said way back. But
Natalie
I love
Cole.
Layla Hathaway.
Oh no.
I think I
Oh
think
no.
I think she is one of the smoothest,
singers.
Layla Hathaway voice so deep. Absolutely not.
I'm not talking about the deepness. I'm talking about how smooth it is. She is smooth.
Why would I have Layla Hathaway when I have Tony Braxton? Absolutely not. I
Well,
would take Anita Baker over Layla
Tony
Hathaway.
Braxton was not in the run.
Absolutely not.
Tony
There are so
Braxton was not in
many.
the running.
Say what?
Tony Braxton. Tony Braxton was not in the running.
Ooh.
We didn't mention. We didn't say Tony. We said Whitney, and I said who I feel is
I'm
one of
just
the
saying, well,
greatest
because she
singers.
has what is it, contrarian voice. It's the low. She has the lowest female voice, so she would be
Yes.
in the same class with Tony and Aretha. I mean, Anita.
Yeah.
She has the lowest
And
female voice.
Anita to me ain't even. She ain't even close to me. I don't. Anyway,
You know
I love her
what?
music.
You know
I love
what?
her music. But
Ooh,
nah.
oh, oh, oh,
And these singers of today, I
oh!
don't know
None
what
of
they
them.
sing.
None of them.
Uh,
None of them.
and the people would swear by the Jasmine Sullivan girl.
I don't
Mm-mm,
like her
nah,
voice at all.
she ain't in the running. There's a couple of
And my thing
other
is, why do I need Jasmine Sullivan when I got Brandy?
that part.
I mean when if I know a voice that's your voice type that's better, why would I take you when I can take the original? Jasmine Sullivan
Look,
is a G'd up is a new version of Brandy,
that's
and
all of
Brandy's
them.
better.
That's how they coming out. Just
Yeah, yeah,
new versions of,
new versions of
and
people
because
that are
they
better.
young, and they adding a little bit of more ooh ah and a lot of riffs.
Yep,
It's the riffs for the people.
running all over the place.
That's it.
That's
Doing
it.
too much.
Yep.
Doing too much. But
Okay.
anyway, let's get back on topic. Where was
I know.
why
Let's get back to
why did we
Luther now. Let's get back to
Oh,
Luther.
okay. Luther. But
um,
the facets.
let's talk about well, Patti LaBelle became public enemy number one again. Although I'm not surprised why are y'all that upset? I'm like, that interview is so old. I remember when she did that.
But why were they even upset about it?
I mean, because truthfully, Luther never talked about his sexuality, so I mean, it was an outing of
He
sorts.
never mentioned it.
Never
He
mentioned.
never mentioned it.
Never
He
mentioned.
never he never confirmed or denied.
Correct. In the interviews that he's done, he said exactly that. I will not confirm or deny. I don't owe you
Even
anything
if
but
you
good
knew
music.
it, even if you knew it, never confirmed or denied.
Correct.
Because you could tell it though. You could. And certain things that he would wear, you could tell it.
I mean, not even wearing Luther Van. There's a picture I would never forget, or an interview that he did. I'm gonna try to see if I can find that piece and include it. There was a piece that he did with Oprah Winfrey, an interview, a sit down interview where they were walking through his
Oh,
house.
yeah.
This
Okay.
man had a room that was floor to ceiling cashmere on the wall, and the
Oh my
cashmere
God.
was pink,
Oh,
floor to
okay.
ceiling.
Okay. Yeah.
Pink
Yeah. Yeah.
cashmere. First of all, cashmere is extraordinarily expensive, but it's
Yes.
pink. Y'all have
Yes.
never once seen this man with a woman, so he don't even pretend. So
Never.
wow, to me
Never.
it's not surprising. It's
Never.
not. But if he didn't want to talk about it, why should any of us?
Right.
That's
And here's the thing too with him not being with a woman. Here's the thing. This is Luther Vandross, the king of love songs at the time.
Dr. Love.
How could he not be with one?
Come on now.
Even if they didn't last, he should have been with several.
Correct. Big Luther, little
If,
Luther, it
if
didn't
I
matter.
mean,
That man could sing. And he had money.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yep. You got it right,
So
Sonya.
he could have had, and I believe this, fat, skinny, whatever,
Yep.
purple, blue, black.
That
He
man
could have had
could have got anybody.
anyone he wanted. All he had to do was
do that little signature thing he came up with for that commercial.
Yeah.
I
Ooh.
can and let me
Hit him
tell
with
you,
that. Ooh.
the ladies would have been dropping it. Do you hear me? Throwing them on stage, everything.
They loved him. They
Love
loved that
him.
man. And
Loved
yeah, yeah. I mean, come on.
loved him.
Look at Notorious B.I.G. That man was big, black, ugly, fat, with a lazy
All of
eye, and
them
had every woman he wanted.
had him. Was
Lil
pulling it. Do
Kim,
you hear me?
Faith Evans,
Pulling
and a
them.
plethora of other women that we don't know about.
Pulling them. Pulling
Pulling
them.
them. They were fighting over this man.
And he wasn't even nowhere near
Correct.
song worthy.
Correct.
He wasn't. It was mainly because of the beats that he had.
Mm-hmm.
Because his flow wasn't really all that.
Hold on now. Wait. Not too
It
much
wasn't.
on not too
It
much
was.
on
It
Notorious
wasn't.
now.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. It
I
wasn't.
loved his style. I loved
I'm
him
not,
and
no,
Tupac right there together.
I
Two.
liked it, but it wasn't good enough to pull all them women he pulled.
Oh,
That's all I'm
agreed.
saying.
Agreed.
That's all
Agreed.
I'm saying.
But
That's
he
what I
was
mean.
charming. He had a great personality.
He was. He was sweet. He was the sweetest guy,
Yep. He had a great
and
personality.
that's what drove. That's what
That's what
drew
got
him.
him. That the
Along with
confidence
his
and the
look, along
personality.
with his money, of course,
And money, of course. That makes
and the
anybody look
money,
more
of
attractive.
course, you know. But yeah, yeah, Luther could
Yeah,
have.
so
He could have
so
had
that so
anybody.
that yeah, with Patty, yeah, that was unnecessary. I just don't think Patty
It
should
was.
have it though.
It was. But I realized that everybody gotta have their moment, even if they already famous.
Okay.
Everybody gotta have their moment,
Okay.
and that was her moment. That was her moment.
She took it too.
Was this before or after his death?
It was after his passing.
So who's gonna rebuttal?
Correct.
Who's gonna rebuttal? He's no
Correct.
longer here. So you can
Correct.
say what you want to say now.
Correct. Correct.
But why? Even if he was, why try to tarnish his name?
Why tarnish it?
Why
It
try to
was
tarnish
left
his
in the
name?
air. He left it in the air. Why did you not just leave it in the air?
Leave it in the air. Know what you know and move on.
Yep. That was
You
unnecessary.
knew.
I didn't like
You,
that.
you were in the circle of people. You knew. You saw it.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
saw it.
Yeah.
But I like that the people that were around him and that surrounded him protected him
They protected him.
and shielded him.
Hmm.
Even it, I told I think it was my daughter, my baby girl, I think. Because she watched a little bit of it with me. And I told her, I said, you could see it with the people that he hung around.
Correct. All the men was gay. Every one
It
of
wasn't
them.
it wasn't no secret.
All of them were gay. I'm like,
There was
you
no
you
there
you
was
don't have
no
a woman and you surround yourself with gay men. Come on now, make it
hello,
make sense.
hello. You
All the
surround
men were
yourself
gay.
you surround yourself with nothing but men
Yeah.
and maybe two or three women. Two women.
Yep.
Two
Oh, and
women on
then
a
hold on. Let's talk
consistent.
about the Salvamini character because I felt like that was a Teddy Pendergrass situation, if you know what I mean.
Okay. Now, yeah. When you think about it.
I thought you were about to say something profound. I thought that was
No,
yeah. No problem with that. He died in the car with Luther Vandross, a multi-millionaire, and the family did not want to sue him. Who? Who ain't finna sue this man with these deep pockets for a crime that you know he's completely at fault for, accident or not? I'm going to sue you. You took my family member away from me by being reckless and riding around, speeding in your Mercedes with this man. What made me felt like this was a Teddy Pendergrass situation was the fact that the family did not sue. They did not want to sue at all at
but
first.
do
They
you do
waited a
you think?
while, then
Yeah.
they got mad and sued him. Y'all didn't sue him at
Mhm.
first because y'all was grieving and you know they was together. Them two was
Right,
together.
right,
That's allegedly.
right,
That's
right,
me talking now.
right. And then,
I think they were lovers. I do, and I think the family. You know how after a while, after that grief wear off, it becomes anger. So you
yeah,
grieved with him because you know you loved him. He loved him, and after that vanished, and time set in. You realize this man is not coming back. No, I won't stand it
hmm
with you taking my brother away from me. And that's how the
and
story.
then you have people in your ear as well.
Also true.
You have people in your ear. This man got all this money. You gonna let him get away with killing your brother?
So,
You gonna let him get away? He got all this money. The least y'all could do is be compensated. You can't get your brother back. You could at least be compensated.
do you think they were together? Because that's my theory. I really do think they were together.
I do.
I think they were.
Because here's the thing with that, and I had to think about it for a while.
Hmm.
Here's the thing with that. He had to be with somebody, Marquis.
Correct.
It may have not been open and to the public, but he had to be with somebody
And,
because he was looking for love too hard.
yeah, and I
But I
think it's
think,
marked by because he said he was an emotional eater. So I think every time that man lost a significant amount of weight, it was because he was happy and in a relationship with somebody. And anytime he
hmm
blew back up, it was because
hmm
whatever form of a relationship, whether it be a situationship or cut buddy, whatever you want to do, whenever it ended, he would blow back up every single time.
right,
I think every time we
right,
saw Luther small, Luther was happy with whomever he was with.
right. He
I
was
believe.
happy.
Yep.
He was very, very happy, and you could tell he was happy.
Yep. I believe that.
So that's why I say every time there was something tragic in his life,
Hmm.
that's when he would gain, and you could see all that. But one of his friends, I'm trying to think of which one it was, and I think it was the YT friend
Oh yeah, they
who
found him.
talked. Yes,
Hmm.
who talked about him wanting love and him never having love.
Yep.
It hit me then as to where he's been through so many people. Was my concern. I think outside the box. So I was thinking he's been with so many people, but yet he never found that one
Yeah, they were
to love
using him.
him the way he needed to be loved.
They were using them. I actually read the biography of him. It's a very good book as well. So it gave a lot more detail with regards to now. Of course, they never specified man or woman with regards to relationships, but you did see even in the biography where it was relationship from relationship, and it was always the way he described it, where he was always the giving and not receiving what he was giving. So
Right.
he was basically being used in just about every relationship he was in.
He
There was never
was.
that
And
true.
that's the sad part. Because
Yeah.
you never really got to know the person and
Mm-hmm.
love the person that he was.
Mm-hmm.
That was so sad
Yeah. It
to
was
have
that
all that
was sad.
love inside of you,
Yep.
produce it in these songs, but never really have it for yourself.
Correct. You're responsible
That was
for a lot of these
sad.
babies being born, and you don't have love at all. Never able to get
Probably
the
one of
love
mine.
you describe and sing
Truth
about.
be told, probably one of mine.
Hey, it might be me too. I was born in the 80s.
But you know what I'm saying? Probably one of mine.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a heart wrenching. Oh, and this the other part I didn't like that kind of, excuse my French, pissed me off.
Okay.
They gave him a freaking star.
What was
Why they
wrong with
couldn't do
that?
that when he was living? Didn't
Oh,
they give him a star?
I mean, the no, that made you mad. What made me mad was getting nominated for 10 Grammys before you got one.
Well, yeah, that didn't make sense.
It took that man 10 times to get one Grammy. Who was singing better than Luther?
This is what I want to know: who was getting paid not to give him the Grammy?
Something, because you know. I
Because
can't think of any 80s singer that sounded as good as Luther. I did like what was it, Alexander O'Neal before he got on crack. Alexander O'Neal could sing, but but I could only think of two songs that he sung that were even on Luther level, but
but he couldn't. He still couldn't compare to Luther to me.
not to Luther.
So
Luther
I
was
want to know.
writing, composing. He was putting this stuff
I want to
together.
know who was paid to not let him win, because
They did
none of the
not.
people that he was up against
That
was worthy.
man only got 2 Grammys in his lifetime, which
Two
makes
women.
me, like I say, and I know people gonna get mad about this thing, but Beyonce has more Grammys than anybody living or dead. She got more than Quincy Jones, Michael Jackson, Luther Vandross. How?
I'm trying to figure out why.
How?
Be-
She is talented. She is beautiful. She can sing great, and she does pretty good. But how do you got more Grammys
You
than
want me to
Michael
tell you how
Jackson
I
and
think?
Quincy Jones and Luther Vandross?
You want me to tell you how I think?
Please explain.
I don't think they're required much these days. Getting a Grammy don't require much these days.
I
It's
think
not
they
as
are.
hard.
They're
It's
passing them
not as
out.
hard to get. It's not as hard to get a Grammy these days as it was back then.
She got more Grammys than Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey put together. How? How?
Money, money talks. I'm sorry, I said it. Money talks,
How?
and I that's what I think.
How you got more
Money
Grammys? You got more than Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey
talks.
and Tony Braxton. All three of them together. You could put all three of them together. She got more Grammys than all of them. How?
I don't know.
Okay.
Truth be told, I couldn't answer that. I couldn't tell you. I just think it doesn't require as much to get a Grammy these days.
And I'm proud of her for her accomplishments, but to me, the math just ain't mathing.
It is what I'm gonna say. It is what it is, because you know she's not my cup of tea. So
Oh, not no. I've seen her live. I've seen her in
she's not
concert.
my cup of tea after Destiny's Child. She lost me after Destiny's Child. The first,
I respect her. I respect her artistry. Like now, the last 2 albums, I didn't care anything about. I loved her on the Lemonade album, but the stuff she's done since then, I've just not been able to gravitate towards. But I think she's an amazing talent, but I don't see how she got more Grammys than anybody else in
all I'm
living
gonna say
or
is she
dead.
is who she is. She is who she is, and that's all that is.
Oh,
I'm like Forrest Gump. That's all I got to say about that.
okay, we done with it. We done with it. All right, finally, let's talk about Luther's demise. I was devastated to find out, well, I'd already known because of the book, that he had been struggling with diabetes for that
Yes,
many years.
yes,
So you couple that with um, yo-yo dieting, and you know that was a recipe for disaster.
yes, yes.
Yeah,
That is heavy on your organs like nobody's business.
yeah,
If
yeah.
if anything will make your organs shut down quick,
Mm-hmm.
yo-yo dieting is one of them,
Correct.
because you're putting so much strain on your heart and your liver and your lungs.
Yep.
You putting a strain with that up and down and up and down and up and down.
Hmm. Did you see
So
Whitney Houston's mama singing at his funeral?
I
You
did.
saw Sissy? Yeah.
I did. I
And that was the
did.
thing. I rewound the funeral a couple of times so I could spot all the celebrities that were up there singing. But it was an amazing send off.
Yes.
But to watch him go through that stroke and your song came. Oh, dance with my father. I said, oh, she gonna love this.
I did. And I did. And I did. And I did. And I did.
I'm
But
sorry,
I
dance
but
with my
but I
father.
kept
We just gonna
but
have
I
to
will
do.
say this. I kept you in mind because I tried to see it from your point of view
Mm-mm.
as I watched it. And like I said, I can understand
I,
how how you don't agree with it. I
I
can
just,
understand how.
I just don't feel nothing for that song at all. I mean, it just does nothing for me, and people love and adore that song, but it is my least favorite Luther Vandross song.
Well, you have to have something relatable in order for it to mean something to you. And the song could mean many different things to many different people.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so relatable to most people.
Yeah.
Now, like all songs, there's some you gonna like and there's some you're not gonna like. But for that particular song, it is so relatable to many people in many situations. It's relatable for those that never had a father. It's relatable for those that have lost a father. It's relatable for those who have fathers and still don't have a connection with their
Mm-hmm.
father. Dance with my father could mean many things to many people. Even as a male, that song could mean something. Dance with my father and the words of the song could mean just a relationship with my father. Because when you're doing things in life, the different things you do in life, it's a dance. That's what you're doing. You're juggling different things in life. You're turning different things around in your life. It's a dance. So it can mean different things to different people.
Okay. Okay, now I'll tell you the song that if we want to talk about dads, the dad song that does something for me. It's a Mary J. Blige song. I guess a lot of people may not even know it. But it was on her Breakthrough album, and when I tell you the song hit so hard, it is called "That's Why I Need the Father in You." And when I tell you she allows that heart to break and let all of that pain out, because of course she had a difficult relationship with her own dad. But what I love about the song is she's not necessarily talking about her, well, she's talking about her dad, but it's basically the effects of not having the daddy that she needed. And she's talking about her in relationship now with men, and it talks about all the bad things that she witnessed her father do with her mother. And um and then she talks about how she's in uh how bad things were with her in relationship with men, and it all stemmed back from her needing the father in her life. That's
Hmm.
it was so
I
good.
put that
Now
song,
that
put that
is a
song in my
song.
DM because I've never heard
I
it.
can't.
I
I
can't
can't.
comment on it because I've never heard it.
It's
But I
so
can
good.
say this.
Please look it up. You can find it on YouTube. It's a yeah. It's called, I think it's called "Fathering You." But
Okay,
it's one of the last tracks. Mary
I'll
J.
put Mary
Blige.
J in the word father, and then it'll pop up.
Oh, it'll come
But
up. That's what. Yeah,
yeah,
that's why I
but
need
here's the
the
thing with
fathering
fathers:
you. It is so
fathers
good.
gonna
It
either
is
make
so
you or
good.
break you. Fathers can either make you or break you,
Yeah.
and that's why I admire your relationship
Yeah.
with Faith because you can either make her or break her,
hmm See,
and
and
you're doing
I think I resonate with that song so much because it expresses just how important fathers are in the lives of their little girls, and I think that's why,
yes,
because I see you hear little Mary talking throughout this song. I mean,
hmm
she's singing it, but that song comes from that little place of a broken girl where
yes,
if she had the father, she would not have gone through the things. You know what I mean? It was so
right.
good. But that
But
entire album is a masterpiece. But that song resonates. And you're right, Thor. One is a place, a love for the father, and the other is a pain. But it also, I mean, she loved her dad. It was just that, dad made some mistakes along the way. Dad did some horrible things, and dad screwed her up. you know,
yeah,
but she
yeah,
understand. But it's so crazy. But she's no longer looking for it in the daddy. She's looking for it now in the man, because I need the father in you. You know what I mean? You got to
and
hear it.
see, and see, that's a dangerous place to be as well.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how you look at it, because you should never look for in certain ways. You should never look for your father in a man or your mother in a woman. And when I say that, I mean to say, don't expect them to give you what your father or mother never gave you, but accept them for what they can give you. Because that's a dangerous place to be. I'll take my husband for example. If I had looked at my husband to be that everything that I missed out on and having a father, I never would have saw the man that he is and appreciated the man that he is. I would be too busy looking for him to give me everything that I didn't get from my father. And I wouldn't be able to enjoy my husband, which is the man that God prepared for me. So that could be that could go more than one way, but that could be a dangerous place to be because you have to allow a man to be who he is. And if you're so busy looking at this man for what you're lacking or you didn't get or you missed out on by not having a father, or even if you had a father and you still didn't get what you needed, that could damage a relationship, and that could also damage a man because you're never accepting him for who he is. So he never gets an opportunity to love you the way he knows how to love
I
you, and you
like that.
never appreciate that.
But on the flip side of that, when you're in relationship, and she's not like I said, you have to hear the song. She's not saying that I
Right.
want you to be my daddy, but she's saying I need that strength to
Yeah.
come from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That strength, that power that a man brings is what I didn't have, and I want that in my relationship. I want that. Yeah, it's beautiful. And don't they
Absolutely.
say that all women marry their daddies and all men marry their
They
mamas? A
do say
version
that.
of them.
They do say that, but guess what?
What's that?
That don't apply. That don't apply to me.
Well, I will say, even in my relationship. Now, mind you, my wife. Look, gonna say daughter. My wife had a stepdad, but it's not the same as your bio dad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just isn't, especially if it's
Yeah.
not the best of relationships. And I won't bash him again.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
But but what I am saying is I could see her relating to that song in that way. And not that I'm being her daddy, but to see me strut around here and be the father to her kids, the father that she did not have, it
Yes.
does
Yes.
something for the healing process for her.
It
Not
does.
that I'm acting that role for her, but to see someone that you created get those things. And I feel the same way about her. You guys, y'all know my story with my mom and my dad for that matter. And for me and my wife to be those things to two people that we created, it's a healing of the souls. You know what I mean? For me
Yes.
to just see the interaction, just to
Right.
see my wife and my daughter, or to see my wife and my son. You know what I mean? And they're they get it. They get everything that I didn't have. So and maybe that's why I resonate more better with that. 'Cause it's like,
Right.
okay, I get that. I totally understand that. But I do understand where if it's mishandled or done in the wrong way, it can be a very dangerous thing. If you're
Right.
looking for it as a completion point, I was never looking for it as a completion point. It was a goal, but not. It's not that I'm incomplete if I didn't have those things. If that makes sense.
Right.
I totally
I agree.
understand it both ways.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Because that's the other side of it, and I like that.
yeah.
I like that.
That's good. That is really, really good. But yeah, I
Luther,
just can't.
look, Luther will bring it out of you, won't he?
I just can't do dancing with my daddy. I can't do it.
Well,
I tried.
well,
I can't
well,
stand that song.
mm, well. I can't. I mean, to each his own.
I
So I
cannot.
can't talk to you.
I was
I
on
can't
his
talk to you if you
back.
don't
He
like it.
carried me up to bed, and all I want for my mother and daddy to dance again. Shut up! I can't stand that song.
But could you imagine? Just put yourself in someone's shoes
Mm-mm.
that had that growing up, that was able to see their mother and father dancing together, and you in the middle of them, and you on your daddy's shoes and you dancing, you know, and you're experiencing the love between the two of them. And as a child, you're like, I want that kind of love. Because remember, he's been looking for love all his life.
That's true.
So I want that kind of love. So to dance with my father may have been to, because you see it in the little video or whatever. It may have been, I want that kind of love that they had where they loved each other, they danced together. And my daddy put me on his shoes and I was right there. And it normally happens with little girls. It doesn't normally happen with little boys. But we don't give males enough credit that males want that same kind of love.
See, that's probably what it is. It had that homosexual undertone.
Yeah, I
It
get
had
it.
that gay undertone to it. That's
It,
probably why I
it did.
can't stand that song.
And that's probably why. That's probably why. Because look, that's not what you imagine when you think
You
about
do
a young
not
man.
imagine. Correct. You
But
don't imagine.
the
You do
young
not. Men do not imagine. I'm on my
young men
daddy's
want that
back
same
and
kind of
he's
love.
carrying me up to the bed. No.
But think about it, Marquise. How
If
many
I'm
times have you
dead,
had
matter of fact, when I'm
how many
dancing,
times have
I'm
you
line
carried your son
dancing. You know what I'm
upstairs?
saying? We not even hugged up. Boy, you better come on 2 step or
How many
something.
times have you carried your son upstairs? Think about it. That's a love. That's an action. That's a love. That's
Correct.
love in
When,
action.
uh, when he's 2, Luther Vandross's daddy died when he was 8. Was that man still carrying you up and tucking you in bed at 8? Absolutely not.
No, but no, but he missed those moments, is what he was saying. He missed those moments
I bet he do. I bet he wanted a daddy to dance with. I
because he
bet
was
he
looking
did.
for love. Now you know what? We about to. I'm about to end your life for you. I'm about to call it a night for you. I'm not gonna wait on you to call it a night now, sir. This has been so much fun. I have enjoyed.
Has
I
this
tell
not
you,
been fun, Sonya?
it has been
And let me put my
amazing.
disclaimer out here. I am not against the alphabet community. These were just purely
You are
jokes. We
not.
love
You
Luther
are
and
not.
whoever Luther chose to love, and I love anybody in whatever walk of life they choose to go down. This was just a joke. Calm down, relax. Don't
Yeah,
try to
we have
cancel
fun. We have fun over here.
me. But yes, this has just been an amazing. This has been my longest live ever. It was for the mom to dance. Shut up, Thor. Did you have you listened? Have you pulled the lyrics? Don't make me pull the lyrics. Pull the lyrics. The lyrics was talking about
Tell
this
him,
man
Thor.
being on his daddy back and
Get him straight,
toting him up
Thor.
and getting in the bed.
Get
Don't
him right,
pretend like
Thor.
that
Get
ain't
him
part
right.
of the song because it is. Matter of fact,
Get
it's
him
at the
right,
beginning
Thor.
of the song.
Get him right, Thor. Set him straight.
I can't. You know I can't pull it up. I'm on my phone. You got Google. Read them lyrics off to me. I wish I had my laptop down here. Yes, he's talking about being on the daddy back and the daddy kept carrying him upstairs and putting him in the bed. No, they ain't got nothing to do with the mom and the daddy. Uh-uh. Nah.
But fathers have done that.
To 8 year
Fathers
olds.
have done that. Yes, to 8-year olds.
Mm-mm. When Bishop is 8, Negro, you better get up. Take your butt upstairs.
If Let me tell you something. If Bishop is as big as I think he's going to be at 8,
It's gonna be too big to carry anyway.
you did not carry my Bishop up no stairs.
Thor, I
'Cause
cannot pull up the lyrics. You pull them up, sir. So
I feel
and justify to me why this grown man is excited is still talking about his daddy picking him up and letting and having him up on his back. Back climbing, no sir. Stop it.
look, just just because we don't see it in our community, don't mean it don't happen.
I have plenty of fun with my son and my daughter, but I
Just
mm,
'cause
mm,
just 'cause we don't
absolutely
see it
not.
in our community,
Mm-mm,
don't mean it don't happen.
mm-mm. How would you love for your mother and daddy then? How would you love it? What you getting out of it?
First of all, I would have to know who my daddy is. Maybe
I wasn't
if you,
ready for that one.
and then once I find out who he is, I have to
Oh,
have
Lord.
a conversation with
Maybe
her.
I need a
And
little
see,
therapy. That could
wait a
be it.
minute,
I might
wait
need
a
a
minute.
little therapy. I might have
No,
been
you asked for
traumatized
this.
as a child,
No,
and
sir,
maybe
you
that's
asked for
why I
this.
can't stand. That's why I relate to Mary Payne more than I relate to
You
dancing on my
asked for
daddy
this, and
back.
you asked for it, and I'm gonna give it to you. First of all, I would have to know who my daddy is. Second of all,
Hold
I'd
on,
have to
wait a minute.
be.
Hold on. Yes. I want the lyric. You talking about the that's the chorus. Dear Lord, she's dying to dance with my father. Yes. No. Let's talk about the part where he talking about I'm on my daddy back and he carried me up the bed. That's in there. I know that's in there. And that's when the song gets sour for me.
Well, that's what happened after they danced together. He got sleepy and he took him up to bed.
Mm-mm.
He put him to sleep.
Luther, go to bed.
And maybe he went down and
Luther,
danced
go
with
to
him a
bed. You see how
little bit.
easy that is? All right, Luther, time for you to go to bed.
You know what? We're not doing this. 'Cause what I'm gonna say to you, what I'm gonna say to you
Look,
again,
Thor trying to justify it. I know what them lyrics say because I can't stand them.
what I'm
All
gonna
he
say
had
to
to
you
say, Luther, get off
again
my back and take your butt to bed. All right, now.
well, I tell you what.
Now we can get back to you, son. You talking about something you can't relate because you gotta figure out who your daddy is to dance with.
First of all, I have to know who he is. Second of all, I have to sit him down and find out why he not with my mama to dance with my mama. And did they ever dance or did they just do what they did and had me?
Oh my God. You know what? That's another topic for another day.
You asked for it.
I did. I walked into that landmine. I get yeah, and like I say, maybe because my childhood was so tumultuous that maybe that's why I cannot. But I
Yeah.
can't say that because, like I say, I love to spend time with my babies, and and we play all the time. But not that song. Absolutely not.
Okay. And see, the good thing about your situation and my situation and other people that
Hmm.
have our situations is God has allowed us to turn those situations around
Absolutely.
to where no matter what kind of childhood we had, didn't have, God allowed us to turn it around and make our lives be and our families' lives be and our children's lives be what we wanted for ourselves and even better.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with
So,
that. I agree
and
with
that's not easy for a lot of people. A lot of people don't accomplish that, but by
that.
the grace of God, we have.
Absolutely. I can't deny that at all. And like I love to
Mm.
be able to sit here now flat footed and to be able to recount some of these stories with with the same level of passion but without the pain behind it, if that makes
Yes,
sense. You know what I mean? There were
yes,
times where
yes,
I couldn't give even bits and pieces of my testimony without, wanting to break down and cry. You know what I mean? But it feels so good
yes,
where I can reflect on those things and I can take myself back to those times, but it doesn't pull at the heart. It doesn't squeeze that hard the way it used to. You know what I mean? And I think
yes,
that just comes with growth and with God and with loving on people and knowing
yes.
that look, despite where you have been, look at how much you've accomplished. Look how much God has
Mhm.
blessed you with, despite of. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's an
You have
amazing
to
feeling.
allow yourself to be okay.
Yeah.
And once you allow yourself to be okay, certain things don't matter.
Yeah.
Like the last time we talked, I had to allow myself to be okay.
Mhm.
And now it doesn't matter
Mhm.
because I'm okay.
Mhm.
You know, and you can go on and move on from it. And
Absolutely.
some of your pain and your trauma and things that you went through,
Mhm.
Faith and Bishop will never have to go through
Mhm.
because you
Absolutely.
allowed yourself to heal
Correct.
and be
Correct.
better and greater.
Thor. Thor is really fighting for his life for
What
this
is
song.
it saying?
Thor, could you get to the lyric where he say, "I'm on my daddy back and he carried me up to the bed"? You just picking he is selectively picking out the lyrics that apply to the mama. I know the mama is
Yes,
all through this song. I want to talk about the part where he is on the daddy back and he's so happy that his daddy carried him up and putting him in the bed. I know it's in there. I wish I had my other phone.
Okay, so have you ever you gonna get me for this one, Marquise, but
Good.
I already know you gonna get me, but it don't matter. I'm gonna say it anyway.
Hmm.
So have you ever played horsey with your son?
Horsey,
Yeah.
where I'm
You know
down
where
on
you
all fours and he up on my back.
no, you don't even have to be on all fours. Like have him on your back and just gallop around like a horse.
Oh, we don't
Have you
do
ever done
horses.
that?
Now I've set him up on my neck and ran around with him. He likes that, and now he likes to do this wrestling thing. I think he's picked it up because all of the kids in his he only has five kids in his classroom at daycare, and they're all
Mhm.
boys, so they like to wrestle. So he does
Mhm.
this thing now where he comes up and you know how obviously he don't know how to be slick and slide beside you, so he walk beside you and then jump on your back trying to wrestle with you.
Yeah,
So we do things like that. You know, we wrestle,
yeah,
but no,
yeah.
but not. No, we're not doing horses. This is not a pony ride. We're not riding a pony.
It's, it's just a fun thing that I've seen fathers do.
Mhm.
And I don't see any, I don't see any difference
Yeah,
in them
now we
playing
do
ponies.
like I say, we do a lot of wrestling and running
Yeah,
around, hide and seek, and that sort of
right.
thing, little
Yeah.
rough stuff. And it's funny because he could tell there's a difference between me and his mama because he's extra gentle with the mama at all
Oh
times. Like
yeah.
it's amazing that kids that little boys in particular, because of course girls are the same with the mama and the daddy, but when I say he gets up under her and just could I mean, she could just roll over on
But
him
you
and
know why,
suffocate him, and he'd
right?
be okay.
But you know
But
why, right?
what is that?
He's been watching you. He sees how gentle you are with his mother.
Is that what
So
it is?
why wouldn't he be gentle with her?
I have never given that any thought. But when it comes to me, oh my God, straight violence all the time. He just
Because
come
you're
to pick
dad.
fights with me.
Think about it. Because you're dad. And
Yeah,
then here, here's another thing. Think about this too. Even when you're making your videos and you're joking and you're playing around and you're doing, your different scenes with
yeah,
Faith,
yeah,
and it may involve a little rough stuff. And he may have seen y'all doing a video where there's parts where she's kind of kicking you around a little bit or,
yeah.
do the scene. So that's daddy. Okay, that's what you do to daddy. That's what.
I
But
have
with
never
mommy,
really given
I
that
see
any
daddy
thought.
being gentle with mommy.
I have, and
You know?
that's true because Faith Jennifer's never been in any of the violent scenes. That is so true.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is so true. She's never in any of the crazy scenes. That is so
Right,
true.
right, right,
Okay. Well,
right.
justified. I just thought it was a
He,
man
he's
thing.
he's watching.
I think he's just trying to establish his dominance and he don't want me near his woman. That's the way it feels.
That could be part of it, but I
Hmm.
I strongly believe above all that I believe he watches how you treat his mom.
Yeah.
He watches how you treat his mom. And there's a saying that they say, if you want to know how a man's going to treat you,
Hmm.
watch how he treats his mama.
I agree with that.
And that's true.
Here come
I
Thor with the comment finally. Here go the lyric.
what do you say?
My father would leave behind and dance with my mother and me. Hmm. And then spin me around. Spin me. Now I used to spin around with my daughter all the time because she liked how her dress would flare up when I spin her around. Spin me around till I fell asleep, and up the stairs he would carry me. And I knew for sure I was loved because he spun him around. And-
Thor, this is what we're going to do, Thor. And I need you to be in agreement with me on this one. We going we're gonna chump it up to Marquis is just not that kind of dad. He just ain't that kind of dad.
I
It
would
ain't that
line,
they not out there.
I
He
would
just ain't
line
that kind
dance
of
with
dad.
these kids all day long, but what he describing, I used to spin my daughter around like that. She loved it. Mm-mm.
You
He
just ain't that kind of dad.
he talking about getting twirled around by his daddy. The answer is no. Now I grab Faith Bishop by the arm to do that, but that ain't what he
Well,
talking about. He talking about being lifted up and twirled around.
my son has spent my grandson around
Twirled him around like a
to
ballerina.
make him dizzy. He
Yeah,
had him
that's
in his arm.
different. That ain't
He,
what this man is describing. Yeah, the dizzy thing is fun. He's not describing.
no,
He
he had him by
describing this
his
thing where the arm go up and you go around.
hand.
You know what kind of spinning this man
See,
talking about. That ain't the spin this man talking about.
that man was not looking at his daddy that way. I don't care what you say. And we are not about to get off this live.
Oh, you
We're
ready to
not gonna
go
let that.
now?
We're not gonna. No, I'm not ready to go. But we're not gonna let that. We're not gonna let that rest like that. That
Okay,
man
we're
was not
done.
thinking
I am
about his
done
daddy.
making jokes. Okay, I just don't
Yeah,
like
because
the
he
song,
wasn't
so I'm
thinking about
being
his daddy
mean.
like that.
I
You
don't
just
like the
ain't that kind of
song.
daddy. You just ain't that kind of daddy. You
Thor
need to
is
go back
Thor
and
is
watch.
fighting for. He say spin,
Look,
not twirl.
you need to go back and watch some Leave It to Beaver and some and all them. You need to watch that.
I used to now
Some
I used to throw Bishop up in the air all the time. He loved that. Just throw him up in the air and catch him. Anything dangerous, he loved that. But he ain't talking
well, I
about them
think
that
every parent in the
dangerous
world
stuff.
done that. I think even mamas done that crazy stuff.
Look at
Well,
him. All right, I think it is time to end. We have talked all night. This thing says we have been live 348 minutes, and that does not even count the amount of time that we spent on TikTok. So I hope you guys have enjoyed it. It has been a long night, but an enjoyable one. We covered six, seven, eight, nine topics, and we
it's
had
been
a
amazing.
amazing interview with Miss Sonya. So I thank you for it. I'm gonna leave it up to you to give us our final thoughts, and then we're gonna hit this button, and I'll disappear for a week.
Okay, final thoughts. I would just say this: love, love, love,
Hmm.
love with great intention, love with great motives. But in no matter what you do, love because you never know when you might not get that chance again.
Correct. Because you don't want to be up here singing "Dance with My Father" again. So love your daddy the first time, so you won't have to be worrying about dancing with him again. Dance with him while he's still here.
And he loved enough to want to dance with him again.
I can't. I'm sorry. I don't like this song. All right, folks, the show is over. I thank you all for joining me tonight. This has been a great, amazing night on TikTok and YouTube. Please understand that TikTok is likely going to be gone in 9 days, so I will be full time over here. I will be live on YouTube each and every Friday night, hopefully with a special guest. Tonight, I had a couple of special guests, and I thank you all for joining me. You want to know what I'm going to be talking about? All you got to do is to follow the shorts here on YouTube and the videos. They will all be directly related to the subject matter that we'll be talking about in my live setting. If you have some ideas about what you want to talk about or some interesting things that you've seen through the week, feel free to send them to my DM on TikTok, or you can email them to me at faithandbishop2 at gmail.com, and I'll be happy to look at them. If it's something like the subject that we covered tonight, this is all thanks to this woman here, because I didn't even want to talk about it, but it turned out to be a really, really great topic.
You're
Um,
pointing the wrong way, sir.
excuse me? Oh, I
You're
told you I
pointing
keep
the
messing up. You got to do it in the opposite direction. This woman over here. This woman over here. She is the reason that we got to talking about the preacher and the fiasco with the woman being embarrassed about being pregnant and having to apologize for it. So if you have interesting show ideas, please, I'm all ears. If it's something that I think I can add to, I will cover it in a video and then we will go live with it. With that being said, please hit that like, share, comment, subscribe button if you guys are watching this in the replay. And I will see you guys on next week on YouTube and TikTok, possibly, if they still exist. With that, I love you all with the love of God. Enjoy your weekend. I actually got a day or two off next week, so I may be able to come back during the week. What you think about that, Sonya? Would you like to see me do a pop-up at some point during the week?
I think that would be good.
Okay, I'll hit you up if and when I decide, because I love, y'all have no idea how much I love to talk. So, both my kids are back in school, so they will be gone. My wife will be at work, so it'll just be me here. So I'm gonna have plenty of time to do a lot of creating of videos while I'm off. I'm gonna try to actually take some time to just have to myself. But outside of that, I'm going to create some content, and I'll probably do another pop up live because we just had so much fun. Again, if y'all have show ideas or things you want to talk about, just send them to me on DM Faith and Bishop 2 at gmail.com, or you can send them in my DM on TikTok. That's Faith and Bishop 2 on TikTok, and I'll review them, do the research, do the video, and we'll go live. Until then, love you all with the love of God, and I'll see you guys on next week. Have a good one.